Hello everyone, welcome to Scaler's YouTube channel. This is Shivay Lamba and I'm an instructor at Scaler. Today we're going to be learning about full stack web development from scratch. It is going to be a complete crash course on front-end, back-end and deployment. And we'll be learning about the building blocks of web development, that is HTML, CSS, JavaScript, NodeJS, and tools such as Heroku and Vercel that are typically used for deployment. Now, before we understand the topics that will be covered in this course, please make sure to subscribe to Scaler's YouTube channel so that you don't miss out on any of the upcoming tech content. Also, if you want to learn more about various technologies and frameworks, do check out Scaler's events where we conduct free masterclasses that are taken up by leading industry experts. The link will be provided in the description for this particular video. So now let's take a look at what we're going to be learning today. So in front-end development, we'll be starting with the basics of HTML, CSS, and core JavaScript. Then we'll move on to learning the basics of backend. So within backend, we'll cover things such as what are APIs, getting started with Node.js, how you can actually connect your Node.js backend to a MySQL database or NoSQL database, for example, MongoDB. So we'll be covering MongoDB specifically. And then, of course, how you can go ahead and deploy your full stack applications on tools such as Heroku and Vercel that are used for deploying backend and front-end applications respectively. So now you will be learning how you can use these particular tools, learn concepts of JavaScript, Node.js to learn how to build full stack applications and then deploy them. So let's get started.
So initially starting with the introduction of what is Git and GitHub. As you know, we are obviously intended towards the web development session, but beforehand we have to understand how we are going to showcase our development projects to all of the world users, like worldwide users. So basically we have some tools beforehand to get started with web development so that we can store our code as well as represent our code to the user worldwide. So the initial tool that we would be using it Git and GitHub. So henceforth we would be having some introduction session to Git as well as website name GitHub. So in this module, so in this will be divided into two phases. So initially we would be having a representation of Git and GitHub, and the second would be the web development session, and along with the introduction of all the tools that you would be covering along with that, along with the development. Yeah, so in this phase one, so we would be having an intro to Git, so explaining about Git, how it works, and how are some of the common terms along with some commands. And then we would be covering GitHub along with some commands, and definitely we will be having an hands-on session on Git beforehand. So that would be a quick short summary of how the Git and GitHub would work. So basically defining about the Git. So Git is basically an open source code base for basically for storing all the code, and hence as we code in our environment. So basically we store the particular instance in our base folder. So Git is basically for controlling our version. If we have made some changes in our development code, so basically we create a version. If you have seen, if you have downloaded any Play Store application, definitely most of you have some Android phone as well as the iOS phone. So we have the apps Play Store as well as App Store within our mobile. So if you install any application, you would definitely have seen some version. So basically you download an application and after some time an update would come. So that's a new version of that application. So basically Git is something that is used to control those versions. Like if we have made some changes, we have updated the application, so we just increase the version and we just like place it in the market where the user download that application. So basically Git reminds that all. So Git is the full package how we can control our code base as well as we definitely can have some changes within the Git as it's the source code is totally open source upon GitHub.
Yeah.
And moving towards the version control system, basically I have explained this. So like creating a new version as soon as we have done an upgrade to our existing application. So that's basically a version, uh, controlling a particular version, and the whole scenario when we have a central repository. So basically there are some terms that you have to keep keep in mind while trying out Git. So I would be explaining each and every term that would be definitely using within the Git, and while using that, so the initial term is a repository. So basically you can compare the repository as a folder in which all the code base would be available and stored. So from that code, from that folder, so every developer would be fetching the project, as well as they would be contributing to the project and make the intended changes. And again, like deploying all the code, deploying means just sending all the data or the updated data that we have done to the initial repository in which we have taken downloaded the code. So basically, a version control system basically manage these type of stuff. So it tracks each and every version in which we have made the changes. It basically, uh, it is a overall environment in which it help a team to basically track as well as manage their code changes. If like giving an example of a application, if I have made a change to an application, I have updated a small button, and again we have pushed to the main app store in which user are downloaded, but again user are not responded so well to that button. So we want to basically revert all the code base to the previous version. So basically that again helps in tracking all the version, along with we can backtrack that, we can revert all the code changes, or we can just update the current code base with the new one. So that totally covers under the version control system. So again, proceeding with this some common term, as I've told, the repository is again a small, again a storage location in which your code is handled. So a repository can be compared to a folder in which your code base is there. So basically, whenever we want to have a uh, make changes to a particular code base or a project. So basically, we clone the whole project from the repository. Cloning means just copying the code from another system to our computer system. Basically, in order to create a copy of that particular code base, and like updating that current code base within our particular system in which we have cloned. So again, we have terms such as staging. So basically we have a particular step that we have to follow where while using it. So basically we have uh, three common commands. We have git add, git commit, and git push. So basically when we use command git add, so whichever we have done the changes, so that git what git does is like it combines all the changes at once that we have done and mark it as a checkpoint. Like I have updated a button, so it mark a checkpoint that I have updated a button, and again it's stored in a particular instance within a git. So whenever you install git into a computer, so that and initialize a folder, so that make a .git folder that is hidden in every system. So I will be representing that, so where you can find that git folder and everything. And again, so when I initialize the command git add, so that creates a checkpoint, and again I have to commit the code. Committing means taking that particular checkpoint and storing it within a particular folder, so that if we want to, that would be main version that we would be controlling. If we want to place if we want to revert our code back, so we can definitely do with the commit whenever we commit code base, so that create a particular id, so we can backtrack that id and we can definitely revert our code base to any time or instance that we want, that's intended. So again we would be explaining each and every time, and we would be having a proper demonstration how these all work and how git actually look while we are creating commits, and again for the staging. So again, uh, there are simple commands like push and pull. Push mean like deploying or like sending our code to the main server. Like I have done some changes, so I will be transferring all the data from my machine to the main repository. Some storage location in the cloud. So we definitely our computer cannot be accessible by other user. So our storage area should be there from which other can also share the common code base that they have. So we basically intend to commit our changes, we update the code, and we basically send all the data to that uh, storage, online storage. So basically that means push, and again pull mean retrieving all the data from that online storage to our local computer, so that if anyone had pushed some changes or updated the code and then send the data to the online repository, so we can retrieve by using the pull command. So that's some of the common term that we generally uses while explaining or while updating or using with Git. And again, these are the common command. Again, you can pause the video and you can see these all command. At most of the time, we would be only using a bunch of command like git init for initializing, and git add, and git commit, and git push. These are the common command that we would be using, and these are the other command for some specific operation that we need while controlling our versions to the project. And again, to visualize every scenario that we are discussing right now, so you can definitely head toward this link that is again visible on the screen. So I would be explaining a demo. So yeah, let me refresh it. So I would be, yeah. So as soon as you make a command git init, so basically I would be entering git init. So this will initialize the folder. So initially you would be heading upon toward git download. So again, you would be downloading. So prior to using it, so you have to download the git within the local system. So there are Linux, Windows, and Mac OS. Uh, and which Git is present. So basically you can download it any of the operating system that you have. So by installing this Git, so you are able to use Git command. So like explaining, just a second. Yeah. So as soon as you install Git within your local system, so you can check whether Git is installed, pre-installed in your system. So by entering Git hyphen hyphen version. So you would be getting a Git version of the version that you have already been installed in the PC. So that would be displayed upon the terminal or the command prompt that you have. So that describe a Git is already installed in your PC. So heading back towards the visualization of Git, so how Git work. So initially, if you have made a code base or something, so basically starting with, as we are discussing about web development, so you must have read about HTML. So that's the most common language that we use while defining our web page or structuring the web page. So again, I would be creating that, and then we have to use git init command to initialize that particular folder in which index.html or any abc.html is present, in order to make a git folder and again to play around with it. And again, when we like insert this command and press enter, so a local folder would be created with the name of .git, and that would be hidden from the user. So we can see that with the various command performance. And again, we are using just online visualization tool, so it do provide some like a limited number of commands within this particular system. So we would be entering as soon as we initialize a Git. So how Git would be representing. So if you are saying this master along with this head and along with this first commit. So this first commit basically describe a message that we have inserted during committing a particular code. So this is the initial code base which we have committed. It has a particular ID assigned to it. If we want to track back to this particular ID, so I just have to like copy this ID and paste it within the particular terminal and insert that command, the intended command that again track me back to this code base, initial code base. So if I and the master describe the branch in which I am working. So Git is basically a branched system. If uh, if a online repository is there and I want to take the whole code base, so I would be taking a pull, correct? So again I would be taking I would be doing the intended or changes, or I would be updating the code base with some particular component that I would be creating, and at the same time another person would be creating or updating some stuff to the same code base. So what we do is we basically have a branch type of system. So I will create a branch to it, and that person will be creating another branch. So we will be having a two branch with a common node. So this green circle would represent a node, and again this have the whole code base, and again master represent the main branch that we are working on, and head represent at what branch and at what commit we are. So this will be what I meant is, so that would be described within a few minutes. And again, so whenever I commit something, so git commit mean I would be creating all the a local commit to my code base, and I would be giving a message. So hyphen m main message. So I would be writing initial changes. So as soon as I press enter, so a new green symbol would be created denoting heading towards the initial code base. That means I have a particular code base changes. So recalling the instance that I have provided, like I would be updating a button. So in this instance, I have updated a button and I have made a commit changes. So the head moves towards the new commit, and the master branch follows this previous commit. And again now we have some other commands too, like checkout and else. So again, prior to that, so I would be making a new change to, again pressing enter. So a new change would be, so for example, I have changed the color of the button. So I would be again committing that code, and that would be pointing towards that button that I have created, and that would be pointing towards the initial code base that we have. So we have an initial code base. I have updated a button. I have updated the color of the button. So these are the commits that are uh, coming from the initial code base and the changes that I have done. But if I don't like the button, so what I will do is I will copy this ID. So basically it is dot dot. So I will copy this ID and I will just press get checkout along with this ID. So it's not the full ID, maybe, yeah. So it's the head move toward the previous commit. And if I tends to make some changes to this commit, so I would be adding change button color. So intermediate uh, commit have been created to this, and that point toward that, but the master branch remain to this point as we have already committed this change. Either we have to revert this change in order to uh, point this directly to the main code base, or either we have to again create a new branch and again we have that particular instance. But this scenario explains how git works, so you don't have to remember all this stuff that I am recalling. So again, So I would be just explaining how the Git structure would be looking like. So I would be creating a new branch if another developer is working on that. So new branch. So again, a new branch has been created. So by pressing the command git branch, so I can see all the branch that have already been created. So one is the master that have the initial code base, and this is the new branch that I have created. So again, making a changes to this, let commit, change it, and again change it to. Now we have a list of all the commits that we have pointing toward each other. If you recall, if you have studied about data structure, so it's a structure of a linked list, so pointing toward each other. And again, when we recall, when I again change my branch from new branch to the master branch, so I just write git check master. So again, my head basically represent where actually we are working. So basically now we are working at this commit at the master branch. So again, I would be creating a new commit. So changes made 3 and again changes made 4. So if you can see over there, so this make a branch type of system. All the linked lists pointing toward each other. So again, all commits pointing toward each other. At last, we have this change to in which we have the intended change. So this is the scenario that I was discussing before. Like I am working in this master branch, and some other developer is working with this new branch. So the code base is similar till this point of time, and after this the code base is different. I am making changes to any other instance, and that developer is making changes to other instance. So basically how git work is, so I would be taking a full new branch.
And by the way,
Okay.
we have a few people who said that they're finding the Git to be a bit boring. But just to again, just understand why we are putting up this up is that we want to just showcase how can you also contribute to the open source project that we'll be creating alongside these web development bootcamps. So we just wanted to keep a small, quick session on how this sort of Git and GitHub sort of works. But of course, soon we'll just move on to the basis of web development as well.
Yeah, definitely that would be only for like contributing to the open source that we have planned. Like you would be contributing to a particular repository, so that's a initial demonstration. So how you would be contributing to that. And again, uh, getting back to this, so we have the branch type of system. So again, I believe like this is the common visualization that we want to give to you, how Git basically work within that particular folder that I've explained. So again, getting back towards the Git presentation. So yeah, so explaining about what is GitHub is like the online storage point or the storage location that I'm talking about is again the GitHub. So GitHub is the main hosting platform. And there are many other services too, like GitLab and other too. And you can also make your own online platform or online storages, but GitHub is the most common and public uh, platform that is available for everyone and free of cost. You can definitely host and again deploy your code there, and you can store all the code base that you have there with the use of Git tool. So again, GitHub is an online repository which again lets other people to other developer and contributor to contribute to the code base that we have within that repository. And again, now here the main point comes. So we have all finished the introduction session to Git and GitHub. And before starting toward the web development session, so again I would be having a small introduction about GitHub. So we So as soon as you would be like move toward github.com, so this screen would be visible. So either you have to sign up if you are not a user, or either sign in if you are already a user. So by signing. So this is the main page that you would be looking like. So, and again, you can the online storage that I was talking about is like that term is called repository. So when you click on this plus icon, and again you just click on this new repository, so it basically creates an online storage point within the GitHub, and like I would be giving a name as Scalar Web Development, and again I would be describing it would be public if I want to kept it private and only meant for me. So I would be ticking on this private icon. Else, if it's this repository or this online storage is available for everyone, anyone can just carry on to this or copy this code base. So just I would be keeping it as public. So these are the basic checkpoint that if I don't want to like add a readme file describe what is in this repository. And again, these are other terms and neglecting all this. So I would be creating the repository. So it has some basic command in which we can follow this command in order to like initialize our Git repository. And again, but for now, I would be representing this particular URL that's been given here. So that represent the main Git origin, or this is the link of online storage repository in which we would be pushing all the code or sending all our local code base to this online GitHub repository. So this is the brief uh, description about how Git and GitHub work and how it look like, along with some visualization. So again, getting back towards the web development session. So again, yeah, hands over to Shivay for like having a introduction about what is web development and how it is being used in our day-to-day life.
Yeah, absolutely. And because some of the folks, had some questions regarding, setting up of Git as well. So, Raghav, at the end of this session, we'll just have a very quick demonstration of how you can, set up a local repository and how you can use some of the basic Git commands that we'll be doing at the end of the session. But right now, starting off with what people have been, eagerly waiting for, and that is the basics of web. So, of course,
Yeah,
again, keep coming in behind, with their questions on the Learn Together channel. And yeah, so without wasting any further time, let's get started. So of course, why we are here today, like, more than 300 people watching live right now, is exactly about what exactly is web development, right? So see, I mean, first of all, today the entire world, as we know, is moving towards digitalization, right? All even offline stores, offline businesses had to move because of the pandemic and have an online presence. So you look at any industry, every industry has some kind of an online presence, and that is either with the help of applications like mobile applications or web applications, right? So initially we started out with simple HTML static websites, and then we actually moved on gradually to having, banking related, e-commerce platforms. And today, like, web applications have become so powerful that you can run a lot of desktop, grade applications such as video editing, watching movies, right, video streaming, and all of that can happen on web applications, right? So whether it's playing games or, having some kind of library management systems, everything is having a presence online with the help of web applications, PWAs, right? So the idea about this particular web development bootcamp is that how can you yourself create a web application or a website of your own, and then also, get it deployed. So I think we can move to the next slide, Raghav. All right. So over to you, Raghav. I think you're on mute.
yeah. So getting back towards how web development work is, uh, like prior to that, we will be explaining how a web project is being structured. So basically, starting it contains of three main elements, starting with HTML, the hypertext markup language. So that basically create the fundamental unit or the building block of how our text would be visualizing to within a particular website or web application. And again, the second would be the cascading style sheet CSS. So that comprises of the designing unit. So if we have given a basic structure to our web application, so we would definitely have to style. We would be adding the color, borders, boundary, padding, margin, and that again all of them would be compressed within the CSS unit. And again, the third one would be JavaScript. So that again comprises of the functional unit. If what if I want to create a button and then have to click on it. So again, that clicking on the button and like scrolling down or like hovering over any of the text, so that would be all compresses with, or if I want to perform a specific function, so that would all be compresses within the JavaScript. So for comparison, so you can to our body, so basically you can compare HTML to our skeletons. So basically skeleton give a structure to it, so the skin and the color that we have as that totally been defined by the CSS. That and again the JavaScript you can compare it to as muscles that we have. So that basically if I pull up my hand, so that again my arm muscle. And again there are bunch of different muscle that perform different functional unit in our body. Again compared to JavaScript, so we can create our own function, and that comprises of the functional unit. And these three basically comprises of the whole web structure, as well as how we would be representing any web application. So getting towards how we can create our projects in web, and again how we can uh, show it or showcase that to a user worldwide. So basically web development have a three architecture system that comprises of three layers. So basically we have a client tier that basically compared to as a front end application. So at front end we have the design that the people would look like we have Scalar Academy website, so that have a bunch of information displayed to the user. So basically the the instance that is visible to the user, and they all the information that is present on it, that comprises of the front end, and again that comes under the client tier. The second would be the logic tier, and the logic tiers would include all the APIs or like the connection from front end to back end. So that basically comprises of the logic tier. Again, if I click a button, so if you have fill up a form, so in the name section, address section, number section, so after submitting a form, so how it is being transferred to the backend. So that all comes under the logic tier. So all the information would be handled uh, through the API or the particular function within the JavaScript, and that have would be sent towards a intended IP address, or you can say any API server address. So that whole bunch of data would be transferred to the backend, and that whole system would be comprises of all the logic tier, and that include the web framework. Like we have uh, some bunch of API system, and all the workflow system. And again, we have the last data tier, in which that is basically the backend, the main backend of the system that represent where we store the data, how the data is being handled, how all the like how where it will be stored, in which time it would be returning the data. All of that comes under the data tier. So basically that again comprises the SQL system in which we store the data. Like all the databases comes under this. We have the search engine, like and at which uh, that particular instance we have to search any query or something. So again, we are at the three-tier system architecture. So that comes under any web development application or the scalable web development application that in day-to-day life that the user interact with.
Yeah, and
And
one example that I would like to give is, let's say, Facebook, right? So when you log into
yeah,
Facebook, whatever is you're seeing on the front, right? Whatever you're seeing on the screen. For example, right now you're looking at a YouTube video, so you're whatever you're seeing in the front, that is your client side. And whatever is happening on the back, right? For example, when you log in, so your information that you put in, your email and your password, goes to a logic based system where it handles, okay, like what is the email, so it is able to just capture your email that you've inputted, and then your sort of your password that you've given, and then it will check that out in the database. It will query through the database. So really what the front end is to display everything that you see, and whatever interactions that happen are going to be happening on the front end. Now whenever that interactions involve any kind of database, so the backend sort of interacts as that bridge between your database and your front end, which showcases or updates or changes values on your front end. So that's sort of the architecture that you can expect, and this is what we will be also having in our bootcamp, where we'll be starting with front end, we'll be moving towards back end and creation of APIs, and then talking about how databases work and how to connect them all together to create a full stack application.
Yeah, correct. Thanks, Shivay. And again, moving toward how we are basically having a full stack web development course and what's the roadmap for that. So basically we should have a basic understanding how HTML, CSS and JavaScript work. So basically creating some tags within the HTML, styling it with using CSS, and again we have different bunch of functions, objects and array structure and type within JavaScript and how they are being handled. So we should have a basic understanding of all these three languages. And again, we should have a knowledge of responsive web design. So basically responsive web design mean how it would be looking within a particular desktop or within a mobile, so that have a different width system. So basically we have a 2K desktop, 4K desktop, now it's being 8K desktops. So how it would be looking, all the desktop would be looking, the design would be looking in huge screen as well as small as a small uh, screen fonts. Like now it's iPhone 13 mini, or we have Samsung Galaxy S20 that is foldable. So that's the smallest screen created as for now. So again, testing with the different bunch of uh, responsive widths. So we again have some tools that I would be representing to you how we would be testing all the website within that. Again, having an insight of ECMAScript. ECMAScript is nothing but the JavaScript, another name is ECMAScript. But how it is different is like we have a JavaScript is a combined common term, but ECMAScript is a series of version of JavaScript that is being updated till now. So we have a bunch of versions. So basically, we have the major update in 2015 about ES6 that have an introduction of some common syntax and as well as criteria that we have to follow, like use strict or arrow functions or const, let keywords for the variables. And again, we have so basically we have different version of JavaScript represented at uh, ECMAScript, or we can denote with ES along with their version number. So we have ES5, 7, 8 till 10. So again, describing about the different versions. So we have a bunch of version representing by ES along with the version number. And again, going towards the next and the concept of request and response. So that was for the front end, and now we would be handling toward how we would be having the back end as well as some structure of the browser that would be covering. So we have the concept of request and response. So basically, if I am asking you what is your name, so the another person would definitely reply with my name is ABC or something. So like I have requested something to other person and they have given me a response or they have replied to me. So that's basically a request response system. I am requesting something and that person would be responding me to that question. So again, like following up to this web development, so we have like the browser would be requesting from the server, and the server would be responding to that. For example, if you go to any website, so for example google.com, so the browser have requested the Google server, like I want to check out the screen that would be visible toward the on the google.com. The Google server replied with a HTML document. So whole HTML code would be transferred from their Google server to our browser. So that code base is being downloaded from our browser, and hence would be rendered or displayed over the browser. So again, when I uh, like go back to google.com, so again the Google server replied with this HTML document. So if you want to see this, how HTML would look like, go to this. So I would be again explaining these whole bunch of tab that's being visible here. But for a scenario, this scenario, so we have this HTML document along with this head option, head tag, again followed with this body. If it's somewhat small, so I can make it big. So again, yeah. So when I go to google.com, so I have this HTML tag followed with this head tag along with body, and again we have some different style options, style tag for CSS styling, again for div. If I want to go back to this image, so we have this Google image, so that would be displayed over here. If I want to go to this search box, so we have an input tag that represent a text input. Again we can type it in it. And so this is the basic structure of how the request and response system would work within this browser. So again, we have this DOM manipulation. DOM basically means document object model. So I would be covering in this DOM manipulation in the module third. But before that, I would be giving an idea. So what DOM is? DOM is document object model. So basically describing whole browser in a bunch of object. Object is nothing but a JavaScript object represented by curly braces, and we have a key value pair in it. So basically we have a bunch of options within the browser in which through JavaScript we can handle uh, all the structure that is available on the front end, and we would be manipulating mean having changes within that document. So again I would be displaying that in next modules. uh, so then we have a bunch of frameworks and library uh, beforehand. So we have, for the front end we have like React, Angular, and React is a library and Angular is a framework. So basically, describing a small brief up about what is library and what is the difference between the framework. So library is nothing but a simple functions that is being used. If I am created a function, so anyone can use that function it whatever way they want. But a framework is a collection of functions that we have to apply a strict rule while using. If, for example, as if I want to declare a particular route or a URL, so I have to write that it in a particular intended file or option. So again, framework have strict rules, but library does not have. And again, library just solve a single problem or a smaller bunch of problems, but a framework is a collection of environment or collection of function that again creates an environment and solve the whole bunch of particular operation or function that is being intended to solve. So again, there are frameworks or and libraries for front end like React and Angular, and again for the backend we have Express and Nest.js and many more for like web technologies. So other like Python, as along with we have Flask, Django, and many more. So we can either take any of, if we have the basic knowledge about any of the language, so we can definitely go towards the library or framework. So why we use them is it make our the development life a lot more easier. it's easy to develop as well as it reduce a lot of time and effort that we put in while developing our application. So definitely by going toward a particular library or framework, that saves a lot of time and energy that we use while building up the applications. And yeah, so this is the main thing, like setting up the environment in tool. So how we can get started towards uh, like setting up our web development environment. Again, we initially should have a browser in order to test up the things. So a browser consists of a whole environment in which we can test up our code. Again, all a browser can only understand. So this is the main concern. Like if we are I know Python, C++ or something. So I cannot work directly with the browser. A browser can only understand HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. These are the three things that a browser understands. If I want to create a web page along with Python, so I definitely should have an HTML page to render. So basically, Python or other backend technology just organize all the web pages that we have, HTML document basically, and it basically create the browser request to that server. Browser cannot read Python, but they can request to the Python server, and then Python server can respond them back with the intended HTML document that has been requested. So that would again be explained and in other modules, but this is the current scenario. So initially we should have a browser in order to test up our functionality like Chrome, Firefox, Edge, or any other. And again, move, so again, you can definitely download on the Chrome, or now the Microsoft. Initially we have the Internet Explorer that is again banned, but now we have the Microsoft Edge that is again as fast as Chrome, and definitely take that is again a competition between Azure Chrome. So again we have that environment, and be in order to test our functionality, so what a web developer does is, if I have make an HTML document, so that document is being tested within different bunch of browser, because some of them are iOS user, Safari user, and again most of us are Chrome user. Again, they would be definitely using Firefox, Edge, and many more other browser like Opera or something. So that's why we should have an intended browser along with some testing browser too, in order to test our code base. And again, the second foremost thing is we should have a code editor. Like here are some example. The most efficient and the common one is VS Code. That is my favorite one. So, and again, we have a bunch of other editor too, like Sublime or Atom. You can definitely head upon Google and say, Google, I want to download the VS Code, or right, VS Code download. So we have two uh, Visual Studios. Basically, we have a simple Visual Studio that so that comprises of an IDE. IDE is basically that is a whole total environment comprises in which we can do our development and along with testing too. So we does not have to download that IDE, Visual Studio IDE. We just have to download that code editor. So please, in order to download that, write VS Code, and again heads toward the first link that we have and download it towards the intended operating system that you have. Again, I have an example of VS Code. So is my VS Code visible?
No. So I think you'll have to reshare your screen.
Okay.
Yeah, you can share your entire
So
screen. I will add it to the stream. So you can remove your stream and we can add it again.
yeah, thanks, Shivay.
By the way, a few people were talking about the pace, so I think we can just move a bit quicker if that's fine, Raghav. That is a
Yeah,
test. Alright. If you can share your screen again. All right.
Yeah, now is it visible?
Yes, yes, not visible.
Awesome, awesome. So this is the starting screen of the Visual Studio Code. So again, having the get started uh, Explorer. So we can create a new file, open any folder, or we can clone a Git repository as represented by this. We can clone this particular repository. So that would be visible over this code base. Again, we have this file explorer system. We can search over the whole documentation. This is the git or the source control explorer. So again, all the command can be directly run without entering any command, just by clicking on some buttons. And again, there are a few bunch of tabs over there, so you can neglect that. So here is the main extension. So what is the favorite thing about the VS Code is like having an extension or marketplace. Like we have an Play Store or App Store within our mobile phones. So we have a marketplace over here for some extension that we can use along with the VS Code while having our application tested. And again, so again, there are a bunch of uh, extension that I would be representing you after this. So again, moving back toward this. So again, we moving toward the developer tools. So uh, developer tools comprises of like some tabs, like heading toward google.com again. So again, by clicking on this three dots, neglect this update text. So I'm not updating my VS Chrome regularly. So just head toward these three dots you can see over there. And again, by hovering over more tools and then click on developer tools. So in Windows, that must be a Control Shift I shortcut key to open up this tab quickly. Or in Windows, you can just click on Command Shift and I for like opening this tab, this developer tab. So basically, it comprises of a bunch of options that we use in our day-to-day life while development. So the first one is the element tab. So again, I would be representing that. Click on this three dots. Again, go to more tools and click on this developer tools. So we have a bunch of tabs over there. So initially we have the element tab that represent all the HTML document that is being represented over this screen. So I was talking about the responsiveness. So if you can see over there, so the pixel is increasing. Like as I increase the width of this window and decrease the width of this console or the tab, and again you can see over there that the current width is like almost 1,000 pixels. So we can, in this way, we can test along with our different screen size. So how our application would be looking within different screen size and with different bits. So we can apply those media queries to, so that our whole bunch of application would be handled and would be comprised within that particular and fit within that screen, intended screen. So again, coming back to the element tab, so that again representing a whole bunch of HTML that is being returned from the Google servers. So again, that comprises of only a simple HTML documentation. So I would be creating a normal HTML file in order to represent how that would be looking like. So I would be creating a new folder. So with a name, Scaler, and opening that folder within the Visual Studio Code. So getting my environment set up. So if you hover over this particular, if you open this file explorer, hover over this name, folder name, click on this first icon represent creating a new file. So I would be representing that as in giving the name as index.html. So this icon, basically I can just convert this to simple HTML documentation. So we have some common terminology while retrieving this. So going towards the extension tab, so I would be writing HTML snippets. So I have already downloaded these snippets. So just go to the extension tab and download this. So what is the use of this is basically we are being provided with some snippets. If I click on the if I just type the exclamation mark. So in this intelligence is a bunch of option that is being displayed over this drop down. So I would be clicking on the first option, so that initially creates a whole HTML template for me. So basically, this is the boilerplate how HTML document would be looking like, starting with doc type HTML. This so every tag I would be covering within the module 2 along with the CSS. So in this module, so I would be focusing towards how we would be using the developer tools along with this. So again, uh, just write hi. So again, in the body tag, so I have just written hi and click on save, and then going back to that intended folder and opening it with Chrome. So you can see over there, like this is the main location where my index.html is present. So again, I am seeing this hi written out there. Again, by clicking on these three dots, going over the more tools and developer tools. So if I see the element tab, so the code base is there already there, like starting with doc type HTML, again with the head tag again. So within the body, we have the hi that I have written over here. So again, I can change this by going and updating my code. Hello there. So saving that, refreshing the whole page, as the browser does not refresh itself if they are serving a constant page. But if I just click on save over here and just get back to my browser and click refresh, so again my intended text would be visible. So that text would be fetched from the current code base that I have written. Again, that represent the body tag that includes hello there. Again, I can make my changes within this HTML element tab. So if I want to check out this, if I delete hello and again write hi there. So just focus over this hello there. So when I click on enter, so it is being converted to hi there. But making changes to this element tab does not affect our code base. So it's already hello there in our code base, but I have made the local changes within my own browser. So that does not affect anything. And if I click on this refresh button, again, the code will be fetched and again, it would be hello there. And again, this is the selection tool. So if I want to select a particular division or the body or some tag, so by from this selection tool, I can hover over that element and I can click on it. So as soon as I click over it, so it represent what type of at which due to which tag the hello there is being displayed. So if I again create a paragraph tag and we have a bunch of unlisted I unlisted list and we have this hello there. Again, when I click on this, so this is an unordered list. So again, when I click on the selection tool and select this, so it represents this li is causing a particular this hello there display. So this is the basically workflow of how element tab would be looking like. And again, going towards the next. So this console is the JavaScript console. So if I want to like type any command, or if I want to test any command that I have written within the code base in JavaScript, so that is being rendered within this console tab. So console tab is nothing but for used for testing as well as how Chrome JavaScript engine work. So basically Chrome JavaScript engine is V8 engine, in which all the JavaScript uh, code compiles as well as run. So a basic command is console.log. So console mean this particular element tab, and again log mean I am printing something to the console. Log means simple a logging a particular text or a file within the console. So I would be logging. So while displaying a text, so it is always already like it always being represented by a double inverted commas and then hello. So dot log. Okay, so there is issue in my console. So basically it should return hello. If, so again that would be covered in next session. So neglecting this. So basically that's the V8 engine that we would be discussing around. So all the JavaScript command would be described in the module 3. And again we have this source command that represent where our source come from and at which folder, at which service, at which uh, server or the endpoint our source code is being present. So everything is visible over here. Again, clicking on the network tab, so that represent how many network requests has been taken or given. If I so basically you can compare this URL from google.com. So as soon as I hit this URL, again it is being like my server requested a particular URL and a response have been sent. So what's the response is an index.html is sent, and like it take how many seconds it took to like fetch index.html. And again uh, so what that index.html contain is, just click on this two arrow and click on response. So the whole code base is being displayed over here, like what index.html is being have been given to us. So basically it give a small HTML document along with the paragraph tag, then UL tag, then li tag. Li tag we have the hello there, and again we have a bunch of more tabs that is being displayed over here. And so most of the tab would be covered within these 7 modules. So as this network tab is basically represent how the request and response system work. So how we are requesting all the in how we are requesting from the server and what they have given to us in the response, and how GS file would be downloaded and how it work, how the CS, how many CSS files are downloaded, and images, media, font, and other documentation that is being downloaded from the server. So that basically comprises of the request response system. And again, we have a bunch of tabs, so we would be covering that. And again, getting back to what's this. So again, going towards, so we have this session of code editor extensions. So basically we have a bunch of extension over here. So initially I have described about this HTML snippet that itself create a whole bunch of like the template that we want to use just by clicking on this exclamation sign and just pressing enter. So we get a boilerplate template that we would be using while defining our HTML page. And again, we if you can see over there, like I've just I've just typed exclamation mark and hit enter. So a boilerplate is visible. But as soon as I click on save, like control S, save. So itself my tags is being aligned. Like my body tag is initially like without any tab, and my head is also without any tab. But as soon as I click on save, So a line was there, so line removed, and again it have some tab. So that is basically with the help of another extension, so known as prettier. So this is prettier, the code formatter. So basically it formats the code that we are writing. Either it would be HTML, CSS, or JS. So basically that meant for only web front-end web technologies that we are using. So that basically format all the code base along with that, and we can define our own system while formatting. So just by going on this, just click on Control, comma, or in Mac OS, just click on Command, comma, to open up the setting tab. Or you can just like uh, you can go to, okay, you have to search over there. So I have never like opened the setting tab from these terminals. So by just by clicking on Command, comma, or Control, comma, so a setting tab open up, just click on Save. So as soon as you click on Save, just this way, option would be visible, Format on Save. Just tick this option, check this option to enable the formatting, and you can definitely have the formatter defined. So, but just by clicking on, just by entering format, so you would be displaying a default formatter. Just select prettier from this. So these two uh, commands that you have to follow in order to like set up the prettier code formatter in order to format your code on C. Okay, so next is like the live server. So this is the main extension that you would be following. So just by going towards the live server, so you can download this, and just by hovering over this, so in that this extension is only available for Windows. So what is does is, so I cannot control the live server from my Mac operating system. So just by right clicking on this, so you would have the first option of open with live server. So what it does is, like, it open on creates a local server, and it open a new tab over here with some extension of 1.7.0.0.1 colon 3000 or 5000 something, that already dependent upon the port number that is being defined. Again, neglecting this, so again uh, this whole document would be created and being returned over here and being displayed over the browser. And as soon as you just do any changes, like by rating high and clicking on save, so it the server itself refreshes and update this documentation. So you don't have to hit refresh again and again, over and again, in order to like display your information from the code that you are being updating. Yeah, so next would be a git lens. So this is a bit trickier, so that is being related to git, how who committed that particular code base or something. And again, neglecting this, so we have again a live share. So what live share do is, like, again going back to the extension tab, we have a live share. So that's an official Microsoft product. So what live share does is, so if you see over there, so here is, it creates another tab in this tab window, and we can collaborate with other developers. We can have a duo coding or something, like if I have an intended changes high there, and another person would be creating a new div in this same instance using live share. Either I can share my this particular instance, or I can join other session just by clicking on join, and I would be entering the URL. So a new tab would be open, and I would be collaborating with that with the another developer within the VS Code environment. Yeah, uh, so that's up for today. So what are the key takeaways that you can take from the this session? So basically we have covered GitHub, that we would be that would be helping us in order to contribute to our next modules.
Yeah, now you can head over to the Discord in the Learn Together channel and ask your questions. Whether it's related to GitHub, or it's related to some of the basic concepts of how web development actually works, how servers work, right? That's you can ask. So Neil is asking, please show us how to save the HTML file in the repository that was created earlier. So probably what we can quickly do, Raghav,
Okay,
is yeah,
so we can have a small demo. So how we can upload our code base to that
GitHub.
particular Git repository.
Yeah.
So again, that I was telling you about how there are some commands that are already available upon the uh, Git repository that we have created. So just by clicking on this plus icon, click on new repository. So you have to add a new name and you have to define that a repository would be public and or private. So I have clicked on public. So this repository is publicly available upon this URL. So Shiva, you can either share this URL to them. So again, we have a bunch of command over here. So you can run in order to test how Git repository work. So initially we have this echo command. What echo does is like uh, initially we would be having an echo, and in this we have this inverted comma in which hash scalar web dev. So this is the name of the repository, and this arrow means we are adding this particular text within this readme file. So as soon as I hit enter, so a readme file is being created, and in this, so hash scalar web dev is being written. So what we does is we have provided this readme.md file with this hash scalar web dev text. And again, we have a different template string in order to represent and also format the readme file. So hash represent our h1 element. So we can definitely share a documentation in order to have some formatting code, how you can format your readme files. And this readme is the main file in through which you any repository can be explained. So I have run this command. So the next command is git init. Git init basically does is just by hitting enter. So it create a new empty repository. So if you can see over here, no git folder, you can see nothing. But and again by clicking on like in Windows it's dir for getting all the directory, and in Macs or Linux system so it is ls. So over there you can see. Uh, Let me increase the size of this window. Again, showing this. So I have just typed the ls command over here. So I got readme.md as well as index.html. So basically, those files that are public are visible over through the ls command, but there is a provision in order to get all the hidden files or all the command that I can run while changing my directory or running any code. So that's ls space hyphen a. So that lists all the folder as well as file that is hidden as well as available within that particular folder. So you can see over this .git folder. This is folder, not a file. So this is a folder that consists a bunch of uh, folders as well as file in which our code base is being stored. So again, heading toward this .git folder. So again, ls. So we have the fetch head, config, hooks, and other object. And so this basically consists of all the data and for the code base in which I'm making the repository, at which point of time I made the changes, I have added the changes, I have committed, and all the data would be handled over this particular .git folder. So moving back towards this, so again we have the readme.md file. So in till now we have just written git init command. So I would be adding all the files uh, toward that. So initially in this it's written git add readme file. Either you can just directly enter the name of the file that you want to add within the Git staging environment. Staging means I'm just creating a checkpoint over here. Like this is my initial code base, or just enter git add dot. Dot represent every file that is contained within the particular folder would be added as a checkpoint. Like I have done these changes and added a checkpoint. So what it does is go toward this source control tab. So again, I would be again explaining this. So initially I have done the changes. So that is come within the changes tab. So as soon as I hit this command, so you can see toward this, like the changes have been stacked. So it now comes within the stacked changes tab. So stacked changes nothing but I have created a checkpoint. If I like make any other changes, so like I have written hi, so that comes under the changes tab, not within the stacked changes. In order to create a new checkpoint, so if I want to add this particular changes within the again the previous checkpoint, so again I would be entering git add dot, or you can just type git add index.html in order to like take only index.html changes and again put that within the previous checkpoint that we have created again by entering. So all these changes would be stacked, and we have uh, again created a checkpoint. Again, the next command is git commit. So the git commits basically creates a particular folder or a history along with the ID. If so, these changes would be kept as a separate entity. So if we want to get back toward this entity, so we have a particular ID. So we would take that ID and we can definitely go back to that commit or that changes, intended changes that we have done. So I would be writing git commit, but git commit command is not enough to commit all the changes. So in
Yeah.
order to commit the changes, so we have to add the extra tag that is -m. -m represent a message as displayed earlier. So that we can write first commit. So again, as I have told you in earlier session that when we are visualizing, so there are some error coming up. So basically add that web browser. We cannot handle all the git commands. So basically we have initially git init, then git add for adding a checkpoint and adding all the files within that checkpoint. We would be creating a commit along with a message. That message is represent so what we have committed in that particular what that commit shows. So basically instead of writing first commit, so I would be writing added index html file and added readme. But if index.html file is already created, so I would be rather writing it as I have updated index.html file, or I have updated a particular instance, or I have updated a footer in index.html file or any intended file that you have done the changes. So by clicking enter, so just now make sure where the changes are gone. Like if I click on enter, so now two files changed and 14 insertions are made. Now from this, so two file a new commit with a ID of 14 D27 D4. So this is publicly visible over the commit history tab. So that has been created. So as soon as when I click on publish changes, so git push. Oh, I have to give origin. So getting back towards the Git repository. So I would be adding the initial branch. So Git branch represent and the branch in which I am working. Hyphen capital M means the main branch that I would be committing from. So as I've told you, this is a branched system in which I am working in a branch and another person is working in another branch. So I would be creating that and again clicking enter, and I would be adding a remote. So basically you don't have to remember this, just you have to copy paste from this chat and just by copying that, and again what it represent is get remote. Remote means where the origin is present, so where we have to push all our data. So add is a command of adding the origin. Origin is the main instance that we would be representing, like the next text that you would be seeing will be the origin. Then this is the main link or the address of the code repository where the online storage is available. So by clicking on this command, get remote add origin, uh, again followed by this particular URL, hitting enter. So URL is being saved within .git folder. So when I click on git push, so again neglecting this, so I just have to uh, when I just initial commit, so I have to type set upstream or -u. So instead of like entering hyphen set upstream, I can also type -u for first commit. Else I can just type git push
Git
origin
push.
main. Again, when I click enter, so you can see like every file, it has every file that is being created that has been sent to our server. So this is the main repository. And when I click on refresh, so you can see these two files are created. So the instance that I was mentioning was readme.md. So this is the readme.md that I was listening to. So hash mean h1 tag. So basically h1 tag is created, and within the h1 tag, so other selling to have been taken into consideration by .md extension, and readme.md file, all the content within the readme.md file is being visible below the code base that represent how and what this repository contains. So basically a small bunch of information about the repository, and we have the index.html. So for anyone can copy the code base by clicking on this code button. Either they can download the zip or open with GitHub Desktop. So GitHub Desktop is a tool. So this is the GitHub Desktop. So you can download it by this, or you have a bunch of option by HTTP SSH or GitHub CLI. Neglecting all this, click on HTTPS, copy this, and just heads over to the Explorer, File Explorer. So check it out. What happened when I click like type git clone. Clone mean I am downloading or creating a copy of this online repository to the local storage. Git clone, and I am pasting the URL that I have copied. This is the same URL that I have added within the remote. Like beforehand, like git remote edit the same URL that I am writing it here. Okay, by clicking on enter, so it is uh, representing cloning this scalar web dev. So you can see this scalar web dev folder is being created, and again we have two files over here, index.html containing this whole bunch of document that I've created, and again readme.md, this same, but like making changes to this will not affect the online server, as I'm doing the changes locally, but this will not affect the online server. If I hit refresh, so nothing is changed. So again, if I want to like push these changes to the online repository, so what I go is go back to terminal, and again change my directory to the scalar web dev. Now I am within this directory. So neglecting these two, I am within this directory that consists of two files in folder. And again, when I click on this, so again, if you like hit the command git clone and again followed by the remote origin URL, so .git folder is already present within that particular folder. So you don't have to do anything. So again, recalling those three commands that I've told you earlier, like git add, again dot representing all those files that I have done the changes, git add dot, git commit, like updated index HTML, Okay. So I would be opening this in a new VS Code and would be deleting that. Okay. So okay. So we have the .git folder over here. cd dot git. So we already have all the commands. Again, getting back towards the index.html file. So I would be typing hi there. So again, going back towards this, so you can see like a change have been committed. Like where the change have been committed, like I have changed hi to hi there, along with the exclamation mark. So getting back towards the terminal, so I would be typing git add dot that represent the all the files that are being changed. Enter. Again, that is being our checkpoint is created. Again, I would be committing that git commit along with updated index HTML file, hitting enter. That represent one insertion, one deletion, matlab one line change and one line is being deleted. So git push. So now every time I don't have to enter -u along with it, I have already defined the origin as well as the remote. So I just have to enter git push and hit enter. All the files that are being changed, so that being transferred to the main document. So if I click on this index.html, so you can see hi there. Initially it was hi. And again, you can click on this commit. You can see over here. So that represents all the history till now at which point I have changed the code. So initially added index.html and added readme, and the next one is updated index.html file committed 42 seconds ago. Initially I would be opening this file, so that represent in in which file I have done the changes, and in the next file at what instance I have done the changes. Like I have removed this file, this line, and added this line.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was the basic scenario of how Git works while committing
Yeah.
our changes.
So that's primarily the target of the bootcamp now, since we are really moving into the core fundamentals of web technologies. So with that, I will hand over to Raghav, who will be starting off with HTML. Over to you, Raghav.
Yeah, thank you, Shivay, for the introduction of today's module, as well as describing how we will be proceeding with our development part. And again,
Yep.
today's session will be mainly covered with the hands-on experience, like how it will be building up the projects in real with a real experience. And again,
Yep.
in this module, so we would be covering HTML as well as CSS. So guiding you towards like the introduction to HTML. So basically, you from the earlier stages itself within our school. So we have studied about HTML. So it's basically a hypertext markup language. So it is basically used for like writing up the web pages, giving structure to it, and again displaying information, and again displaying it to user. But as per our earlier or prior life, so we just only have developed all those application and we have just stored it to ourselves. We can only view that data from that HTML page, but no other user can view that. Again, except the local computer that we are using. So hence, that's why this session is meant for all that gathering up knowledge from our prior, and along with this new knowledge that we would be getting from these sessions and modules, and again applying that to our real experience and creating the real-time projects. And definitely that will build a strong resume. So you can, if you have an interview, so you can show to the companies like what projects have you built, and etc. So again, we have the HTML. We would be covering that. That would be the basic structure of how a web page would be looking like, and again, CSS that would be styling a web page. And again, I would be like defining you what is the difference that we have when we do not style our HTML pages. Again, continuing with the tree structure. So basically, how we write an HTML code is like we define a tag, and in between that we have some textual based information, so that definitely forms a tree structure. So by what tree structure mean is like you can see this code base that is being written. So initially we have the HTML tag over there, so that represent the whole document that we have written is an HTML document, again followed by a head tag. So each and every tag that is represented over here, we can compare it to a node of a tree. Like we have a trunk, we have branches, and we have leaves. Leaves, you can define it as the last uh, tag of HTML that contains all the information and the previous branches that are there again. So that holds those leaves. So basically, each and every the tag that we are using here, so that is represented and contain numerous various type and numerous number of tags within it, and numerous number of information that is being stored as well as viewed to the user. So according to this, so we have created an HTML tag denoted by this HTML block. Again, we have two tags. So we have first one is head tag. Again, the head tag is end there. So neglecting this brown part, so we will be continuing to this blue part. So blue part represent a simple tag represented by this head block, and again where it's end. So the next tag that would be written over beside that. So that tag would be a sibling tag. So initially we had written head, and the sibling tag would be body. So for example, like we have parent, and parent give birth to a child. So the parent would be, so HTML is a parent and head is a child of HTML tag. And again, if you have any sibling, so you can compare these two with this tree structure. If a parent has two child, so the child are sibling of each other, and again they have a common parent. So inside the head tag we have another child. So we have the title that represent the title of the whole HTML document above the browser that we see. And again, I would be demonstrating all of this in coding environment that we would be using. And again, we have the body that contain again the information that is being displayed over the DOM or the web page, through which the user can see up the information. Like if you type google.com, so everything you see it, within the web browser itself, it is contained within the body tag. So again, moving back towards what we will be covering, so we would be explaining about different tags, element, and how they will be used within the HTML tag. Again, we would be covering the SEO part, search engine optimization, along with web accessibility. So I would be defining all this thing within the coding environment. So let's get started with the first session of HTML. Then we would be proceeding with how we will be styling the web page through CSS, cascading style sheet. Yeah, thanks, Shivay. So basically, what we have covered yesterday is like setting up the coding environment that we will be using as of now. And again, in that, I have introduced you with some of the extension that. So basically, we will be using a Visual Studio Code editor for typing up our code. So that is basically will look like this as per you will be that can be visible over the screen. And again, you have to download some of the extension that would make a developer life much more easier. So basically heads toward this extension tab. So that would be found on the left panel. So just by clicking on that, so we will be searching for extension like the first one is HTML code snippets. So heads upon to this icon HTML snippet and download this. So basically it is all the just by installing, clicking on the install button, so it is already being downloaded and available within the VS Code editor. And again, just click on close. And so I would be starting with from scratch. So basically what it helps is by just pressing the exclamation mark. So basically we have a bunch of option that is being provided by this extensions. So basically the first one is like just by pressing the exclamation mark, and an intelligent pop-up would appear, and by clicking enter. So we have two options whether to have this three exclamation mark, but I will go with first exclamation mark that denotes the full HTML boilerplate. Just by entering that, so we will be getting this HTML boilerplate that is visible over here. So this doc type represent the Chrome browser. Like we would be now write the type of the document is HTML. So we would be handling all the stuff within this file as an HTML. So again, as you can see, like all the HTML page or the web page would be start as per the HTML tag that denotes we will be starting an HTML documentation or document. And again, we have specified the language. Again, it can be English. And again, there are certain language that have for by default it is the all the languages are written from left to right, but there are certain language that are written from top to bottom or right to left, like Arabic or any other any other language. So basically proceeding with the next tag, that is head tag. So this head tag actually is not visible over the browser, but this title tag is visible over the at the top of the browser that display what is the title of the this index file. So if I write Scalar Academy Bootcamp, so just by click on save. So if you can see, like these HTML tags are self-aligned to as respect to this document, and that have some spacing and tabs between that. And so that is again done by another extension. So that's defined earlier also, but again for this, so just click on just type prettier. So this is the prettier code formatter again for reference how to get it installed within this. So we have to particularly follow two steps to uh, run it within the code editor. So you can refer to the previous video, or Shivay, you can also like paste up the link within the YouTube comments, or you can pin it within this chat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so awesome. So followed by again referring to this title tag. So this title represent the title of the browser. So if I run this index.html within the browser, so it will be uh, like I would be opening Scalar module 2 and again index.html. So how it would be visible, like if you can see above the browser window, so you can see the title over here, like Scalar Academy Bootcamp. So the title within the head tag would be visible over the main browser tab, so representing what is the title of this page. And again, each and every page can have a different title defined by this title tag. Again, we can change this, and followed by we have some meta tags over here. So we would be describing it in the SEO session that I will be defining it after explanation about different type of tags that we will be using. And again I would be describing out the web accessibility. So followed by a body tag. So this is the main tag that define this body. Like if you can see this white screen over there. So this is the main body that all the information would be contained within it. So defining by the first tag, like we have some headings to define heading of any paragraph or sections. So starting with heading tag, so we have H1 tag that represent the highest font size that can be defined within this HTML. So this is the biggest font. Rather, we can have much bigger font by defining it through CSS, but by default, initially it have a particular font size. So it's basically two. Uh, so like defining by a simple heading tag. So we have heading tags from H1 to H6. So as we go, as we increase the number from H1 to H6, H2, H3, H4, H5, so the font size get on decrease. So like as per small this. So as per this example, so this is the H1 tag and this is the H6 tag. If I just zoom it out, so you can see the difference between this. So font size is the smallest, and in this, the font size is much bigger than like the H6 tag, and again followed by H2, 3, 4, 5 tags. And the next tag would be representing how we add a paragraph. So in this paragraph, so I would be writing some text. So again, I have typed in lorem. So lorem, and I can see this instance in within the intelligence. So basically, by entering this, so I would get a particular paragraph already written within it, and again that represent a simple uninformative text just to add a paragraph. So this text does not have any information, but yeah, if we want to check it out, so how a text would be visible over the screen. So again, we write this type of lorem paragraph. So defining this paragraph tag. So just by refreshing, so a paragraph to
Raghav, can
have.
you increase the font in the VS Code?
Okay, yeah. So is it good or
Yeah, I think now it's fine.
great? So like I can disable this explorer. Yeah, so following by some other text, so we have some uh, unordered list, like to define a particular list. If you have seen any list within a particular web page, so a small bulleted style lists are visible, or you can see 1 to 3 listing are there. So that is basically if there are two tags to define that. So UL tag and OL tag. So UL basically define an unordered list like bulleted style. If either it can be a circle, it can be a disk, or it can be a square type of thing. That is defined by a UL tag. Or ordered list or OL tag define a numbered list, whether it can be in Roman like I like I like this, representing at 1 to 3, or it can be 1, 2, and 3, or it can be A, B, C, like this. So basically, we have this UL and OL tag for defining a list. So, for example, if I want to define a particular list, so I would be writing a UL tag along with followed by a LI tag. LI tag means I would be listing some item, list item tag. So I would be listing an item within this UL tag. So item 1 followed by item 2, again by click on save. So we have this bulleted style information represented over it, and again if I convert it to the OL tag, so we have this numbering type of thing in front of that. So again, if I want to list any item, so it have a proper structure while defining. So initially we have to define a parent tag ULL or OL, and then we have to list the item that is represented within a particular list, so that a particular pre like a bulleted style list or a number could be appeared before the item that is that is to be displayed, again followed by another tag like we can also create tables. So defining by like I can give it a name like name class. So defining this as, so initially, if we want to create a table, so we initially have a table tag to represent or start a table. Like it would contain the total width as well as the size of the table, along with number of rows and number of columns in it. The TR represent the row, basically a vertical or horizontally defined row. And again, in the horizontally defined row, we have some particular columns within it. So that is defined by the TD tag. So again, The table represents the whole table that we want to create a table. Again, the table is divided into number of rows that contain separated data of a user. The first row contain like the heading, the second row contain the data of the first user, then the second row contain the data of the second user. And again, in each section, so we have a number of columns within it. For example, we have name, we have class, so defined by the TD tag. So basically the full form of it is table row, tr tag, and table data. So I can write it as, so to add a comment within it. So basically we have this open angle bracket, then followed by an exclamation mark and followed by two hyphen sign. And again for closing, so we have two hyphen sign and a closing angle bracket. So basically a comment can be defined. So this is uh, table data tag, and the above one is table row tag for defining up the rows. So again, we can create a new row for define another data, and we would be representing. So basically, we can represent it as the first one is name. So I would be write Raghav, and my class is first. And again, I would be define the second row for the column, and then again Shivay. So the class is second. And again, when I click, go back to the browser and hit refresh. So basically a table create over here that have a specified row and column. So if you can see over there, so no border is given over here or no padding or something. So basically after a particular version, so the W3 consortium, W3C, basically the whole web as a group of people that define sets of instruction. So how we would be defining a tag, so they have removed all the borders as well as styling from the table tag. So we explicitly have to give all the styling through the css. So basically if I want to create a border, so I have to define this, uh, like we have to create an order. So you can neglect this styling as I'm writing as per now. So basically I would be defining at TD. I would give a border of 1 pixel and solid as well as a color of black. So defining it as, so you can see our table have been created along with this is the table heading. And again we have two rows that contains the table data. Again, we have different terms to define that, to define table heading. So basically it is, if I want to define a particular table heading, so it should always start as T head. So basically there are much, like it's a very vast concept to describe all the table, but as per this module, as we are all beginners, and we are just having a start to understand how we would be like designing our web page and showing the information along with some functionality that we would be covering in next module. So we can end this uh, tag over here. And again we have some other tag like uh, if you sign up at any of the platform, so basically they ask up your information, so they are defined by a form tag. So form is nothing but you like type all the data within a form followed by some input tags. So the input tags contain many types. For example, a button, it can be a button, small button, like over which we can click. We can define some uh, event listener to it, like on click, on hover, or something. So what function it would be defined when I click on the button, or it can be a simple textual information input. Like if I want to get a text, so basically a text box would appear in this. And at some time we have a particular like there is another tag to have spacing between these table as well as form. So that's called break line. So br tag, simple br tag. So basically that define a particular that creates some spacing between the element that's being defined over here. So wherever I define this br tag, so a space is created. And again, so input is visible over here. And if I want to display some information like what this input would be containing. So I would be typing it as placeholder, like enter name. So placeholder define a particular text that's only visible to the user when the input box is empty. Like if I refresh, so the input box defines enter the name. So if I start writing, so this that enter name would be automatically disappear as soon as the user start typing it within the text box. And if the text box is empty, and again, so enter name would be again will get again visible. So again, we have the type text as well as number to define all the numbers. So in this number field, we cannot enter any uh, alphabets or symbols except this minus symbol, as there are negative number too, and also we can add this plus symbol for denoting the like the number of the mobile number or phone number. And again, we have this iterator along with it, uh, through which we can definitely have or upgrade or degrade the number from this. So this is basically the web accessibility. So if my keyboard is not like typing is not working properly, so I can use the mouse to increment the number. But again, if I have my mobile number, so that would be a tough step to like increment the number to tens and thousands of places. So like neglecting this. So again, we have some checkboxes, radio buttons, and much more. So you can definitely have we have these many options within the type. So we have the range, radio, password, month, number, and many much more field for determining each data type that we want to enter within this input field. So again, checkbox represent that tick checkbox. Again, radio buttons are circle type of things that we can click on it. And again, for uploading a file, so we use a file input tag. And again, so input is a tag that is defined over here, and these types are the attributes. This type placeholder are attributes of input. Attributes are nothing but some special functions that is being typed in it, so that to create some special functionality of that input tag. If I want to update that, and again, so followed by, so I think we have a basic introduction about how the text will be looking like and how we can how we can use different tags within it. So there are other bunch of tag that can be again find useful over it. So the basic tag that we would be using will be a div tag. So div is nothing but a division that we will be creating a simple division that contains a particular set of information. So our division does not have any styling. So basically, if you can see over here, these tags. So basically, these tags again represent some type of styling within it. So that these tags are have a predefined style. So we can also change this style to add at any instance. But again, to the div tags are the most flexible uh, division, uh, the most flexible tag within the HTML that we will be using. So div tag just represent a particular set of block in which information is written. Like this tag will contain information. So yeah, again, I would be commenting these all. Uh, and yeah, cool. So refreshing that, so this tag will contain information. Now proceeding with the next, uh, like the SEO and the web accessibility. So SEO means the search engine optimization. So as soon as you create a particular web page or website, web application, so you need to define the browser as well as the search engines like our website is live on a platform like www.raghavdhingra.com. If I made a website, so I have to determine like my website should be available when the user typed in the Google search field. So as I type Raghav Dhingra and click on enter, so basically the search result should be visible over the web page. So as soon as you deploy your website, the search Google does not know that your website is live or your website is present. So basically you have to perform some extra step to determine to let the Google servers know like my website is active. So as soon as I type Raghav Dhingra, so my website is there, my GitHub account, and everything is visible over here. Yeah. So again, so that how we can determine this SEO of the web pages. So basically, that are defined by the meta tags. So again, we can comment this selling, and that's again determined by this meta tags. So what meta tags define is these meta tags are not available on or not visible over the screen, but these are definitely be helpful for the search engine to have some of the information. Like we have this meta tag again with the name of viewport that determine how the viewport would be looking like, how the initial scale, like if this initial scale determine like when I open my website, what should be the scale of the web page, whether it should be expanded or collapsed. We can change the size with this uh, changing the number, but generally it should be 1.0 to determine like the every text should be aligned within the particular width along with the viewport that we have. Viewport is nothing but the width of the desktop that we are using or the width of the browser that we are using. Again, we do have some extra tag that determine like again by going towards the Google example. So you can see over here. So hey there, I am Raghav Dhingra. So this is the description. So we can determine this by entering name as description and the content as hey there. So I have written this within my application, so that's why the description information is visible over here. And again, this is the content title. So again, the meta tags, we can define the meta tags over here for the title, and the title would be visible over here. And now uh, so this is the part of search engine optimization, and there are also other. This is a particular field of web development in which basically the websites are optimized according to the search information. So if I have searched over the Google servers, so basically there are too many pages over there. So ranking the page at ranking my web application at the first page of Google search. So that's basically the search engine optimization. So optimizing my all web application that can be set within the Google search page at the first. So there are some specific tag like adding an alt attribute to an image or something. So there are many much various steps to determine the SEO. And again, proceeding with the web accessibility. So we have a bunch of options like what if a user keyboard is not working, as I have shown you. A counter type of thing within the input box, or what if the mouse is not working, so how that they would be controlling that. And again, we have some concept like area. So if this is the some of the area attributes or tag. So basically these are defined within the tag HTML tags to determine whether that can be accessible through keyboard or mouse or not, or how that can be used. And again, if a user have a color blindness, so how the content would be visible. So it should have a proper contrast. Again, along with if I cannot read small font, so the font should be visible, and that can be like a font size could be increased or decreased according to the user. So that's basically the web accessibility. And again, if a person is blind, so they uh, a web application should have a certain kind of step like having a hearing aid or something that can read out the sentences or the information that is being present in the application. So that's basically the web accessibility, providing accessibility to each and every sets of user, whether they are disabled or not. uh, and disability can be any certain type, whether it can be hands or it can be eyes or ears or something. So making web accessible to everyone, so that's nothing but web accessibility. So again, we have completed this topic, and uh, yeah, so moving towards, now we are in the next session of covering the CSS. So basically introduction about the CSS is nothing but CSS stand for cascading style sheet. So this is the simple definition. So here cascading means if I apply styling to a particular element, if I apply styling to this body element, so cascading means the styling would be applied to the child element also. So if I applied like the color of the body should be red, like the text color, font color of the body should be red. So all the tags that are contained within the body, so that color would be of the color of this div also would be of red color. For example, like, so if I type as color as red, so if I typed color, font color as red, so again going back towards the main example. So click on this, refreshing the page. So the text is red in color, but I have not defined the styling to this division. But again, the styling have been applied. So that's what cascading means. So the term is derived from the functionality of how it will be performing to a HTML page. So we have the cascading style sheet. So the style sheet is nothing but styling a particular HTML document that we would be defining, that would be containing some information. Yeah, so next step would be determining. So ho- like the box model of the document. So basically how we structure a particular element uh, within the document is nothing but we determine it as a box model. So model is nothing but a rectangular type of division that is being created. So heads upon towards the uh, developer console that I have covered in the previous session. So just click on this three dots, then hover over more tools and click on developer tools. So basically that opens up a particular tab on the right side, or you can change this by clicking on again on this below three dots below this, and again you can select this particular, whether you want to exclude this from the browser or you have to align this on the left side or the bottom side. Again, that's totally up to you. Again, I have shifted this to the right side, and again just head towards this element tag. So this element tag determine what is the code that I have written within the HTML document. So this is the code that I have written. Along with it will also contain some of the comments. So basically this is the main tag, so div tag. And if you see over here, if you click on body, so initially we have this orange box. Orange represents some, orange represent padding. So this body have some padding, so heads over towards uh, just expand this, and so I can enlarge this tab. So heads up over to the styles tab below it, and again just click on a particular tag. So if I click on div, so it display div with some CSS style. So it have a CSS style of display block. So as I've told you, it has the most common, this is the most commonly used tag while defining or determining a web page. Again, by using different type of tags, so we have a different sets of SEO as well as web accessibility already available within the tags. So we does not have to explicitly define each and every functionality if we are using div. So by clicking on the body tag, if you can see over here, so we have determined the color of the text as red. So again, we can also change this by any color, and that can be visible over here. So again, I have selected black. Again, the color is black, and also I can select the color from this picker tool, as this is white color, and the hex and other values can be visible through this tool. So basically, having the developer tools handy will be very efficient and effective while developing our application. So basically, changing the color back to red. And again, this style tab contains each and every information that all and have all the style that is already available within that tag that we have used. If I remove this color tag, so basically I will untick or uncheck this box. So basically the color is again by default reverted to the black color, that is by default black color, and again the background is white. And again we can see this margin by default the body has a margin of 8 pixels, but we can reduce change it back by defining it as margin and 0. So again you can check the difference. Like, uh, if I untick this margin, so by default the margin 8 pixel would be applied, and if I check this box, so margin 0 will be applied, so there will be no margin, and the text would be directly attached to the side of the window or the side of the browser. And again, now we are talking about the box model. So just scroll down a little bit below this style tab, so you can see this block over here. So this is nothing but this is the basically a box model. So how our tags are defined. So basically a tag contains the content window. Content is nothing but how much space it is the tag is taking. So basically, again clicking on this div element, again it is taking a width of 794 pixel along with the height of 18 pixel over here. And again we have a padding, border, and margin. So these four are the common parameters that define a particular web page or a tag. And again in this division we will be creating and adding information to it, and we will be adding styling to this. And again, if for example if I add I want to add some margin to it, so I will be adding margin of 10 pixel. So again you can see over here a margin of 10 pixel has been added. So you can see a orange box covering toward the content, so that determine the margin that it would be taking. So the next would be I would be creating a border of 5 pixel of solid, and the color would be green. So this is the border, and again you can see I have created a border with 5 pixel of width, and again that is being created over the four sides. We can also change the side if I want to only want to have a border at the top, so that would be created at the top. So I would be writing it as border top and clicking on enter. So only a top border would be given over here. So I want to have the border at all four ends. Again, I would be adding some, so it would be margin, and I would be adding another property as padding as 10 pixel. So again, the padding would be visible in light green in color. So I can change the color from red to blue, let it be blue. Okay, blue represent the border and padding represent the green end. So basically what is the difference between padding and margin is both denotes spacing between the contents, but again the padding denotes the spacing between the content as well as the border, and the margin represent all the spacing uh, beside border. Like we have the content from content till border. So we have, if we want to have some spacing between the border and content, so we will be using padding. And if we want to create some uh, spacing between different tags. So we would be using margin. Again, that would be totally dependent upon what type of styles or instances that we will be using. So again, determining by that. And again, we can describe this box model. Content represented by this blue screen, again padding by green, border by this orange, and border by this light yellow, and margin by orange. Again, going back to our slide, so we would be defining the types of CSS that we will be using. Again, defining by some of the CSS properties, and again we would be ending it by some animation, cool animations and responsiveness. So how we would be making it responsive from like how it would be visible over the desktop as well as uh, the device as small as small mobile phones. So again, uh, just give me a moment. Yeah, so determining by I would be hitting refresh. So again, my code is back to style. I would be so we can make a new file. So it would be rename as previous.html. Again, I would be creating a new file as index.html. So you can neglect this step. Again, I would be hitting exclamation mark and hitting enter for creating a particular HTML boilerplate code. So we have Scalar Academy Bootcamp. And again, I would be creating a div tag. So basically, there are different type of CSS in through which we can add styling. So basically, the first one is inline CSS, as you can see over here. So for determining inline CSS, so we have a particular div tag. So that contains some information like hello world and hitting save. So I would be just maximizing this window. So for easy understanding. And again, I would be adding a simple background to it. So attribute known as style. So I would be writing style to it. And again, I can determine different set of CSS property to it. And starting by, I want to give a background color of blue. And again, I can determine different sets of property to it, followed by exclamation mark. So basically, we have the CSS property followed by a colon symbol that represent it is basically the property followed by the value along with the exclamation mark that denotes the property has been ended. So we can type another property to it. So basically, I would be adding a color. I would be giving a color of white. Again, by clicking on save and hitting refresh, so a background is being given over here, like with a background of blue and the text color is white. So if I again go on this div tag, so we have the background color blue and color white. So the again the next type of CSS would be the inline CSS. So I can determine this by creating a new style tag. So what this child tag does is, so we explicitly have to define like the tag that we are using. So we have this div tag. So if we want to add styling to a particular tag, so we just have to type the name of the tag. So basically we can create our own tags like ABC, and we can give style to it, like ABC should be looking like this. And again, we can shift this everything to that uh, style tab. Again, uh, I have created a style tag. Within it, I have defined a particular uh, tag name along with some CSS property that I would be applying. So background hyphen color for determining the property, and along with the value, and same with color. Color represent the font color, and the background color represent what the background it would be looking like. So basically hitting on refresh. So again, uh, I have created a new element. So by default, the display would be inline. So I have to explicitly define display as block. display block mean it would be taking the whole width of the window. So again, clicking on enter, saving it and pressing, clicking refresh. So it would be taking the whole space. Again, this white space that you can see, so that is coming from the body. If you can see over here, so 8 margin is already available by default. So that that content that we are writing should not be like touched with the sides of the screen. So basically, again, maximizing it. So again, back to the div tag. So the next would be creating a external CSS file. So by clicking on this new file, so I would be writing a new file name as, you can type any of the name. So main dot ag- is again succeeding by extension of dot css. Again, hitting enter. So a new file would be created and named as main.css. Again, by going on index.html. Uh, Again, I would be removing all this stuff and I would be adding this to the main.css. But again, going back to the browser and hitting refresh, no CSS style would be visible as we have not linked this main.css file to our uh, HTML file. So basically, we have to link these two files to each other in order to get all the properties within the main CSS file to index.html file. So how we can do this is by entering within this head tag. So we can type link, uh, link, again giving a reference to it, href, so where our file is present. So our file is currently present in this current folder, so I would be writing dot slash mean current folder, and the main file is, I would be writing the whole name of the file, so main.css. Again, proceeding with by and slash, and again I would be closing this link element, but still this have some defect in it. Again, by going back to the HTML page and hitting refresh, again nothing happened as we have linked the main.css file, but we have not explicitly defined what this file contains. So we have to define the data type of this file. So basically, I would be writing rel. Rel mean relevance. So what this main.css file contains? So it contains a style sheet. So hitting save and again. So it's not currently linked with. So it's the module 2, and we have style sheet present over here. So we have in.css and enter. So we get this. So again, okay, so we have this link tag displayed as display none. Okay, So I think we can neglect this external CSS link. So maybe there can be a problem with my browser, as it is not, rather it is the same syntax that we are visible over here. But yeah, this is the main tag that you will be using with along with the same syntax. So in order to create a particular external file link, uh, okay. So why it is not linking is I have not changed the ABC to dev element. Okay, now it's changed. So it's my fault. That was a funny fault that I've not seen. So basically, the name should be same as that of the tag that we are using. So basically, if I remove this relevance tag, again refreshing. So again, we have to determine this link tag along with some reference like what that CSS style would be containing. And again, that contains a style sheet, and that tag is a div tag. And we have determined this div tag and we have given style to it. But if the name of the tag is something else, so again, as per this session, so I was also concerned about this. Like, it is the common concept of using that, but how it is not working if I added link that file to it. So basically, the name of the tag should be same as that we have defined in the CSS file. So that was a bit funny moment for me. And again, uh, now we will be coming to the CSS properties. So we would be having some different property, like if I would be defining different div, like this is hello world, how are you? So I have determined this style.css. I have given a div element and determined two divs along with it. And again, if I refresh to it, so it defined two division with content of hello world along with how are you. And I would be changing the color to white, so it can be clearly visible. So I would be adding some margin to it along with 10 pixel, so that these two div can be separated from each other. And again, uh, the margin is being given. So margin is already like given to all four sides. So if I want to add a margin to a particular side, if I want to add margin only on top, so I would be adding margin top to it. And again, by refreshing the page, so only margin top is added to the division. If you can see over here, all orange like background is only visible over the division. So only margin top is given and as same as that of div element that we have used. Now separating, we have separated these two divs through margin. And again, I don't want to change the color of the second div. So what I do is I explicitly define a particular attribute known as class. So class determine a set of uniquely identified tags. There can be multiple tags with same class name. Like I want to add uh, back view. So when I use this class, so in CSS, how we determine a class is starting with by a dot symbol, following by the name of the class name that we are using. So it's back view, and again followed by we have given the specific sets of instruction that we are using. So I have saved this, and again, when I refresh it, the first tag that you can see over here, so that have been given all these three properties, but the second div tag does not have not been given the same property. If you can see over here, so back view have this background color, and margin top, but again the second div does not have anything. So if I define this class name to this division, again the same properties are applied to it. Yeah, so the second property is nothing but declaring some IDs. So basically we use ID with majorly with JavaScript. So ID is nothing but how we compared class to ID is uh, IDs are uniquely identified tags, but classes are, they are uniquely identify set of tags. Like we can have multiple tags with same class, but we cannot have multiple tags with a same ID. Rather, if we put the same ID with two tags, like it can be like uh, test ID. This same name cannot be this name cannot be same across all over the this index.html file. Whether if we give this particular attribute, this index, this ID as test ID, we can change this CSS styling through this ID, but through JavaScript we cannot change the properties to all the IDs that is being determined within the particular file page. So what I am telling is will be defined in the next module of JavaScript. So in this, so basically we would be testing how the ID would be different from CSS, and how classes, and how CSS preprocessor, basically how your CSS code will be compiled and display in the web browser. So basically giving this ID to it. So I will be giving declaring an ID as a hash, and again starting with the test ID that would be having the background color of red. So now here is the twist come that I would be showing you, like how CSS preprocessor would be working. So if you can see over here, so I have given this with uh, the class name backblue along with a test ID. So if I have defined an ID toward particular division, so it have a higher priority toward classes. So that's why the background color remain the same. If I change this background color from blue to green, it does not affect, as we definitely have the background color of red. Along with we have uh, explicitly defined that it has an ID. So ID has a higher priority, and hence the background color will be same as that of that we have defined within the ID. And again, if we define this ID in the div tag, so again the color would be changed of this tab also. But again, I was comparing this as per the JavaScript. You cannot point to a particular div with same ID. Only the first div that is being processed through the JavaScript. So this div would be only handled through JavaScript. So again, clearing this out. So now, what if I have given two classes with like back blue and back red again? So here's the twist come. So this is the main scenario that you would be looking to also. Like if uh, the black would be blue and back would be red. Red. So checking again the class names. So again it would be red. So going back towards the initial scenario, so we can see the background color is being changed, is being taken as this back red. But why? Here comes the first scenario. What if we change this class name? Uh, like if I have written back red at back, so maybe it will be taking the properties that is present at end of the class name. So again, if I hit refresh, but it is again taking the red background color. So what is our mistake? So I want to give a background color of blue. The back red should not be uh, disturbing that back blue. So again, the answer is what how CSS preprocessor work is. It render this, it take all the property, it set to a particular element. But if another class is applied to the same division, and if it is below that, like if back I have written this back red class below this back blue class, so the all the properties that is already being defined to a particular division, so that is being overridden by the new properties. If I again copy this whole CSS property and back red class and I just copy and paste it above the back blue class and hit refresh. So again, the CSS preprocessor would be handling it like this, like the background color red would be given to this division, and again while processing all the CSS style.scss CSS file, so it would be considering this also. So it would be overriding the current background color with the new one. So the background color turns from red to blue. So this is the main scenario, and again the classes with uh, classes at the end of the CSS file have the higher property as that of the above class, and again the second is the IDs have the higher priority than classes. So again we have the concept of inline styles. So inline style have the highest priority among all of these three. So that determine our, like if I want to give a background color of aqua, so the color change from blue to aqua. So again it has the highest priority than the IDs too. So the next step would be like using the important keyword. So again, for overriding a particular class name, if I don't want to override this blue, override this whole CSS file or CSS property that is being defined below the file. So I would be writing it as, if I want to determine this, the background color should be definitely red, irrespective of uh, whether it is containing at below the file or above the file. So I would be writing it as exclamation mark followed by important keyword. So if I click press save, and again if I hit refresh, so again CSS property have given importance to the property that we have defined along with the term important. So the background color with the value of red have been termed as the of the higher priority, and the background color does not change from red to any of the color. So basically we does not use important as we use the basic concept of CSS, like defining the class name and the property at below of the file to determine the priority. And again, like following by we have defined the CSS property. Now we will be coming towards the animation part. So this is the main and interesting part that we would be looking like. So how we can animate within the web pages. So again, I would be creating a simple animation and I would be describing so how it would be looking like. And again, following by with a simple animation that we would be looking towards, like changing of the background color at constant speed. So I would be determining, like I would be changing a background color from red to blue. So I would be defining a class of animation one. Again, I would be declaring this same class name as to this class as animation one. So again, this, so the class name does not have any styling yet, but I would be declaring it as background color of to red. Again, also want to change the color of it to white. Now, yeah, so we would be declaring an animation. So how we can declare the animation is, it should definitely have two instances. Like initially it would be starting with the animation name, along with it have, sorry, it have a total of 6 different phases, like to define an animation. Initially it should have a animation name, so how the animation would be working and how it would be transforming from one state to another. So initial step would be like I would be defining an animation name as uh, color change, and the next would be the duration of the animation. I would be keep it as 1 second. So neglecting the other properties that the animation property have. So I have just defined the animation name as well as animation duration. So I would be typing it as the next step is defining this particular animation name. So I would, there is a particular keyword name as keyframe. Initially, starting by entering the @ symbol, followed by a keyframe. So I would be entering an identifier. Identifier is nothing but the name of the animation. So I would be writing the color change. So this name should be same as that of we have defined it at this animation property. So there are two instances. Either we can type it as from and then to. So we can determine a number of properties like we have the initial background color as red and we want to change it to background color to blue. So this is the most common like animation that we can do within this application. So the background color is changed from red to blue at an instance of 1 second, and again after completion of the animation, it automatically convert back to this background color. So if I type it as green, so again refresh. So again the color is red to blue, and again it transform back to the initial background color. But if I want to keep the color as the last step, so what I do is add a forward to it. Forward mean like it should be stopped as soon as the animation end, and the background color should not change. So again going back to that. So our animation background color changes transition from red to blue, and the color stop till that point. Again, the next step would be determining along with the percentage. Like at 0%, the background color should be red, and till 100% at completion of the animation, so it should be at the background color of blue. And again we can determine endless number of percentage, so how the background color should change, like at 50%, at half time, how the background color would be. It should be like green, and the animation should be of at least of 5 seconds. So by hitting refresh, so the animation background color changes from red to green and then to blue till half time. And we can again control the speed by changing the percentage, or we can use a new metric known as animation time delays. It can be like we have different sets of property like ease in out, or we can we it basically use the concept of cubic bezier. So we have a bunch of value and it's a function. So you can definitely heads upon the bezier website, and you can determine how the speed and the flow would be flow of the animation would be changed from time to time. So this is the base concept of how we can uh, we can animate through it. And again, if I want to move that particular div from top to bottom, so I would be just typing it as transform translate. So basically transform is nothing but it creates a hidden axis, graph axis, as you have studied about the graph. So we have the x-axis, y-axis, as well as z-axis for 3D rotations. And if I want to just make a transformation or transition from on upon from top to left, like vertically, so I would be like defining it on the y-axis. So I want to transform it from 0 till 100 pixel. So again clicking on save and hitting refresh. So the transition start from 0 till 100 pixel. So the division again is being the transition is being again from top to bottom. If I want to have it on the x-axis, so from left to right, again it would be from left to right section. Again, this is the common uh, animation type of thing. So again, commenting this code out, and this also. So we would be having a responsiveness session over here. So again,
And just to make you understand, like what exactly is the responsiveness, that as the screen size increases or decreases, how your HTML file or your web application can adjust to the screen size. So as we know that each and every screen is of a different size. So how can we ensure that our application is still having the same kind of dimensions and based on the screen size, you're able to still see it, properly structured. So that's what we're going to be looking at now with the with the uh, accessibilities. Yeah, good.
Awesome, Shivay. Yeah, correct. And also, again, we have a different bunch of modules. So all the modules is being uploaded to this GitHub uh, repository as we have defined earlier. So we have the module one, we have all the recordings as well as the presentation slide already available over the repository on the Scalar Academy. And again, the link would be shared by Shivai either in the YouTube comments or live within the video. Or Shiva, you can pin it upon the screen again. So
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
it will be containing all the topics covered in the module one, and I would be uploading all the session as well as the recording of the video and what we have covered within the module two uh, in this repository again. So yeah, you can follow this repository if you want to have a reference to the previous modules. Again, going back to the previous one. So again, refreshing the page, I have created a div as hello world when hitting refresh. So yeah, it's visible. Like I have selected as I have clicked on the selection tool. So I have selected the div, and it would be pointing towards the div that is visible over here. And again, I would be giving a class of responsive. So basically, I would be demonstrating this how responsive would be working. And again, by clicking, I have entered the class name as responsive, and again followed by I want to give a height to it, like for example 300 pixel, and it should have a particular width. And again, determining by uh, I have determined the height. So like commenting this out. And you cannot obviously see the height of the division that is being created, but if you hover over the division, so you can see like the height of the div is 300 pixels. So again, going back, so I would be adding a background color so that it would be clearly visible, again along with the color red. So again, we have the background color of red, and I would be determining the color as white. And I will also increase the font size in order to check the hello world instance out. So font size would be like near about 60 pixel. So that's a bit big. Yeah, awesome. So I would be also adding padding so it would not be like attached to the screen. Awesome. So again, we have the bunch of property over here added. And again, I would be defining a particular width to it. So basically, the width should be at least 800 pixels. Again, this is the 800 pixel, or we can increase the size to 1200 pixel. So now it's perfect. So the width of the deviation is 1200 pixel along with the height of 300 pixel. So now here the word responsiveness come. So what if I want to reduce my screen size till uh, like let me again check that out. Again, I would be aligning that dock to below. And again, I would be clicking on this responsive toolbar icon. So this responsive toolbar definitely help us to determine the screen width. So initially the screen width is 1442 pixels. What if we reduce the screen size till like 1232 pixel? It's again a bit uh, right, as we can see. But if we reduce the screen size to 1000 pixel? So again, we can see over here, like we have the body, and we have determined the responsive as width of 1200 pixel with the background, and we have some font size. And what if we have a bunch of hello worlds written over there? We click on the refresh. So you can see over here, like my responsive tab is somewhat a bit tricky as compared to the last one. So if I reduce this, so you can see over here, like a scroll bar is visible. So a scroll bar should not be visible horizontally if we are at mobile. So no one want to see a scroll bar or something like to view all the content. So it should be definitely aligned. Like if I remove this width, so it should be the text should be automatically aligned according to the width of this screen. So as you can see, if I have not entered the width, so the text is automatically aligned. But if I entered the width, so basically a scroll bar would appear in order to have that maximum amount of width that is being already defined, that is 1200 pixel, along with the margin that we have added. Like we have added a margin of 10 pixel. So 10 pixel on either of the side, like 10 pixel plus 10 pixel. So the total width of the component or the division that we have used will be approximate equal to 1220 pixel. So 1200 plus 20 pixel, as on the left side the padding is also given, and as well as on the right side. And again we already have the margin of the body of 8 pixels. So basically we have a total width of 1236 pixels. So basically in order to make it responsive, so we have a bunch of scenario, like we can use media query along with it. So how we can determine that by uh, clicking on typing it at the rate sign, as we have done in determining the keyframes of the animation at the rate sign, proceeding it by media. So basically media mean all the screen width that we would be using. Screen means, so we have two sets of instruction. So our web page can also be printed by clicking on control P or command P. So basically you can save it as a PDF. So how it would be looking like within a PDF. So basically here the screen mean it, the property that would be defined within this would only be would only be referred to the screens, like the desktop or the devices, that would not be affecting any of the PDF formats or printed formats. So basically I've written screen, and I would be proceeding with the and symbol. So as to determine, I would be adding another property, combining with followed by a parenthesis. I would be writing max width followed by a colon. I would be determining the maximum width should be at least uh, 1300 pixel, as we have a total of 1200 pixels. So we have to calculate this uh, if we are determining width explicitly. In many of the case, and generally we does not determine width of the division, but in this case, as we have defined the width, so we will be calculating this. So 1200 plus 10 on either side, 1220 plus 8 pixels. So we have 1236, but combined, I will be taking a total of uh, like to determine, we can take we have, so let it be like 800 pixel, 800 pixel, and again, yeah. So that would be like I would be taking a maximum width of 1000 pixel. So the responsiveness would class would work as it is, but as we reach a maximum width like of 1000 pixel, so this class would be rendered. Else all the width that is below 1000 pixel, like 900 pixel, if we are taking, so we would be defining we would be explicitly defining the width of the responsiveness class. So I would be taking a width of 500 pixel. So again, I click on refresh. So as soon as the width reaches below 1000, so it will be taking a total width of 5 500 pixel along with the 10 pixel of padding that we have. Again, when we increase the size above 1000 pixel, so automatically it convert back to 800 pixel. So basically it defined the maximum width that we have to in order to uh, like execute these properties and along with these classes that we have. And again, so we have the responsiveness done over here. So we have the second property, like this is the maximum width, like till maximum to maximum 1000 pixel. So these property would be available, but below this, so we have the another property of minimum width. So we have defined at least, so that's like at most 1000 pixel my these property should be executed, but min width mean at least 1000 pixel should be there in order to execute these properties. So for example, if I turn my screen size to below 1000 pixel, so 800 pixel would be visible. But if I increase the size above 1000 pixel, so again increasing the size, so my width would be 500 pixel. So that determine, so at least it should be 1000 pixel in order to execute these property and the classes. And in this we have the maximum width of 1000 pixel. Uh, like below 1000 pixel these property would be executed, else we would be fallback to these property that we have defined without any media queries. So these at the rate media keywords are determine the media query, how we will be assigning different bunch of properties and stuff to our css. So we have a different concept for responsiveness. So whether rather these responsiveness are used if we want to update padding margin or something, some property, if explicitly, but generally we use some concept like display grid, as well as we have the second property as display flex. So we what display flex is, so basically it flexible it let me show you an example. For example, like we have a particular div. So basically, div contain take the whole width of the element. So we have hi, hello, and we have world. Again, when I hit refresh, so you can see over here. So hello is another div that is taking the whole width of the screen. Again, the world is another division that is taking again the whole screen, whole width of the screen. But what if I want to give these two div a flexible width? So I would be using display flex property. So what is it does is it basically determine it all the child element between this responsive class name. So that would be taking a flexible width. So again, hitting save and clicking on refresh button. So click on the selection tool. So you can see over here. So we have two division that is taking a flexible div according to the content that they have, along with and rest of the place have been emptied. So we can also perform some specific function to this uh, flexbox. So for example, like let me increase the screen font size to again to 60 pixel. Okay, so color would be the same. Again, yeah. So we have a bunch of space left over here. So we have some terms like if I want to align this hello at left end, and if I want to align world at right end, so it must have a separate division or separate tag in order to execute this functionality. So I would be typing justify content and space between. So it evenly separates the space between them and hello space between these two div. And if I want to equally aligned these two element and should be equally spaced, so it is spaced evenly. So basically the space between these elements would be even. But if I want to align this, having the space between them according to their widths. So space around. So the space is uneven, but in this, like the below space is more, but the left hand and the right hand space is less, as per like the spacing between them. The this div would be handling this space also. Like if it's a 10 pixel of space, so it would be having the same 10 pixel of space as on the right hand side. Again, with wall will be having the same exact amount of space at left hand side. Again, along with the right hand side of space. So basically combined, it would be a 10 pixel of space along with this content of determining any width along with this 10 pixel plus 10 pixel. So the total would be a 20 pixel of space, and along with on the right hand side, so we have the 10 pixel of space over here. So again, we have the next property of grid. So again, pushing toward the last property and the last section of the this module. So basically, grid is same as that of flex, but it is much more powerful. Like all these two property are most powerful while creating responsive designs. And again, the display grid is if you have seen a newspaper, so we have a different bunch of columns as well as row. So basically, grid is nothing but determining the whole web page and like separating each of the content along with uh, like creating some grids. If I want to create a particular grid on left hand side, and I should have a different bunch of column on the right hand side, so maybe I would be having a bunch of division tag and have a child tag iterated over that. But with the grid, I can easily define each and every section of HTML page, and I can separate them from each of the div uh, while not and like typing any like I will not be entering any uh, separated div text. So like introducing you with grid. So again, it would be you can determine this grid as this grid tab. So what is does is like it should have a template. So basically, I would be creating a template by determining as grid template column. So again, the value would be what, how much space the first element should take and how much space the second element should take. So basically, the first element should take 300 pixel and the second element should take 800 pixel, for example. So like let's suppose 500 pixel. So again, by checking that, so again by clicking on these grids, so basically the first have taken this 300 pixel and the second div has taken 500 pixel. So basically we can explicitly define how much space it would be taken, it should be given. And if I want to have a even space between both of the div, so what I do is like this is the basic base uh, symbol for determining uh, the grid spacing. So FR mean fragment. So it would be taking one fragment. One fragment means instance of a grid. Like it can be as small as uh, uh, the smallest content of the grid or as large as the rest of the amount. What I meant is by this is that this extension definitely depends upon the sibling elements. If the sibling element have the width total width of 300 pixels, so the first element that has been given the value of one fragment, one fr, so that would be taking the whole space. uh, if the second division have been given 300 pixels, so the first division would be taking the rest amount of space that is being left with them with inside the grid. So we definitely have a bunch of other properties too. We can also define templates around rows or along with column, combine that, and along with we can also define areas. So you can definitely we can cover these all these property in our upcoming sessions and modules.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, basically, what we'll be covering in the next session is that, of course, the idea behind this entire project is also to get you started with the project that we're going to be building. So, in the next session, we'll be covering the basics of JavaScript, how you can utilize JavaScript to, sort of change or make these HTML, CSS elements interactable. All of that can be handled with JavaScript, which is scripting language for the web, and we'll be also showing you live with a demonstration for the note taking application. So stay tuned for that. So Upendra is asking how the prettier is working.
okay, so explaining about the prettier. So basically, we have the extension tab over here. So get just type prettier over it. So we have a bunch of uh, other extension too, but this is my favorite one that basically format the code that we are writing. So basically, just install this extension from the marketplace that is available on the left panel of the VS Code editor. And again, by installing this, so you just have to go to settings. You can click on Control comma in Windows or Command comma in Mac. So basically, this is a two-step process. So basically, you have to define like when the formatter should be when the formatter should run, and the second step would be defining a particular formatter. So basically, I would be searching for a particular setting like save. So I want to run my formatter on save. So I can see format on save. So just click on this checkbox. So it would activate the formatter, and now I would be typing the format. So the default formatter would not be selected. So we have to explicitly define what formatter I would be looking for when I click on save. So I would be defining the prettier code formatter. So just by following these two steps, so you can install the code formatter.
Yeah,
And now what
and
code formatter do is like if I does not have any indentation or something and it is misaligned to the whole project. So by clicking on save, so it automatically add that indentation, and again it format all the tag that are defined above this so at once. So
yeah,
the code would be much more prettier than it was before. So that
yeah,
would be
because it
easily
comes with
understand.
inbuilt. Yeah, it comes with a lot of inbuilt languages support. So based on what particular type of file extension that you have, for example, it's a .js file for JavaScript, .html for HTML based files. It will figure that out, and it will based on the standards. So this is where we call the code indentation. That how well can you represent your code? It's mainly therefore, of course, it makes it easier to understand the code and also makes the code more readable. So you can use things like the prettier, and then we have a lot of other extensions that you can use. This is just one of the most common ones. So for today, we are going to be very specifically talking about an introduction to JavaScript. What are some of the like data types, keywords that you will find in JavaScript? How to basically include JavaScript as of basically in your HTML files, or if you're creating a web project. Then we'll be looking at DOM manipulation, which is really important. Then we'll be looking at some of the more in-depth concepts such as array objects, event listeners, that they are sort of correlated, and also some of the ES6 concepts as well related to web development. So with that, over to you, Raghav.
Yeah, thank you so much, Shivay, for the introduction as well as explaining all the content that we will be covering in this session. So basically moving towards, so today's session will be majorly focused on JavaScript, as well as we will be doing some hands-on session upon how JavaScript work in real time, and we will be creating some projects as well as we will be testing some of the function along with the developer tools. So that would be having on a live environment. So we will be proceeding with that in a little while. So before proceeding, so basically I will be telling you about what is JavaScript, and along with some fun facts about JavaScript. So basically, coming towards the JavaScript, so it is the basic functionality of for web development. Like it is basically used in the front end as well as we can use as a back end. And again, for the front end, we have a bunch of stuff. So basically, it defines how HTML document behaves. So if we just want to click on a button, if we have some listeners over there, or if we move the mouse pointer. So basically, everything that is functional, and again, we can a user can act upon it. So that is basically is being defined and done by JavaScript itself. So till now, like JavaScript is the most popular language and again the most used language. And according to the Stack Overflow stats of the last year, and again, almost every web developer is should have an essential skill of how JavaScript they would be using like. And again, the best part is it's a very lightweight language that we will be using upon. And again, that is that work in just in time compiled. That means like the code that we will be writing, so that would be executed within a browser, so basically at the time of execution. So it will not be compiled or run before or uh, in between. It will just compile and it will be executed when we want and when the browser wants. And again, as I've told, like it's the most popular language, and again it's used in front end as well as back end. And basically JavaScript, as the name suggests, so it's basically a scripting language. So that means the compiler read the JavaScript code line by line. So the instance that we have written above, so that would be read first and compile that, and then the line that or the code that we have written down, so it will be compiled further. So again, the important note is like in early 90s, so basically JavaScript does not have a particular name. So basically the initial name was Mocha. So that's a complete opposite of what JavaScript is now. And again, the names are changed uh, like a couple of times. So that's again written as LiveScript, and the initial name was given JavaScript when it is like broadly published in the web browsers. And again, and at the end of 90th 90s decades, so basically it has been the JavaScript uh, environment has been handed over to ECMA, ECMA Foundation. So basically MDN Foundation, the Mozilla Foundation. So basically they suggest all the changes, and they took over JavaScript and named it as ECMAScript. So basically the real name of JavaScript is ECMAScript according to the today's world. So again, the common term is JavaScript and the short term is JS. So that we would be writing upon. So these are small fun facts. And again, so how we will be using that JavaScript within the HTML file. So that's the main concern. Like we can write the JavaScript code, but how we can execute that within an HTML file or any other environment. So basically, we have three different ways to like carry upon with the JavaScript code. So the initial one is like using a script tag. So so I would be having a live demonstration how we will be using these three approaches, and I would be demonstrating that include. But for the reference purposes, so basically we have three ways. So initial we would be using the script tag, and the second one we would be using again using an external file JS like contributing all the code to an external JS file and then importing it as we do with the CSS one. So basically this again the CSS have the three parts how we can use CSS within our HTML document. Again, we can use either inline CSS style tag, or we can write an external CSS and then afterward link it to the main HTML document. So again, that whole structure has been explained in the module 2 that we have already done. And for this, so again we would be, the second point would be making an external file, and the third point would be like using inline JavaScript. So basically it's not like the previous instances, like we can define some there are some restriction when we are adding an inline JavaScript. So basically we have some event listener like on click, yeah, on hover or something. So basically we define that CSS within that particular inline element, and then we will execute that code. Again, we will be having a hands-on session of all these stuff. So in a while. So moving toward the next. So basically, so today's session will be more focused on the hands-on part. So we does not have a much theory part. And again, the JavaScript is a huge environment in which we can dive upon and we can learn too many stuff. But it again, the theory is too vast to explain in a single video. But again, we will try to cover as much as we can. So coming towards the DOM, so how the JavaScript work in the front-end environment is by like combining all the HTML document and all the CSS part in a single module called as DOM. So basically, a browser consists of the renderer area, the byte space in which the content is available. So that is nothing but DOM. That is again described by all the JavaScript. So basically, when we write a document, so we can control each and every part of it, and the tree structure that we have explained in the previous module, the module 2. So again, that is again worked in this DOM structure, and we can define any of the value, as well as we can define some functions and apply to it, and we can also manipulate some text button, or we can add some elements to it, we can create it, we can delete it, and again we can transfer the data from one place to another, we can handle the pages, and we can basically link to other pages. There are a lot of application as well as stuff that we can do with the help of JavaScript. So basically, that is all done by a single object model, that is DOM. So again, I would be explaining that, and we will be having an hands-on session upon the DOM, and we would be revolving around that. So again, going over the hands-on session that we would be performing. And again, the topics that we would be covering in this is like the data types, how there are different data types, and we will be creating some functions and then integrating how we can integrate JavaScript into the HTML file. And again, in uh, ex, uh, like exploring that part instance and having a DOM manipulation, how we can create and change, update different DOM or HTML tags that we used to create. And again, we will be having some uh, event listener applied to it. And at last, we will be having some concepts about ES6. So basically, the thing that I explained you about, so the ECMA script. So basically, that's nothing but that the short form is ES6. Oh, ES. And again, we have a different bunch of version along with it, uh, denoting by 1 2 3 4 5. So that the ES6 in 2015 basically, so there was a major change in the JavaScript, basically the module. So that's particularly defined as ES6, ECMAScript version 6 in 2015. So we have a bunch of concept along with some iteration over it. So we will be explaining all that in this hands-on session. So basically we have covered two modules till now. The first one is the simple Git intro, Git and GitHub session along with some developer tools, and along with some deployment of along with Git. And in second module, we have the introduction to HTML as well as CSS, and referred how we can link those documents, how we can work, and we can style the documents. And again, in this module, so basically that would be totally focused on JavaScript and how we can manipulate the HTML file as well as the whole document along with the JavaScript. So starting with the session, so I would be creating a simple HTML file, so named as index.html. Again, so you can neglect this one. So uh, we have a simple extension over here that already been explained in two previous modules. So basically, this is a Visual Studio Code extension named as HTML code snippets. So that basically helped me a lot in writing some code as well as boilerplates. So by just hitting the exclamation mark and by entering it, so I will be getting a boilerplate code. And so that's basically done by the HTML snippets. So I would be creating a simple div element with a name with a text hello in it. So uh, I would be running that in, so that's module 3. So I would be running it in the browser. So hello is written over it. So basically, before starting, so we would be having some introduction about what how we can use JavaScript, some basic terminologies and functions, how we can create arrays and different bunch of other data types. So basically, you can either go towards, like, just click on these three dots, then more tools, then developer tools, or you can press Control Shift and I to open developer tools. So this is the main tool that we will be using while learning about JavaScript. So basically, every browser have their own JavaScript compilers. So in this, we in the Chrome browser, so we have V8 engine that compile all JavaScript code into one. And again, so uh, we can execute every JavaScript each JavaScript code that we will be writing within the HTML document. So that would be executing within this console, and the response would be provided within this white space, or the content area, the main content area of the browser. So the basic uh, thing that we can do on this console is, like, if I want to like, the first thing that we do in every language is like print hello world. So basically in this console, so we will be printing a simple hello world. So that's done by, so by writing console. So console represent this particular instance that we have opened, and we want to print something. So print is nothing but logging something on a screen. So here the terms come as log. So we are explaining the console dot to log something. So what we will be writing, hello world. So here the hello world message come up. So basically you just have to be stuck on this message tab. So if you are on any other tab, like no error or warning tab, so the message would won't be appear. So that again happened in my module one. So I was in my no error tab and no message was coming up. So basically we have to be in the message uh, tab within the console, so all our message would be appeared. So again, when we have console the hello world, so this undefined has appeared out of nowhere. Like, I am not defined undefined to be consoled on, to print on the console. But again, what it define is basically each and every function that the JavaScript calls, so that have to return something. So the console.log that we have written over here, so that is not returning something. If what I mean by return is, so if the function is called and after the execution, so it should give a value or something like a simple number, string, or array, at least something. so that we can use that value and we can assign it to some particular variable. But this console.log is not returning something or not giving a particular any value. So that's why we are having undefined. And again, I would be explaining this the uh, in a while. So basically, this is a simple printing of uh, statement over the console. So the next part is like defining some variables. So the variables are defined by var keyword. Again, the var means simple variable, as the name suggests. So I would be having a simple variable name x, and so basically what it means is, so we are defining a variable. So here the variable is defined like var x. X is being defined and it has been given some memory within the memory space. So it is being declared, x is being declared, and now when we put equal to, we will be giving some value, like I would be giving one value to it. So now we have declared the value x and initialized x as the value of 1. So basically x has been given a value 1 to it. So when I click on hit enter, so again it is returning undefined. So basically we have again performed a function and assigning declaring a variable and assigning a value 1 to it, and again it is returning nothing. So that's why basically it is giving undefined, and we can see undefined over the console. So I can now I have declared a variable, and now I can use x at anywhere, any instance, or a point. Like if I want to print 1, so basically I would be writing console.log, and I would be so basically log is a function of console, and again I would be writing, rather than typing it explicitly 1, so I would be giving a variable over here. So just by declaring x over here, so 1 would be appeared. So that means x, the value 1 is being stored in x, and we have used x in a function. So that have returned us 1. And again, so if you have seen some pop-up that appear on the module, so basically that's the alert function. So again, if we want to alert something, or if we want to have a pop-up appear over the screen, over the browser, that denotes some error or some command that has to be done. So basically we can done with the alert part. So hello world again. So by clicking on enter, so this page say hello world. So this is nothing but a simple alert that we can show within the browser. So this alert function is available. These functions are available in each and every browser, and you can use. But the design can be changed and varied from browser to browser. But again, if we hit alert, so a pop-up would be appeared saying the term that we have written within that function. And again, so we have basically declared a variable, and also again, so we have declared a variable as x. So basically if I want to know what is the type of x, so basically I can write type of. If the screen is not visible, I believe like it's a bit smaller, so I can increase the text size. Yeah, I believe now it must be okay. So so till now we have done the console log, and again defined a variable along with initialization of the variable, giving the value x to 1, and again we have consoled that particular variable. So we have used variable in a function, and again we have used a lot function to display a pop-up. Now I want to get a type of a variable x. So by writing type of uh, followed by a space, then the variable name that I'm using. So it basically returned a number. So the type of x, variable x is a number, as we have declared. We have initialized the value of x as 1. So 1 is a number. So it has returned be 1. So if I so basically JavaScript is a flexible language. So we can flexibly we can typecast the value of x variable name from number to string as if you have studied about like if you have worked in Java or C++. So basically that restrict us to change the data type. So basically we have to again define a particular variable with another uh, data type, and again we have to explicitly define and typecast that variable and then convert it to another data type. But in JavaScript, again, this var means variable. It can store any value. Either it can be a number, string, array, object, function, boolean value, null, undefined. So basically we have a bunch of value over here. So that is particularly based in JavaScript, and again we can easily typecast from uh, one variable or data type to another. So basically, if I want to give a string to it, so we can easily write x is equal to followed by a parenthesis or a single parenthesis. So hello. So again, if I console dot log x, so it prints hello. And again, uh, so basically there is another data type. So I would be clearing the screen. And yeah, so basically you can clear the console by just writing uh, clear command, or just by hitting on this cross icon. So basically it clears the console. So the next part is different type of data types that we will be using. So basically initially as I have defined, so it's a number, and we can again define, so we can see the type of side by side. So basically one is a number. If we define x is equal to hello, then type of x is a string, the next data type would be array. So now, uh, so prior to this, so I would be defining an object. So object look like this. So object in the JavaScript is have a curly braces, and then we have some key value pairs in it. So basically like name abc, then so we can also include some functions, and we can include any type of data within an object. So basically it combine a key along with the value. So I would be writing how we can invoke all the keys and value and where it will be used. So basically I have given a class of first, and again I would be defining that again the type of x would be an object. So this is a basically terminology of object, how it would be visible, and it contains a key along with the value pair, key value pair, simple key value pairs. And then now coming back towards the array or list. In Python it's known as list, but in JavaScript it is known as array. And different languages, so we have different terms to denote a particular array. So basically, so we have declared variable x along with an array. So if I write type of x, so that would again be an object. So if probably you will be thinking like the value of x may not be changed from this object to the next object like array, it should return array. But basically in JavaScript, array is nothing but a special type of objects. So if I expand this arrow key down, so basically as you can see above, we have a key value pair. So in JavaScript, again the list have a key value pair. The key means the index. So basically array start index start from 0. So we have 0, 1, 2, and again, so array is nothing but special type of objects, like the keys are denoted by a number uh, that represent their index. So basically 0 represent the first item, so the first item is 1, the first represent 2, and again the second item is third, represented by the like the index number, and again the type of the array would be again object. So there one will not be changed. So again the next data type come boolean values. Boolean means just simple true, either true or false. So basically I would be writing x is equal to like true. So returning type of boolean. So it would be a boolean. And again I can define x as a function. So how I can define as a function? So just writing by function. So this function would be giving me a simple console.log whenever I call this function with the term hello world. Okay, so I would be typing type of x. So again, that would be declared as a function. So basically, we have a bunch of data type over here, and again, we have another two special data type that I would be representing to you. And again, till now, I have declared a function with the name of x. So basically, I have assigned a variable name x to a function. So I can invoke this function by just by typing a parenthesis beyond it. So I would be calling this function. So it would be returning me hello world. And again, uh, so the two special type of data types that we have in JavaScript are undefined as well as null. So by giving x is equal to null and again checking the type. So null is again an object. So it is if you can define null as like null mean nothing, but again x has a value. So basically null is a special type of value in JavaScript. So basically we can assign this value to any of the variable, and if we declare this undefined and again we check the type of x, and again so that would again be undefined. So basically this is the another data type. So undefined means x is declared but the data type is not set. So uh, as compared to these data type that we have written till now, so basically uh, the first one is a simple number, then string, then we have object, then again we have array as an object, that is special type of database data type, a special type of object. And again we have boolean value, we have functions, we have null as an object, null is a value, and again undefined means we have declared a variable x but we have not initialized it, so with the type of undefined again. Now, coming towards the next part, uh, the thing that I would be explaining, like why undefined is appeared when we invoke that console.talk, or either we call this function, so we have undefined. So basically coming toward this, so I would be writing a function. So again, a function is created by just typing a function variable and again proceeding by a variable name like abc, then again by parenthesis. So in parenthesis we can give a bunch of arguments. So basically arguments is something like we insert that at the time of invocation. Invocation mean like we have applied this parenthesis. So basically we have invoked this x function that we have defined over here. So invoke means just calling this function by typing parenthesis. So again, we'll be explaining this in a while. So how it could be used when within the HTML document. So these are some basic concepts that we would be understanding before proceeding with the main experiment that we would be doing with the HTML document. So these are the basic concepts that we have to keep in mind before proceeding. So again, I would be declaring a function with the keyword function along with function name ABC. So this is basically used to invoke or call a function. and again followed by parenthesis. Then I would be defining the body of the function, so what it would be containing. So this is the first step. Like I would be consoling, I would be printing a simple hello world, and I would be describing you the difference between when it will be give undefined and when it will not give undefined. So now uh, I will be declaring two function. So basically function xyz. So again it would be console.log, again world hello. Now this function will return something, like it will be will return a particular number, or it can return any string object or any data type that we want to return. So basically I would be returning a simple number, for example 1. So basically the function that returns something are true functions. So basically we can use a function with other data types, so that a function would return something, and that returned value would be assigned to next variable. So basically that functions are called true function. So this is a true function, but it's not a true function, as it is not returning something, it is giving undefined. So again, I have declared two functions. So I would be invoking these two functions alongside. So basically, I have invoked ABC, so that returned hello world, and I would be invoking XYZ, so that returned hello world hello, that we have printed in the console. And again, we have one. We can see one over here. So this is what this XYZ function returned. So how we can use this returned value, and how we can check that out. So basically it's nothing but for example, I would be declaring a variable named z. So I would be assigning ABC, not a simple ABC. So basically we if I will be simply giving z is equal to ABC, so basically z will be converting into a function. So it would be referencing to like this. So I explicitly have to call z like this in order to get all the stuff. But if I do variable z is equal to ABC and then invoke this function. Now let's test it out. So when I console, if I print the value of z, so what I will be getting is undefined. That means the value of z will be undefined, as the function have not returned anything. So it is returning undefined, like it is returning nothing. And again, the value of z is not in z is not initialized with a value. So if we check, the type of z is undefined. But again, now if we declare again a variable z along with ABC. Oh, not ABC this time. So we would be declaring XYZ. So basically XYZ is returning 1. So again, by clicking on enter. So you can see world hello here, as we have invoked this function. So basically this function run, and we world hello is printed over the console. And again, it has returned undefined, as initializing a variable to some value does not return anything. Now, but if we console the value of z, so what we would be getting is 1. Now, if we check, the type of z is a number. So basically, what it does is, like when we invoke this function, so basically it has returned a particular value, and that value has been assigned to z when we have called this function. So basically it has print that world hello statement that we have written over it. And again, this xyz function has returned a particular value 1, and that one has been assigned to z. So basically now z is a variable initialized to a value of 1. So now we can use z at anywhere, and we can console.log or some, we can do operations over it. So this is a basic functionality of how we can do. And again, we have a simple if else statement, like if z is equal to 1. So these are simple statement, like if the first statement is true, then it will uh, run this function, else it will run the second function. So basically these are if else statement. If this equal to sign mean uh, whether to check value of z is 1 or not. If it is 1, so we can print like yes, and else we can print no. So when we have when I have again run this function, so basically I got yes as an answer, as the value of z is 1. But what if I declare it as like z is, I don't want the value of z to be 1. So basically I have a not operator. So when I click on exclamation mark, so that means not equal to. So the answer is no. Again, yeah. So these are the simple terminology that we can use. So basically now coming back towards the main HTML part. So we have done the basic stuff. So how we would be declaring all the function, and we have how we can use JavaScript within. Now we are ready with JavaScript to execute within the HTML document. So now coming towards the HTML part. So I would be again like opening that HTML document, and again, yeah. So now it must be visible. So the concept of how we can declare a JavaScript within the HTML document is like the three forms that I've explained. The initial one is by entering a script tag, like I can type a script, and again I can write console.log hello world. There again, this is a simple statement. So again, this whole code has been automatically formatted when I hit save. So basically, it again done by the extension named as prettier. So you can download all the extension from this extension tab. So this extension tab is same as that of Play Store. So coming back toward the application, so I've saved this and I would be clearing the console. And again, when I hit refresh, so I can get this hello world written over here, and I would be getting which file this particular hello world text has been returned from, and it's at which line the function is being returned. So it is written on line 13. And again, when we click on this, so I can check out this in the source tab. I can check the whole HTML code that I have written, and at line 13, it is written like console.log hello world. So again, going back to the console tab. Now, what I will be doing is creating a simple button. So I would be having some kind of event listener and having on-click listener attached to it. So basically that comes under the concept of DOM manipulation, how we can manipulate and we can uh, have some on our user can have interaction with the code that we have defined, or with the information that is being visible on the screen. So I would be creating a simple button, uh, click me, again hitting refresh. So it's a click me button. So I would be declaring a simple style. So I would be giving a class, and I would be initializing with a CSS file. So again, I would be giving button to it, giving the same class to it. And again, this is the main process, like linking that document, like dot mean the current folder, slash mean how what will be the next folder name or the file name. So this is the main.css file. And again, we have to give an extra attribute in order to specify what this file contains. So I would be giving a attribute as rel and giving it as child sheet. So all the content that is there in the main.css file, that is nothing but a style sheet. So this attribute is important beside this link href attribute. So I have already linked this main.css file to a button, and I would be increasing the font size to like 40 pixel. Again, then now it's a bit big, and now like I would be giving a background to it. Like let's style it background color of like aqua, and I need no borders. Cool. So this is a simple button. So I can define the cursor pointer to change the cursor as I hover over it. So basically, when I refresh it, so as I hover over it, so my cursor changes. So when I click this button, so basically something should happen. So how I can define it as like either I can create a function by like click alert, and then it should alert me something, or it should print me on the console. So basically, hello world. So when I click on save and hit refresh, so when I click on this button, nothing happened as I have declared the function, but I have not attached this function to the button. So basically, we have a bunch of event listener attached to it. Either we can use the DOM, or we can use IDs, or we can inline define the JavaScript. So it has a button has an another attribute known as on click. So when I just type on, so I have an intelligence pop-up that display a number of event that I can proceed with. So basically, I am looking for on click. So basically, on click of the function, what should happen? So basically, I have to give reference to this function. So basically, declaring that and assigning this value. And again, at this point, I have just declared this function. So on click value again become this click alert, but I have to initialize this as by typing parentheses over it. So when I again go back to HTML document, so again by clicking on this, so we got hello world over the console. So again, at whenever time I click on this button, so hello world message appear on the console. So but basically I this console is not visible to a simple user. So what I do is just remove this console.log, and instead of this I just have an alert. So when I again refresh, so when I just click on this button, so I got an alert stating hello world. So this is a simple triggering of HTML document, how user can interact with the button and can see various type of stuff over the screen. So for now, so basically I have defined an inline. I can also define inline JavaScript concept, like if I don't want to have this script tag, so this looks ugly. So I don't want to have the script tag, and again all the JavaScript code would be into it. That again make the our HTML document a bit bigger. So we try to reduce this as much as possible. So I will go with the inline JavaScript, right? So I would be writing. So again, uh, understood, like when I started with the double inverted comma, so that again would should end with a double inverted comma in between. So if I am writing a string, So again, that required a double inverted comma, but at this point of time. So when I write a double inverted comma, that means I have started over here and end over here. So again, that's a JavaScript error that will throw. So we have a bunch instead of simply uh, uh, using double inverted comma, so we can use a single inverted comma beside this. So I would be writing hello, and again clicking on save and refreshing. So basically, I would be sitting hello, and again I don't want to include this in my HTML document. So basically, again, reverting this. So this function must contain the click alert, and I would be removing this code, and I would be pasting it a new file, like writing it as the file name include with like proceeding with an extension. So that's GS simple.js extension. So I would be writing all the functions and declare variable over here. So clicking on save and again this. So again, we have created a new file, but when we go back to the document again, refresh, nothing happened as we have not linked this JS file to our main HTML document. So we have again have to link, but this time this link tag won't work as we does not have a particular relevance attribute toward a script tag. We can just link some document manifest file, JSON file or something to it, CSS file, but we cannot link code to the main HTML file. So for the code, we again use script tag and we would be defining a source to it. So where the source is present. So again, I would be writing src, proceeding with a dot slash for the current folder, and that I would be entering the file name with extension. Clicking on save. So for now, I have successfully connected this HTML file with the external main.js file. So again, double check the name. So the name should be same as that of the function that we have declared. Again, hit refresh. Now we again have a hello world statement print over it whenever I click on it. So now I would be having this, it's a bit simpler. So I need my function to have like it should take some argument, like whatever value I want to give. So that would be there in the alert. So I would be typing it as uh, it would be taking some argument arg, and again the argument is a variable. So I can use this variable at any instance of point within this function. So this is basically it basically defined the scope of this variable. So the scope of this variable is nothing is only within the particular function. Scope is nothing but uh, describing where we can use this variable. So starting from where the function start and where it end. In between these two parentheses, we can use this arg function. But beside this, so we cannot use this arg variable. So R can be anything like ABC, XYZ or something. You can write any name according to the use. So basically, this is a unique function, and basically, I can write any value to it. I can give any value to it, and it can display in the alert. So basically, hitting refresh. So by clicking on this, so basically this page say undefined. Undefined again, it means like we have uh, this variable is being declared, but it is not initialized. So it does not contain any value. So again, going back to it, so I would be writing one. So it should return one. So hitting refresh, click me. So it again return me one. So basically, I have passed an argument to it. If I want to give an give any other statement, like again I would be using a simple inverted comma. Hi. How are you? Again saving, refresh the page, and again click me. Hi, how are you? Again the whatever argument that I want to give, so that again uh, is being displayed over the alert pop-up. And now removing this, and now I so sometime what we do is in a real world application. So basically I want to have some default value. If no value is being given, so I want to have a default value to it. So basically what I describe is I go to R and I give a initial value to it. So basically initial value defining it as my name is Raghav. So again saving it, and I have not passed any argument. So refresh page and again click me. So it display, hi, my name is Raghav. But this time, uh, if I want to change the argument value, so I can directly pass this, hi, my name is Shivay. So I can directly pass this statement as in the argument, but the initial value won't change. So now when I hit refresh, so it must display, hi, my name is Shivay. Yeah, perfect. So again, so what we have, we can have some takeaways from this particular instance. So basically, we can declare a particular function, and we can pass argument to it, and we can use this argument in this scope. If I want to print this argument like beyond this particular function scope, so basically I would be writing args. So going back to the console, when I hit refresh, so basically it did define that the args is not defined at main.js line number 4. Going back to the main.js line number 4, so it is not defined. And again, if I just like put it at the top of the main.js file, so basically again at line number 1, arg is not defined. So basically what it do is, so but if I just shift it below this click alert function. So when I again hit refresh, so hi, my name is Shivay. Hi, my name is Shivay. So where it come from? So main.js again. So our argument is being used within this scope. And again, I have given a default value if I don't want to give any arguments to it. So again, yeah, we have declared a function and we have used it. Now, what if I don't want to use this on click listener? So this is the main concept. So I have defined this. I want my JavaScript to explicitly have all the stuff taken from HTML. How we can use basically DOM. So DOM is, as we have described, DOM stand for Document Object Model. So what it do is, so if so we have a particular keyword known as document. Document means this full HTML file. So basically we have a bunch of attributes over here. So we can create an element. Either we can explicitly define it should be a division, it should be a paragraph tag, it should be h1 tag. We can create any element. We can get any element from the HTML document. Like if I want to take this button button tag, and I can define their CSS. I can define the function that it should perform. It should be taking a value. It should be throwing a value. What function it would be performing. I can perform various operations over it. The next, it would be, there are many different attributes that I can use. So basically, I would be using this common uh, function. So basically, get element by ID. It is basically a part of DOM document, and it is a function that take a parameter or an argument. So what it take is an ID. So the term that we have defined in module 2, like how we can define again CSS for classes and IDs. So we have the concept over there. So again, if I write, and I have described you how CSS can change the CSS properties of the same IDs, but again, when we go in the concept of JavaScript, so how only one tag is being selected when we are using ID. So here I will be showing that. So initially I will be giving this particular instance of ID. So I am giving this button an ID of like it can be of any value, rather a string. So basically I would be giving it as new ID or button ID. Yeah, it basically describe what the ID contains. So I would be giving this same ID to this. So basically the ID should match with the ID that we have given in this particular button. So I would be storing this in a variable. So name is button tag. So now what it should look like. So we would be having a print over the console. So it look like this button tag that we've used. So when I hover over it, so basically a blue box appear over that along with the dimensions having an button ID of ID of button ID and a class of button and with the text of click me. So now we have referenced, we have make a reference from JavaScript to the HTML document by using this document.getElement by ID function. So I have referenced this. So basically I can describe any function to it. So basically I can describe like I want to add that on click listener now. So what I do is I have described this function and again I would be adding button tag dot on click. So now I would be having, so on click is again you can compare to this as an attribute. So the on click that we have written over here on click, so this is the same attribute that we are defining it here. So this is why it is known as document object model. So I have described you object as key value pair. So you can check this out as we have a document. So what is do is like we have a key and we have a value. So if I want to get this value, so what I do is I just simply pass console.log x dot key. So I have given a reference to key and I have console this. So when I go back to the console, so I would be having I can see the value over here. So x dot key means this value. Now you we can also declare some function. So I can declare alert click over here and I can define alert with hello world. Again, when I go back to alert click x dot alert click and again I click on save and I hit refresh. So again I am getting a pop-up of hello world written over here. So basically what I've does is if I want to declare a function, so what I do is I would be simply typing attribute function to it and again giving parentheses as we have declared it earlier. So I would be writing this. So what we have done is we have created a variable or a key with the name alert click and we have given it a value of a function. So what we will do it now is now if we console this particular x dot alert click value, so it will return a function. So basically rather I should be given a particular pop-up displayed over screen. So but now for getting a pop-up, so for this I have declared a variable with the value of function. So now I have to invoke this function. So basically I have to write a parenthesis over it and click on save to get the console printed over or the statement printed over the pop-up. Now Uh, Again, you can compare this particular code along with, like, this is the variable name document that has a function name get element by id that again perform a particular function that we does not know. So have some function, so it basically do something. And again we have a bunch of attributes over here, like if I want to style append child or have an inner html, so basically we have an inner html, we can add a style. So we have a bunch of object over here. So describing whole document as a form of a simple object, so that's nothing but a document object model. So that basically describe every thing about how we can visualize how DOM look like. So this is how I am uh, using all the functions. So basically I have a document, you can compare it to an object. So we have a bunch of functions over here, and again that comprises of hundred and thousand of functions, variable, data types, and many more. So basically that comprises of a whole document. So again, coming back to our uh, button click. So again, the whole DOM is a huge concept to understand how we can manage all the functions and variables, and it's really a wide concept. Yeah, so coming back to the button tag, we will be having a non-click function. So I would be giving a value of click alert, and again I would be just passing a reference. Now this time I would not won't be calling this function, so that would be again on click. If I want to execute this function, so basically that does by again by clicking on this function. So just again by refreshing the page and clicking on this particular icon, so again I got an object pointer event. So that have a bunch of value. Again we have this click alert. So now uh, we have defined, we have given an alert, and we have described every step that we can take. So if I again call this invoke the function, so basically at the time of invocation, at the time of HTML load, so basically the alert page or the alert pop-up appears. So at the time of click, it won't work. So when I give parentheses to it, so basically we just have to pass a reference to click alert function. And again, now we have passed the click function, but there is an another way. As per this scenario, we cannot pass a particular argument to it. So basically the thing that you are, if I again hit refresh, or not refresh, I save this and hit refresh and click on this. So basically you can see this object pointer function. So what it denotes is this object is coming from this onClick function. So onClick function has a bunch of arguments to it, and this argument is being passed to this arg variable. So this R variable is nothing but getting a value of the pointer event object, the total pointer event object, and that is being displayed over the alert, as well as we can see over the console. So what we can do with these uh, on-click arguments. So again, as I've stated, like it's a huge, the DOM itself is a huge object. So we again get an object when I pass an argument. So again, I don't want to have this. So basically just want to have a simple alert of hello world. Again, click on refresh and just click on the button. So again, this page gives a hello world pop-up over it. Yeah. So till now we have added event listener. We have just seen how we can describe different define different type of JavaScript and how we can define it within the documents. Now, like coming towards how we can basically manipulate DOM items. Now, for example, I have a particular division. I have to change text in it. So basically, initially it is written, "Hi, can you change me by clicking over this button?" Now, when I hit refresh, so a division would appear by stating like, "Hi, can you change me by clicking on this button?" So it's a kind of challenge to me. Like it is, this document is challenging me to click on this button and to change the text or within this document. So by clicking on this button, so I am initially having an alert, but now I have a challenge. Like I have to create a function that changes the text. So basically what I do is like I again will be giving a ID to it that represent the div ID. So again that can be any name, but whatever name that you want to give to the ID, and again referencing this again ID to div tag document dot get element by ID. Again I have referenced this to the div tag. So what on the button dot on click should do is, so it should have a function. So neglect this. It should have a function. So that should like change text of that div tag. So basically, I would be referencing to the div tag, and I would be having a attribute as inner HTML. So it has a key of inner HTML. So I can so it's not a function. It's basically a value. So what I can do is just by stating div tag dot inner HTML, I can directly assign a value to it. So I can assign like lol. I have changed your value. So now when I again hit refresh, so by just clicking on this button, so the main div that has an initial text of "Hi, you can change the value of me by clicking on this button." So now we have finally changed the text that is being displayed over the screen within the division. And if we go to the element tab, and again you can see the text has been again changed from the element tab. But again, that does not affect our code. So that's why when we again hit refresh, so the initial text would be appeared over the screen. So now what we have done till now is we have added an event listener. We have taken an inner HTML. We have created some uh, fun changes, fun activities, and then now again uh, we have a bunch of again by describing input text. So basically, I would be describing an input with the type of simple text. So what I will be doing is, so I would be removing this, or I would be commenting this div icon, and again I would be commenting this. So basically what I want to do is transfer a particular text from an input to another input. So again, I would be writing a placeholder or of transfer text from here. And the second placeholder will tell transfer text to here from, and then from this particular input to the second input. So I would be giving an ID of input one. So it a bit uh, trickier that we have done with in the initial JS initial script that we have written. So I would be typing it a value of input 2. So again, I would be declaring new variables like input 1 is equal to document dot get element by ID. So basically, I have just created a reference to that particular input element. And again, I would be creating a second reference to the second input at which I want to transfer my text. So now what I will do is like I would be getting this particular value that is being written in the first input field. I would be copying that value, storing it in a variable, and then that variable would be giving the value to the second input. So how I can do this as I would be declaring a simple variable. So I would be again representing you how what this const mean. So basically, this is a new terminology. So I would be covering in the ES6 session. So in a while. So basically, I would be creating again a variable. So I would be having this input reference input one dot. Uh, sorry. So I would be getting a variable. So initial text. So I cannot declare a variable name with spaces or like starting with the number. So it should be a text or I can start with the underscore if you want. So basically initial text. So initial text will contain the value of first input. So I would be defining that input one dot. Now in this it is not inner HTML. Inner HTML mean the element or the text that is enclosed between that uh, particular instance that we have selected from this document.getElement by ID function. So in this, if I want to get all the value from this particular input, so the keyword is value, input dot value, simple value. So basically, if I want to console this, so basically I would be consoling this as initial text. So I have these two text area, text fields. So I will writing hello. And again, going back to console, when I click on click me. So this is the same text that I'm writing over here. So again, now our first step is completed. Like we have copied the value from input field one to the second input field. So now what I want to do is want to copy this particular text that we have copied from the input one, and I want to assign the value to the input two. But what I do is again simply just writing by input.value, and I would be assigning this as initial text. Again, I would be writing any random alphabet and just by clicking over it. So the text has been pasted over the second input. But now what I want to do is I want to remove the first input box, all the text that is available in the input box after transfer. I want to transfer the text, not it should be there. It should not be there within two fields. So again, I would be uh, before that I would be creating a simple BR tag to separate these two, and this should be clearly visible. So again, I would be what I do is like after transferring all the data. So what I do is I would be giving the value of simple empty text. So by uh, typing random text or alphabets, so just by clicking over it, so the first input has been emptied and all the text has been transferred to the second input. So this is a simple call. We have tried a copy and paste of from one text field to another. So till now we have successfully manipulated the DOM, how we can try the data from one type to another and how we can use that. So again, we have, as I have stated in my like initial session presentation. So I would be explaining you about ECMAScript. So basically, ES stand for ECMAScript, or it's the another name of JavaScript. Basically, it is a bit formal name. How we can represent a JavaScript in the formal language. So basically, it have a particular bunch of versions. So basically, that version define change in particular syntax, how we approach to a solution, or how we define a, a bunch of parameters. So in 2015, so we have a bunch major change in JavaScript syntax, and we have an introduction to some cool uh, implementations as well as variables. So basically, defining that the term that or the keyword that I have written over here. So basically, what uh, in 2015, what it has given us as the new latest version of JavaScript known as ES version 6. So basically defined as ES6. So we have a bunch of changes, syntactical changes over there. So we have the introduction of let, const, uh, variable names. So basically, initially we describe all the variable as var, known as variable, and we declare a value. But now we have we can definitely like as we do in math. So teacher told us to let you have 20 apples. So basically we are letting our brain to know, like we are basically thinking about how many we have taken a particular instance in our mind, and we do some particular operations over it. So again we are letting something over here as term suggested. So again we are declaring a variable by let x is equal to 1, or if we describe it as let x. So this is simply declaration. Again, this is same as we are declaring this. But what is the main difference? So basically, when we are doing or uh, working over a huge project that contains countless number of modules or functions. So basically, we have to use some concept and to have keep in mind in order to design and like check out each and every variable name and the declarations. So basically, what let do is like going back to the console. So I this would be better explainable over here. So I would be declaring a variable x with a value of 1. Definitely we can change the we can typecast the value of x to any number or data type. So basically again the x means string x, again hello, then x means hello. So we have already changed the data type. So x means object. And again, but what let do is, for example, if I declare a variable x, if I declare a variable with y or z equal to 1, I can redeclare it by value 2. I can redeclare it by value 3, or at any instance of point I can redeclare the same variable. But now if I want to redeclare the value of x to any instance, and again I declare the value of let x is equal to some string. So basically, just a second. Yeah, so coming back toward this, so basically it does not let us to redeclare all the value eh, if we are using a particular syntax known as use strict. So basically when we type this particular string over our first instance, so basically what it does is it has strictly abandoned like JavaScript to use loosely typed variables. Loosely typed variables mean the declaration means simple. We are using var equal to, like it described like x has already been declared. So we cannot use a particular like the we cannot redeclare the variable x again and again if we have defined it by let keyword. For example, we if we are using var, so I've written var y is equal to 1. I can redefine all the value of y to any instance or any point. But if I declare this by let, so value 3. So again, y has already been declared. So let take into consideration like whether it has been the value has been allocated in within the memory or not. So basically, it try to make an history. It check from history whether we have created a variable of a particular name or not. If we have created, so basically it will throw an error representing like it has already been declared. So and again, if by mistake we have redeclared the value to any other point, so it must break some function or any instance of code if we are like contributing to a huge project. So that's why we are using a let keyword. Like it does not let user to redeclare the value. And again for const again as the term suggests, so const mean a simple constant. So if we have declared a value like a equal to 1, so we cannot redeclare the value of a, as well as we cannot change the value of a. Now if I want to, also typecast is not possible, so it will throw an error, type error assignment to a constant variable. We cannot change a particular constant to a file. So basically that's why I have written const over here. So again, this is a simple variable defining button text should not be changed. If I have assigned the particular value to button tag, so button tag should remain constant, and again after each iteration it should not be changed. So again, the second concept that comes in uh, mind is like uh, arrow functions. So yeah, basically this is also a new concept. So how we can declare a simple function. So basically, we declare a simple function by typing function keyword along with the function name, and then the parentheses that have a bunch of arguments over it, and then declaring it within the parentheses. So this is the old concept. So how we can write. So syntactically, it is correct, and it is a bit big to represent when we are creating huge applications. So that have a common term that we can use is by arrow functions. So arrow functions is nothing but uh, this type of functions. So basically add without defining the particular function, so we can declare a function by this only. So like again, defining a constant, giving a variable name as abc, then equal to abc is a variable. So as we are so basically we have rebundled all the value, and we have smoothen the flow that we are working in. So how we declare a variable. So uh, at that point only, as same as that, as we have declared variable. So again, the functions are same as e- easy and same as that we are declaring a simple variable. So just by typing this parenthesis along with an arrow. So this arrow is main, and along with this curly braces, so we have again declared a function. So again, if I go back to the console and type const abc is equal to this type of function, so if I check the type of abc, so it will return me a function. So this is the concept of how we declare a particular instance in JavaScript. And again, we have a bunch of other changes too with in the ES6. And again, we have a concept of spread operators. Uh, then we have classes. So basically, this is the main term. So JavaScript is basically a functional language as well as a object oriented language. Oops, object oriented language. So what it mean is JavaScript we can create functions, and we as we have an further concept of objects defined within JavaScript. So basically JavaScript is made to like smoothen the flow of how we design the application, and again using objects in much simpler forms, but again that have some consequences as well as demerits. So that's why we like add ES6. So basically there are another concept of classes and constructor along with some variable name changes. And again, for now, so we can create object oriented or we can create new object instances by using like simple functions also along with some classes, and we can directly engage them uh, from each other. So this is the basic concept of how we declare JavaScript and how we use JavaScript concept within a particular HTML document.
So the first question that we have, Raghav, is can you please let us know the difference between let and var?
So again, going back to the main Chrome document. So basically what we do is just over to the console. So basically how var and let are different from each other. So basically when we are declaring a variable by a variable var keyword, so what we do is we just type var keyword to it, and again proceeding with the space. So we assign a particular variable name like not ABC, like we can assign uh, any value like high. So I have created a variable high and I have assigned it a value of to 1, and then I can redeclare it high to any other value like 2, and again declaring high to 3. So basically I have declared each and every instance, and I have changed the value as well as I have redeclared the value. But now in ES6 concept, so basically we I don't want to have this kind of statements. Like I don't want to redeclare the same variable, as it may cause some disruption while using. If I have used a particular variable at a single component, like I want to represent it to a button, so it should not be changed to a particular input field or division field. So to prevent that, so what I do is like just type use strict to it. So use strict is a concept of ESX. So that basically determine like the strict environment should be enabled, and the if we are using the latest keyword like let and const, so that should not be the value should not be changed as well as redeclared. So if I declare a variable hey, assign it to value of 1. So I have declared a variable and initialized the value to 1. And again, if I uh, try uh, try to redeclare the value of hey to 2, so basically maybe use strict is not okay. So use strict was not enabled. X is equal to. So basically we can see this. So when we are using use strict, when we have declared a variable x is equal to 1, and we so basically when I refresh nothing happened, but I when I try to redeclare this variable, so it represent x has already been declared. So basically but what I can do with let keyword is I can change the value without redeclaring the variable. Like declaring mean assigning a particular memory space to a variable, but I don't want to allocate a new memory space, so that's why I just want to change the value. So the value can be anything. So that's why JavaScript is a bit dynamical language to use. So you can change the value of 2, like if I hit refresh, so nothing happens. So if I just console.log, so the value of x, so again that's mean 2. But if I again redeclare the value 2, so it will throw an error. And again, as I've stated, like JavaScript is a scripting language, so it read line by line, and at any instance if any error occurred, so the next or the execution stopped, so the rest of the code will not be executed if any code will code error would be there. So again, if I just console.log above the redeclaration of the value, so it will still it will not still it will not be like consoling any of the value as we have already stated. Like so basically why it has not given this print statement due to a concept called as hoisting. So hoisting basically means transferring all the variable that we have declared over here. So basically till above the whole documentation, the code that we have written. So what it does is, like, we have assigned a value x to it, and again we what this line means, we have redeclared the value of x. So that's why at this point of time execution stopped. But you can take an example of this, like let x is equal to 1, and now if I've written like this, so removing this element, so the value 1 has been printed, and again if I have changed the value, and again the value 2 is printed. We have already changed the value of x again, but we cannot redeclare it in the let keyword by using let keyword. Again, if we have declared a variable by using let keyword, we also cannot use var along with it. And again, const being a simple constant, we cannot redeclare a variable, along with we cannot change a value. Yeah.
Right. Let's see. Okay. So Dash is asking, so we can declare the variable again using var when using use strict.
When we are using useString, but like if a variable has been declared, so again it will throw an error. We cannot redeclare a variable if we have declared a variable using let keyword. So it has a special memory space allocated to it along with same variable name. But if let has been defined, so the same variable name cannot be used. Along with uh, vice versa, like if we have declared var, and we can unlimited time we can redeclare the whole variable with the same name. But if we have already declared a variable name x to it, we cannot use let along with it.
Yeah. But at the same time, I'll just recommend to everyone that be mindful of the global nature of the var and how, like with const or let, it's more specific for a block. So, like if you're using it in a particular program, in a particular function, so keep that in mind when you're declaring any variables.
Yeah, and also I want to give you some terminology insights. So basically, the first one is hosting. So you can basically read of your own. So what is hosting, how it is being used within JavaScript. So basically, it is being internally used in JavaScript. So what is closures and lexical scope. So these terminology would definitely help you to basically understand how JavaScript works, and
Yeah.
along with the basic concept that we have already given.
Yeah, and also something like event bubbling, because these type of questions can also be
Yeah,
actually asked in Facebook type of companies as well. So these are, you might think that they are like basic points, but they can actually be asked because they really sort of look at the fundamental basics of how JavaScript actually works.
yeah, definitely. Awesome. So any other question?
Okay. So Saint is asking, how will it behave while iterating loops? I think it might be with respect.
Okay, so
Yeah.
we are not covered the concept of iterations. Like we have a simple common loops like for, do while, and while loop. Again, the same concept. The concept is same as that of uh, like other languages, Java, C, C++, and all. So basically, how it is being used within loops. So initially, we are declaring a variable with initial value, and we give a condition. So and along with what how iteration would look like. So we do some operations over here. And again, so now what happened over here is, so how for loop work is, so it input from here, so a variable is being declared and again initialized with a value of 0, and again the second statement where it will go with is the condition. So if we met the condition, so the operation would follow, and now the second the again the condition would be matched, like it would be increment the value of I with by 1. So plus plus mean a simple post incrementer. We can also write it as plus plus one. That means pre-incrementer. So these are the basic other concept of general programming language. And again, it would be going to check this condition. And again, the operations are performed till the condition get false. But now, if we are using the let keyword, so basically we have declared the variable, and the let keyword basically give us the freedom to change the value of I, but we cannot redeclare. At this instance of point, so basically we have only declared the value of I only single uh, at a single instance. We are not redeclaring the value of I at every uh, at every loop. So basically the condition goes like declaring and initializing the value of I, then hitting the condition, then again operation, then again this increment operator, then condition. It will never reach to the prior declaration that we have given over here. So it will only execute once. So that's how these keywords act within these loops. So initially starting with what is communication. So this is the basic step. So how we will be reaching the extensive like the web of how web page just communicate with the server. So starting with the basic definition of what is communication. So as usual, if you have a group, so basically one friend talk to us, and then we have, so basically we have a conversation go on like that. Hey, how are you? So that reply come on, I am fine, and we will be discussing about a particular topic or something. So we have a particular conversation going on between a group. So this is basically someone is asking a question or they are requesting a query from you, and you are basically responding to that. So basically we will be focusing on that, and the same way how we generally communicate in the real life. So that's how computers and internet communicate with each other. So basically if we have created a server, and that's basically locally, so a computer can also communicate with one application to other, or we can also communicate from one computer to another computer. Also that computer can be within a room or in a city or in a country, or can be worldwide. And also like as astronaut go outside earth, so basically within the exploration of space. So that's why a communication should be happen between both of like with us too, as well as with from their end too. So basically that's how we are communicating with each other. And similar way, how internet is so useful for these type of communication. So basically internet is a medium over which we communicate things from one end to other. So that's why our server can be either in US or in any city of India, and our device is, for example, we are in New Delhi. So basically, our PC can be in New Delhi, and they would be communicating with the server in US. So that's how, like, as I've shown you an example of how we just type the IP address or the domain like google.com, and we can see a page show up on our screen, like the Google homepage, where we can search through the stuff. So that's how a communication begin. Like we are on a browser, so browser requests something from the Google server, and Google server in response give back a whole web page along with some designing, along with some functionality like on click or like searching ability and much stuff. So that's how they are communicating with each other. So coming over, so we will be basically talking about server communication. So we have at the base level, so we have two type of communication that we can see in our daily day-to-day life. So basically the first one is the single-sided communication. So if you are in a simple e-commerce site, so we can take an example of e-commerce site. So basically you click on a screen and uh, you just like a bag. So basically you click on add to cart and that bag is being taken to your cart, and then further uh, continuing by like adding up the address, and again by clicking on the payment information, and then having a delivery come up to our doorstep. So the process behind these all are a simple single-sided communication. So basically browser request to the server, like I want to add this particular item to my cart. So they just took that item and put it into your cart, and again with further of the information. And again we have the second type of communication, that is bi-sided communication. So we have a simple overlay system about this, like client request from server, and now in bi-sided communication server can also request from client. Now what I meant by this is, for example, in single-sided communication, so we have a simple request and response, like overlay type of thing. Like a client just hit a request, like we are on the browser, and I have just type I want to search for this thing. So basically browser has given a command, particular command with some query, like I want to search for a bag, to the server, and the server have all the database access as well as all the query or functions available on the server. So basically that server processes all the requests as well as all the query, and then they have the database, they search in that database, and further they just give all the response and all the bags that are available at the in the database on to the front end or the browser that are being visible over there. So basically it is a single sided communication where browser requests from server, and bi-sided communication is now we can take example of chat application like WhatsApp or Signal. So basically what it does is, if you have sent a data like a message to your friend, so basically at that particular instance of time the message should be visible on their screen too. So how this happen is, we just transfer a particular message to our server, so that message just go back to go to the server, and then that browser may create a new request, and then that request is being sent to client, and then the client respond back that I got the new message, and the new message is available to be displayed. So then that message is being displayed over the client screen, the another friend screen. So that's how single-sided is the one-way communication. A server cannot access the data of the front end, but in the bi-sided communication, server can also request the client to handle some of the information and give it back to the server. So how these are used basically, so we have different type of protocols to be used. So in single sided, so we have a traditional HTTP, that is hypertext transfer protocol, as well as HTTPS protocol, to basically have a common type of transmission of data from client to server. So HTTPS means simple hypertext transfer protocol, secured. So we have some encryption layer over it, and our data is being encrypted at the client end, and then go back sent to the server, and there it is being decrypted. So basically our data is safely stored within the server. So in bi-sided communication, so we use WebSocket. So they have generally have two type of protocol, that is WS WebSocket and WSS WebSocket secured. So again, that's the same concept of how secured work in HTTP, but it the only difference is now the server can also access can request the data from the client. So basically having a bi-sided communication with each other. So this is the bi-sided communication that we generally have in our day-to-day life. Like we request something to other and they send back the response, and they can also ask some question. So in single-sided communication, so I can only ask question, but the other person cannot request something. So again, having an example of simple REST APIs or simple form that are visible over the screen in the single-sided communication, like we enter my when I enter my name in a address form, and I enter my address along with some mobile number and click on submit, then that request is being sent to the server, and that server just stored that information in the database. And in the bi-sided communication, so both of them can request the data from each other. So coming to the next point, so basically, if we are initializing with how we will be integrating APIs uh, with our front end along with the HTML document or JavaScript. So basically, we have to recall the idea that about in the previous module that we have discussed about the concept of object as well as arrays. So I would be having again recalling you the idea. So how objects in array are different from each other and some basic concepts. So getting back to mm, VS Code or not VS Code. So we can initialize this as just go to these thoughts again more tools. So these are the developer tools that we will be using in the modules. So mm, go to the console tab. So this is the basically the main JavaScript console in which all the JavaScript code run and interpret, and then the output would be visible. So a basic example would be alert. So as I've given in the previous module, so alert give us a pop-up on the browser. So hi. So when I hit enter, so alert would be visible. So this is a simple function. So returning to recalling about the concept of how objects in array are made. So basically, and how they are used. So we have a simple term. So const mean we are declaring a constant, and again these are available in the new JavaScript version, that is ECMAScript. So uh, I will be giving a particular name like new object followed by a curly braces, and then I would be giving this contain a key value pair basically. So the values are fetched by key. So I would be giving the name as key. So if I want to recall a particular name, so my name is Raghav, and separating by comma if I want to give other keys too. So for example, my email ID is simple abc at google.com, and then returning the simply closing the object by simple closing curly braces. So this is how I have declared a object. So how if I want to get a name, so what I will do is I will just type the object that I've created along with the variable name. So basically that return me a particular object. So I can also expand that object that's being returned, and I can uh, rather retrieve the information that is available in these key. So how can I, if I want to get the name, so I will be just writing a new object dot name. So that would return me my name, as well as if I want to, there is another notation. So how I can approach to this name. So this is the term that I've used is this is dot notation, and there is another block notation. So that have that's followed by a simple new object without any dot. So we would be having a block parenthesis above, having the particular key name inside it. So basically when I click enter, so again the name is being returned. And if I want to get ID, so basically new object dot email ID. So this is the dot notation as well as this is the block notation. So in this two type, so we can basically get our data. So again, how why we are using these two notation? So again, that would be again you will be cleared in the upcoming uh, time. So in this module only. So basically, if I again check the type of this particular new object, so again this the type of this variable is an object. So again, so having a basic clarity of how object look like, and again the object can also contain a numerous number of objects. So if I just write a is equal to, so again let my key would be x value is 1. Then again there is another key y that again contain an object, so that have a key name, then have name Raghav. So again that can have another set of object, and then it can either have array object, it can have numerous number of values, also can also have functions. So basically I have another variable or another key z, so that denotes an array of 1 2 and 3, and then closing the object by simple uh, closing curly braces. And then how can I get the name? So I would be writing just a dot, so iterating over these key value pairs. So in X that contain the value 1. So again my name would won't be fetched through X. So I would be iterating toward Y. So yeah, I can get my name toward Y. But how I can get my value Raghav from this object again? So I would be writing A that denotes this object variable name again, following by the key y. So that return me a object. So again, recalling back to the previous thing that we have done earlier. So this a dot y is almost similar to the new object that we have created. So again, we can fetch this name element by typing a dot y dot name. Again, at this point of time, we have successfully retrieved the name that is available within this object. And now what if I want to get this too? So going back to the concept of array, so I would be declaring an array, new array. So this contain a particular one, like
Raghav, could you just
one.
increase the size of your browser if it's possible?
Okay, now it must be good. Sorry for the small text size. So basically explaining from the initial instance. So basically what I have done is created a simple object. So in second instance, I have just retrieved the value of the object. So what is the value of object is this particular uh, key value pairs enclosed within the curly braces. So when I expand this object, so we have a first key name email ID that contain a particular my email ID value, and the second contains the name key and the name value. And again, if I want to fetch my name from this object, so what I will do is I would be just writing the object variable name along with the dot mean I would be iterating within the object, and again I would be writing it the key in which the value is given. So that returned new object dot name, which means value Raghav would be visible over the screen. And another way of doing this is again calling it by the bracket notation. So this is the dot notation, so representing by dot name, and this is the bracket notation. So bracket notation do have a simple, like uh, simple double inverted comma or single inverted comma along with, so representing it as a string. So how it is being different, so I would be getting back to this topic in this module only after a while. So when I just click on type of the object, so basically the type is object only. So again, object can be have another object in itself. So they can have child object. So how can I access this value within the object's value? So again, writing it as a.y that return me a object. So this is similar to the previous notation that we have written. So again, to get my name, so I would be writing a.y that correspond to this object, and again dot name. So again, that correspond to the name. So a.y dot name. So you can compare a simple objects in JavaScript to hash maps if you studied in C or C++ or Java. So basically, hash map has the key value pair, and they run in O of one complexity. So basically, you can compare this particular variable data type to hash maps. So this is the most common data type that we will be using in JavaScript, and this is the base concept of how API would be working. So that's why I am re-explaining this whole concept. So basically, we would be using these concept only in this module. So how we would be recalling the main idea of integrating APIs to our HTML document. So basically having another variable name as new array. So I would be declaring it as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I would be closing with the simple bracket, square brackets, and again when if I want to get any of the value, so I can perform numerous amount of operation in this array. So basically I can iterate over each and every element of array by just writing a simple for loop, like let I is 0, I should be less than this new array length. So basically how I want to get how can I get the whole length of the array? So by writing dot length. So length is a keyword within the array. So this length is not there in the objects or functions. This is only available in strings as well as arrays. So again, I should be incremented. So what is does this? So basically, I initial value of I is 0, and then I should be less than. This is a simple type of loop that I want to iterate over each and every element of this array. So how I can represent every element of array is, so basically I would be consoling. I would be printing all the values. So basically, I would be writing new array denoting by then succeeding by a curly braces. Oh, simple square bracket. Sorry, and following by the index number. So I represent the main index number. So starting by 0. Array always start with 0, then the second index would be 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. So the last index would be 4. So uh, array dot length would return 5 because we have 5 elements in this array, but I want to get the index. So how the loop would be running? So initial value would be 0 along like succeeding by 1, then 2, then 3, then 4. When it reaches 4, it checks the value. So 4 is always less than 5, correct? So it will go in this particular uh, block, and it will execute the particular condition. But then when I is iterated, so now I the value of I is 5. So this time 5 is not less than 5. 5 is equal to 5, but it is not less than 5 at this instance of time. So our condition get false. So the condition this iteration or block would not executed. So basically I would be writing the index, simple index denoting by this square bracket along with the index, and then I would be closing this and closing this for loop. When I hit enter, so I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I have iterated over each and every element. So when I again uh, display array, so what I get is a simple array denoting by the index 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 along with the values along with the length that we are getting. So the total length of array is 5 along with these are index, and the left hand side are the index. Then having a light blue color, and the right hand side that is available in the purple color. So these are the simply values in the array. So 1 2 3 4 5. And now if we check the type of new array, so this again come an object, but it should return an array. If uh, someone has thought about of this, so basically there are no concept of array in JavaScript. So array in JavaScript are basically special type of objects only. So if you recall our idea that we have done, so I have already created an object along with I have created a new array. So again, expanding these two values. So these two have something in common. Basically having key value pairs if you denote. So having, like if we are writing email ID, so this denote key, and again we have the value. Again, if you like compare these to an array, so we have this index as a key and we have this as a value. And again, if you compare this concept to like the term that we have used along with the dot and as well as the block notation. So in arrays, so we have used the block notation along with denoting this string as a particular index number. So that return us the value. So this is why how we can use these type of notation within the same objects. So again, denoting by a particular array. So array are the special kind of objects. So this have to be kept in mind. So again, if uh, I have declared a variable a with basically having a key value pair of x, y, z. So basically again by clicking on a dot z, that return us an array. So a dot z dot, or and like I cannot write dot zero. It will throw an error. As in dot notation, we cannot use number or any unused variables. So basically how I can type it as, so basically denoting a particular length. So that return me a one. So that's why we are using a block notation instead of a simple dot notation for using this type of for handling this type of stuffs. So again, we have iterated and recalled our whole concept of how we are using this. We have discussed about how objects in array are covered and how we will be creating that. And now coming toward the JSON. So what is a JSON? So basically, while we are working with the API, so these are the very lightweight data format. So if I want to transfer, if a browser requests something from the server, so basically server just send back some data after being processed. So what type of data is being sent from the server? That is nothing but JSON. So JSON is a common type of data transfer format, but like there are many other format too. Like we can send data in a simple string number, or like even we can create some XML document we can send back to them, and also like we can throw a simple CSS file, JS file along with some HTML web pages, or it can be images, it can be any stuff. But basically what type of data is being contained within a simple API. So basically the simplest form of APIs in today's generation that we will be using is the JSON. That's nothing but JavaScript object notation. So that means the concept that we have studied right now, like how we will be creating objects and arrays. So that the JSON is being derived from that application. So basically JSON is an application of objects and array. So that's why its name is JavaScript object notation. So basically, we are we have the particular notation in the form of objects as well as array. So this is a particular example. So how a JSON would be looking like. So just we have a common difference. So instead of having a simple key value pair, so the key do also have the double inverted commas as in this example. But in JavaScript, again, we can declare in this format also, and also we can simply declare in without inverted commas. So again, JSON is very lightweight in terms of while we are transferring the data from the server to the client, so that client can again be having some iteration over it, and again would be fetching all the information and displaying over it. Again, we will be having a hands-on session on how we can integrate all the API coming from the backend. Again, JSON is easily understandable, and again anyone can read it. As you can see in this example, we have this particular object again, discussing about the simple key value pair, how we can get to a particular value. If I want to get the user ID, so what I will do is, so getting back to this object, so I would be storing this particular object in a variable, then calling that variable dot d dot results. So in the results, so we have an array, so I would, this is the first element, so I would be writing, I would be taking the index 0, denoting by enclosed within the closed brackets. So again, I would be fetching, I would be getting this object, so I would be writing dot user ID. So it's a bit complex process, but generally the JSON is simplified as in terms, so we can perform a same kind of function each and everywhere in the code while we are designing in front end as well as in the back end. So we have the common type of structure, all of that. So I would be representing that too. And again, comparing it to JSON, oh, JSON to XML. So XML stands for Extensible Markup Language, same as HTML. Like it do have a tree structure. So for example, so how this can be read as, so basically, let me increase the screen size. Yeah. So basically, the document itself start from .xml along with some version or other stuff too, like encoding in itself. So then proceeding by what this document would be containing. So we have a bunch of data. So again, that can have employees, then employee contain, again, as we are having, you can compare this whole document to a simple HTML tags and values. So again, in childhood, while being in school, so you definitely must have read about what XML is. XML is used for storing data, but how we can visualize in the real life, but no one has explained us. So that's why, like you comparing all the HTML document to this. So basically, the API do through this particular XML document, and we have to decrypt the whole document. We have to fetch the value, and again, we would be having the value fetch from these tree structure. So it sometime bit messed up at the front end side as well as creating the whole document. But how we can compare this XML to the simple JSON that we are talking about? So what it do is, so we have simple employee sheet. So we in the employee, so we have simple employee and having an ID of one. Again, we would be employee. Yes. So not every tag should be, if I am creating a tag, so that tag should be ended. We can create multiple type of tag, but that tag should be contain a similar amount of similar data. Again, if I have written this employee, and again, if I can do this to have a bit more clarity. So basically, I have started an HTML document. I am creating an employee list, and I have created the first employee having a name of Raghav. Then we can have other type of data in it, again with mobile number, address, and pin code and city. We can have multiple type of stuff, and we can also map uh, within it. We can have numerous number of trees as well as child. tags within it. Again, name, we can denote first name, last name. We can create another tags, but this is a simple example. So again, this is a employee 2 with a new ID. Again, this is a new XML document, as you can see. So it is now a bit clear. So we have Shivay with an ID too. So this is a simple format of how an XML document would look like and how values are being contained within it. And now if we compare this whole XML object to an array or to the JSON that we are talking about. So what we would be writing it as, we would be creating a simple object denoting by these curly braces, hitting enter. And I just would be writing this employee list and followed by a simple colon. So now the number of employees that we have here denotes a particular array. So this is an array of index 0, index 1. So we can basically just type it as an array. It contains a particular list of employee that we have. And again, we can create a particular by hitting enter. So again, we have some data type, like we have ID, we have name. So what we can denote it as, like we can again we can compare it to a simple object. So having simple object like structure. So it can be an array of simple number. It can be array of objects of, again we can have array of objects of array of objects. So we can have multiple iterations, but the whole document and must be have the similar data if we are using this. So again, getting back to our current scenario, so we have an employee object with an ID 1 and name as Raghav, and we again have the second employee as ID 2 and name as Shivay. So while we are looking this and comparing it to this whole structure, so obviously this JSON object is much more, we can rely on it, it's reliable, it's more readable. Like if we want to have a employee list, so it is denoting that it's a list, it's an object, we can directly fetch the object by using this dot notation or object notation. So that's how we are using this particular kind of stuff while we are transferring data from the server. And again, it's within the O of one complexity. So that's why we are having the high speed of fetching all the information if we are taking data from these objects or structures. So while talking about array, obviously it would be having, we have to iterate over each element while displaying. So as we have a number of elements within this list, if we have 1,000 elements, so definitely it would take a time to render. But if we have a smaller amount of time, so definitely we would be taking the least amount of time while displaying. So this is how we are comparing the messy uh, XML document to this JSON object. So here, what I mean by messy is this type of stuff. So it is a bit weird to see. So this is not Messi, the football player. Yeah. So coming back to our module. So we have till now compared how JSON structure would be look like, uh, how they are more reliable and easily understandable while we are comparing to other data type format that we are basically traditionally used for transferring the data. Now coming toward the main point, like that's the API. API stands for simply application programmable interface. So basically that something complex to remember at first instance, like so what it meant by is, so basically API is nothing but for example you have two different application, so how they can communicate with each other or in general life. So you can compare to, I am a simple human and uh, my friend is standing beside me. So how we can talk to each other? So we have a common language. So I am transferring all my information in a particular language, and that person can understand my language. So the language is one thing that I'm communicating with. So I can either use verbal language, or I can do action, or it can be if uh, the other person is blind, so we can uh, do a braille language, or we have multiple kind of stuff through which we can communicate. So API allow us to communicate with each other. So that's how we can compare these two person to the server and the client architecture. So client is a single application that we are seeing, and the server is another application. So how they can communicate with each other? So they should have a proper medium over which they can communicate. So that medium is being provided by APIs. So API is nothing but they are just the medium that allow both application to communicate with each other. So basically having the same medium. So again, API is nothing but that having a function that are available on the server that executed and again transfer back to it. So these are like from front end we cannot access the Python code as well as C, C++, Java or any other language code, but only the browser can understand three languages: HTML, CSS, and JS. And again, if we go to server, so basically server have already the compilers for different languages as well as interpreters. So basically we can execute any type of stuff, so from requesting from client to server, and then they would be processing all the information and getting back to the server for the response. So that's how online compiler and interpreter works. So these are the one type of application that how APIs are used. And again, the most common that we would be revolving around is the REST API. So REST API is nothing but the simplest form of API that we are using within the application. So this is a single-sided uh, communication, having a client just request from the server, and server in response perform some particular function and give back the response to the client side. That is further being displayed over the screen. So this is the API. So this is how where we will be starting our hands-on session. So how we can integrate the API in our whole document and how we can use it. So how a browser can request all the data from the server. So yeah, proceeding with the hands-on session. I believe like my VS Code would be visible. Yeah, so starting with the module 4. So if you have not covered the previous three modules, so you can definitely go to the GitHub Scalar Academy, and you can go to the December Web Dev Bootcamp, and you can just clone the whole repository along with the modules. And in each and every module, there is README what we have covered and what we have initialized with the presentation that we have used along with uh, the structure that we have done. So proceeding with the module 4. So again, that is basically concerned toward how we will be integrating all the APIs to HTML document, as well as how we can uh, have a communication set up between the front end as well as the back end. So going with, I would be creating a simple HTML document. So simple index.html. So again, going back to main.js. So these are the two lines that you can probably see over my screen. So we would be working with these two APIs. So I have previously created these two APIs. So again, going back to uh, the first one. So probably Shiva, you can paste the first API to the students.
Yeah.
So you must be getting this particular API either from YouTube chat, or you can just go to your github.com. followed by, you can just type Raghav Dhingra and then just get on my repository tab and go to items API. So basically
I've
you
just
can
shared it.
see, awesome. So you can see these two files. So just click on item.json and click on this row button over here. So by clicking on the row button, so you will be getting a particular URL over there. So you can just copy that URL and paste it in your Visual Studio Code or whichever code editor that you are using. So that would handle all the JSON structure that is being covered in this session. So yeah, getting back toward the index.html file. So initially I would be using this and I would be representing how we can use the another API. So in this API, we can rather have a bunch of request methods over there. So we can retrieve the data, we can post the data, we can update the data, we can also delete the data, and we can uh, have a bunch of operations performed over this API. And over this, we just want to have a look how we can integrate all the data coming from the server and how we can represent it on the front end. So I would be creating a simple document. So I would be closing this tab for a clear reference. So just by typing a simple exclamation mark. So in previous module two, I have explained about how this particular boilerplate template is appeared. So this is basically I have used a Visual Studio Code extension. So HTML snippets. So you can either just go to extension tab and just download the HTML snippets. So this one, and again closing this. So just by clicking on the simple exclamation mark and hitting enter, so boilerplate template would be appeared. So these are some kind of hack that we can apply to basically uh, to reduce our development time and also to code faster. So basically, we don't have to make our uh, simpler tag to write again and again. So again, I would be referencing this to the simple script tag and script, and I would be connecting this main.js file to this index.html by referencing this main.js file to the main HTML document. So what I can do is denoting by the simple script tag along with the source attribute, and then I would be connecting this by simply typing main.js, and again these two files are being connected. So how we can check this by, I would be simply printing a hello. So saving this, and I would be running this index.html file by this, so nothing is visible. So just by clicking on this three dots, then more tools, then developer tools, go back, go to the console tab, so we can display hello over there. So that represent my main.js file is being connected to my HTML document. So going back to the Visual Studio Code, so now I would be creating a simple button. So what I can do is click me, again refresh. So I have a button, so I would make a size bit larger, so I can style it as font size of 30 pixel. It's a bit larger, but inline CSS is never preferred when we are working in real life application. So what I will do is create a new CSS file, main.css. Again, I would be declaring simple class name representing my button that have a font size of like 50 pixel, let's suppose. So I would be having and giving the class name to it. Again, so I would be giving the class name btn to it. And again, for now, I would be linking the main HTML or CSS file to it by using the link tag, and then referencing that by the href attribute, again by main.csn, and I would be giving attribute relevance for denoting the content of this uh, document is a style sheet representing a CSS document. And again, uh, so I have successfully linked my file and created a button. So you can see the button font size is basically 50 pixels. So I want to have a particular on click function over it. So what I will do is I would give an ID of uh, request button, and I would be referencing this particular main.js to, I would be pointing, I would be having a variable name known as request button over here, and I would be referencing this variable to this button that I've created over here with the use of ID. So what I can do is I have a particular keyword name document that represent the whole document object that we have in this browser, or the HTML file that we will be using, and I would be getting the particular element by using this get element by ID function. So I would be passing this request button ID over here. So again, checking this whether we have successfully pointed this variable to the main tag that we have just created by printing that button over the console, hitting refresh. So basically, we have successfully linked this button to our HTML document. So now what I can do is we have multiple type of operation that we can perform. So I would be just adding an on-click listener. So initially I have written a simple dot on click over here. This time I would recommend you to have a new function that you can directly integrate with it. So basically that is add event listener. So this is a function that we would be using. So basically it have two parameters. So the first one is the type of operation or the event that we want to bind to that button. So what type of operation that I want to bind is click function. So just typing it click. So intelligence have a bunch of options available on the screen. So you can select any of these options, but I want to have the click. So I would be just clicking on this click. So the first argument that add event listener function take is the event that we want to perform, and the second argument is the function. So the second argument is a callback function, like what operation we want to perform while when we click on this button. So basically I would be having a new function name as like request uh, items. So basically what it do is simply return an object that contain name Raghav and ID as 1. So this is, you can compare this particular object to an API. So this is a simple step how we can proceed with. So I can reference this particular function to the second argument. So if we are referencing and passing a function to another function, so basically add event listener is a function, and we have passed another function as request item. So it will execute when we click on the this request button. So this function that we are passing it within another function, so this function is known as callback function. So which means request item is a callback function. So callback function means a function that is executed when the previous function is being have been executed. So the when the first function is being when the first function has been executed, so it itself called the second function passed in the argument. So basically this is called a callback function. A function is calling back to the original function that is being passed. So again, going back to the console, hitting refresh. When I click on this button, so I get a particular response or object. So you can compare this to a API. So this is what we get in the response from an API. But this is not an API, this is a simple object. So how I can basically get a particular request? So I would be using this API. So I would be declaring a particular like item API and referencing to a value of simple string that denote the particular endpoint that I'm using. So basically in API term or the backend server side term, so this if I'm using a domain or an IP address, so basically this is a domain and this is the main endpoint that I'm using. So that's why. So it's a particular API. So I will be using this API. So we can use and we can call an API in three ways. So initially, either I can use the same callback functions, and again bit it not bit it's a traditional ways of how we are calling a particular function. The new concept that is being available to us is promises. So a promises is we can compare a promise to the real world application, that how we promise to each other. Like I have made a promise that I will come tomorrow with you. So if I like fulfill the promise, so I would be going with another person to a area. But if I don't fulfill that promise, so basically we have created some type of we have bond breakage between our connection. So basically, next time maybe that friend won't be asking to me to go along with them. So basically, again, we are comparing this to this JavaScript concept of promises. So if the promise is fulfilled, so we would be executing a particular code. And if the promise won't be fulfilled, so that again would not be, that would be executing a catch block. So basically having a simple uh, functionality, error handling functionality. If this API returns some type of data, so we would be handling that request if by any chance the server is not working. So this API definitely will not throw any type of data. So at that instance of time, what we will be doing? So again, if you are on YouTube or any other site, so basically there you can see a try again button. Or if my net is not working, my internet is disabled or something, if you just go to any site, so basically it would take to a game like the dragon game, where you will be pressing an simple spacebar for jumping the dragon. So basically that's what internet is not working, so please connect to the internet, or there can be site is not properly responding or something. So basically that's where error handling comes up. So when the promise is not fulfilled, so what we will be doing, and when the promise is fulfilled, when the this API returns some data, so what we will be doing. So this is the basic concept of how promises work. And the newer concept, the latest concept that we will be using is the async await. Async await is basically JavaScript is a single threaded as well as synchronous application. All the functions are basically executed at the same time, so that means synchronous. And single threaded mean it would be having a line by line, and the whole bunch of function would be running over a single plate. If we have a single plate, for example, in the real world, so I would be having that amount of food that is being placed within a single plate. I cannot just overflow that plate. And again, I would be eating from the single plate only. So that's how this JS code is being compiled, like not compiled, like interpreted within the browser. At it's an interpreted language, having run by line. And again, so basically, what async await mean? Async mean making a function asynchronous. For example, if we just hit this particular API, we just want to retrieve some data. So it definitely take some time. Either it would be as small as some 1 millisecond, 2 millisecond, or 100 millisecond, or as maximum as like infinite amount of time. Like either it can be a 10 second, 1 second. 1 second definitely it's a huge amount of time to get in response. 1 second, 2 second, 10 second, 30 seconds. So at that instance of time, what we will be doing? So we can display a load other type of code, because that instance of time, we want to execute other type of code, because that code is being dependable on the previous instance, previous data that is being fetched from the server or the API. So that's how async await are used. So now getting back to the previous concept, so we have declared a simple variable with the a simple API request, and what we will be doing is we will be requesting a simple function. So we would be having a response from it. So simple response. So what we will be doing is we have a function name as fetch. So this is the most common function to uh, having a simple request. So basically internally what it all uses is a simple XML HTTP request. So as I've stated, like we have an XML in everywhere, because traditionally when browser is being made, so that only XML is used to store the data and being transferred from document to document. So basically internally we use XML HTTP request. So basically we create a new request. We have some, so XML HTTP request is a class. So we create a new class, a new object instance of this, and we pass the particular endpoint. But we then have to get the status, and we also have to pass some callback functions. So it's a bit tricky for a developer to handle all the stuff at the same time. So there's how fetch function come in play. So basically it definitely have a uh, like we just have to pass this function in order to call the, in order to get all the data from the server. So internally, it definitely uses a simple XML HTTP request. And again, we just have it have a bunch of parameters that we have to pass. But for now, we just have to pass a uh, simple endpoint from which where we want to have the data to come from. So basically, instead of this whole function, that why I have created this particular variable, so I don't have to like link this particular whole string to this function. So I want to make my function as clear as possible. So I would be just referencing the the whole API endpoint to this variable item API. So I would be entering this. So what it do is it takes some time. In response, it fetched all the data and it would be displayed. But again, I have stated like when we are hitting a API or when we want to fetch the data, when we request something from the server, so it takes some time as the server requests that particular request, perform some operation and then return the data. At this instance of time, when we just hit response and I click on save and hit refresh, hit click me, so it returned me a promise. So what the promise mean is, and the promise status is pending. So what it mean is, uh, the response is have a promise class. So fetch basically returned a promise mean still we don't know whether the our promise or the server has thrown us a response or not, since we have just sent a request but we does not get a response till now. So for now, we will be using this new async await concept. So I would be typing just async to get back the data, and now I would be writing await. So what it do is, so at initial instance of time, so it has it just have created a request to the server, and it has not fulfilled that, and at that point of time it has not waited for the server to get the details. So basically it has passed that particular response to this, and we have got a promise. But I want, like, till the server uh, reaches to that particular uh, till the server just give back a particular response or the data. So at that point of time, only the next code should be executed. Before that, it should not be executed. So this should work in the perfectly right manner that we want to see. So basically what I do is I would be just writing, making this function asynchronous function, like uh, the next functionality or the next function should not be run unless until the first request should be fulfilled, like the response should become. So this is a basic concept of promises, like this promise must be fulfilled in order to get the response, else it will throw some error. So basically I would be writing await. So this line would be waiting till a response come back from the server, and then execute a rest of the code. Now when I hit save and hit refresh and then click on this button, so what I got is this particular response. So this response is what our uh, server sent back to us, but this is the not the particular response that we are looking for. So what we are looking for is when I go to this particular endpoint, so I got object in the form of that contain a key product that have an array of products. So what here we are missing? So now we are missing, so this fetch function do have another uh, this fetch function do have another function to call. So basically we want to get the data. So what we will do is we will be writing response dot json. So this json throw, this json denote this particular whole object that we are that the data is visible over there, and again that response is being stored in the data, and when we just print the whole bunch of data over there, so at this point of time we would be getting object. But for now also we won't be getting an object, as this json function also return a promise. So again, when I was talking about this fetch function, so fetch function do throw a promise when so what to resolve that, so I have written this await function. Again this json function do throw a promise. So if you want to test it out, so just click on refresh, click on this. So again we got a promise. So for resolving this type of error, this is not basically an error, but it's a simple notation that we have not waited from the previous function to be executed. So I would be just typing it as await. So hitting refresh, when I click me, so at this point of time I've successfully got all the object that contain a key product that have an array containing a bunch of product. So now how I can use this data coming from the server and execute it in my HTML document. So it definitely contain this object. So again, getting back to our concept of how object and array work. So now, if I want to display this whole bunch of information to the screen, so what I would be writing it as, I would be declaring a simple paragraph denoting by a simple ID of response. And now going back to the main JS, I would be creating a new instance like paragraph response, and I would be referencing this particular variable to the paragraph that I have created. So denoting by I have created a paragraph with an ID of response. So basically, what I will be taking this, I would be taking this response, and I would be simply writing paragraph.response, paragraph response dot inner HTML, and I would be setting it to data. Again, when I refresh the page, when I click on uh, this button, particular button, so we can see an object. So what does it mean is, so basically this is how an object is visible and object is converted to a string when we are basically displaying it. So what I can do is I can basically convert this particular object to a string. So how I can do is by using a simple function. I would be removing this. So I would be writing JSON denoting this particular JSON that we have dot stringify. Stringify just convert the particular JSON or the object that's being returned, and it convert into a string. So I would be passing simple data, clicking save, hitting refresh, and when I click on hit me, so at this point of time, I've got the whole uh, information that is being returned from the server. But again, like this is not how I am looking at. Like user does not want a bunch of line being appeared over the screen, so they does not understand how these things would be looking like. So we have to basically simplify all the stuff that are coming from the server. So at this point of time, what I will do is I would be creating a simple table. So table is much more cleaner as well as uh, user friendly, how the data would be displaying. So again, uh, coming back to the module 2, as you can remember, so we have this tr tag, we have this cd to represent the table data within a particular row. So row represent the uh, horizontal data term representing a common type, the data type representing to a common entity, and we have a bunch of rows over within a particular table. So we have the name and what kind of data do we have. So going back to the product, so we have a product array. So we have address, id, name, price, rating. So we can have name, id, so we can have price, we can have rating. Yeah, so we can also display any of the values. So we have this 4 value over here. And now what I will do is, so I would be giving an ID of response, and then going back to the main.js, and then instead of this paragraph, so the variable should also be looking like term specific. So what I have used, so I would be denoting the variable name to that, and again I would be copying that, and again, so again at this point of time, so I have to some type of uh, if I want to create a particular data over it, so what it would be looking like is, like it should have a tr tag representing a table row that again have the td tag that contain the name. So the initial one would be name, again have the 4 values, again id1 like price of 10, and again rating of 5. So like I'm not a product, so I would be writing pen instead of my name. Yeah, so I don't have a price. So going back to this, so this is a simple table that we would be looking upon. So I would be denoting and calling it by a simple table class, and getting back to the main.css file, I would be writing basically denoting the table tag that is available within this table class. So I would be giving a border of 1 pixel solid and of black. Cool, perfect. So basically we have successfully created this table, and now we can also give some margin to it. We can give margin to the table. So we can give margin top of 10 pixel to have a simple separation between these two button as well as this table. So till this point of time, we have successfully displayed that particular, we have a pen with an ID 1, we have a price of 10 bucks, and then we have a rating 5. So now by clicking on this, so we have, so you can see that when I have clicked on this click me, so this particular uh, this whole table has been replaced to this particular JSON object. So why it is like that? So we have denoted this table response.inner HTML is equal to this data. Basically, we have to append the data, not we have to just replace all the data that is being available in the table. So what I will do is I would be writing plus. Plus mean we will be appending all the data that is coming from the backend to this table response. So when I click on again save, and when I click on save me, so again we have this particular table already available, and again we can see this whole bunch of information. But now I would be having the bit like styling over it. So this is now user would be going to see, and now I would be having again a new function. So what that function do is, for example, like beautifier. Like I have given a new name beautifier. So what it will return is, so again we have a simple object over here. So what that object should contain. So basically we would be referencing to this object. So we are taking into consideration about the name, ID, and price and rating. So I would be writing this name. So we have a pen, we have an ID of 1, we have another price of 10, and we have rating of 5. Okay, so what this function do is basically it add a markup or it add a particular tag. So I would be creating a new constant with the name of HTML markup. So what this will do is it will uh, basically return a simple HTML tag. So again, JS does not understand how HTML would look like. So that's why I have represented and bounded it between these two inverted commas. So rather it should be, if we are using multi-line, so rather than inverted comma, so I can use backticks. So backtick generally denotes the template literals that we are using in ES6. So this is a new concept of JavaScript. So how we can display a particular string. So we can have uh, the particular tr tag. So I want to append all the data that is coming from the server and want to display within the table. So what I want to display is this stuff. So separating it from the whole table. So this would be a response. So I've separated this stuff. So I just want this particular tag to be displayed over here. So I would be just copying and pasting this whole document, and again having a, so what this function do is it would return this particular HTML markup that we have created over here. Okay, so we till now have created a particular function, so that would intake this object and convert it to a particular markup and would return it. So now for this is for only for testing. So basically I would be referencing this. So we have template literals. If I've used this backtick, so this is not a single inverted comma. So single inverted comma look like this. So backtick is just uh, at the left side of the numerical 1. So basically above the tab key. So just by clicking on that, so backtick would be appeared. So I have written this. So the backtick is again as same as we are dealing with the double inverted comma or single inverted comma. Just we have a quality writing over it. So we can declare us any of the string in multi lines. So we have this advantage. from the double inverted comma that we are using. So basically, I have written this particular data simple. I have created a simple document over here, and I want to replace this from the object that we are getting from. So now what I will do is, so what extra advantage this backtick provide us to is when I just click a dollar sign proceeding with the curly braces. So now I can write any JS JavaScript syntax within this two curly braces. So now what I want to do is I want to have the name. So I would be just writing object dot name. So instead of writing a name explicitly, so what it do is it have taken a reference from this particular variable that we have declared. So again, it has passed to the string that we have used. So again, copying this particular instance. So I would be writing starting by the dollar sign. So the initial instance should be, it must be in backtick format. So it must be enclosed within the backtick. We cannot use uh, by the double inverted or the single inverted commas. So again, we can declare a variable or we can use GS syntax by this dollar sign enclosed with the code should enclose between these curly braces. Again, the object should have the next is the ID. Again, we have the price object dot price, and then at last we have the rating. So now I want to call this beautifier function. So this is a simple term that we will be using. So I would be passing this function over here, and I would be just appending this to the table response. When I click on save and just hit refresh, so what the click me function do is it will just basically request. It will take the response and will be capturing that, and after we get the response, so we can see a simple object or a simple new data entry over the this table, but it would be displaying this single object that we have created over here. So by clicking on this, okay, rating is not defined and at line number. Okay, so basically we have to write it as object dot rating. So again, we have to reference to the object. Again, when I click on this click me, so basically a new entry has been created. Now we have successfully passed our first instance. So now what we want to do is uh, initially we have taken a reference to this common object that we are using for now. So yeah, so we have successfully integrated our API. We have used the API, and yeah, so coming back to it, so we have a bunch of developer tools that we can use while integrating and having a proper communication between the client and the server. So we initially we have the console tab as being displayed over here. So basically, if the request failed, so again an error message would pop up over this. So for example, if I would be writing the wrong request URL over here, so for example, HTTPS abcd raghav.com. So when I this is a particular endpoint that API point that I am requesting from. So when I hit refresh, so when I click on click me, so it throws me a response. So this is the first developer tool that we are mainly using while we are integrating all the APIs and stuff. So again, so all the error that are coming up, so that would be displayed over the screen. But if we want to get any error, so what we will be doing is having an simple exception handling. So again, that would be covered in the next session, next module. So again, we have the try, catch, uh, statements and other statement to get rid of these type of error so that our code get on executed. So at this point of time, our code just stop where it is being, and our next entry have not been entered. But if this error does not come, so our entry will be visible over the screen. So how to get rid of this, so that would be covered in the next module. So coming back to our next developer tool, that is the network tab. So this is again the main tag that we will be using. So what type of element that is being returned from the server? So that is again being available over the screen. So if you go to this network tab, so it have a numerous amount of things that you can see over the screen, but don't be afraid of this. This is if I simplified this whole stuff. So what it tell is all represent all type of data, files, images, or any type of document that we are that is being sent from the server to our browser. So basically, browser download all the files to your local system, and then that is being displayed over the screen. So this is how browser just basically uh, display everything. So what it does is when you go on all, so basically it have three type of document. So basically the first one is the HTML document that contain our code. So basically our the browser when I go to this URL, so the browser requested the HTML document along with, as we have linked two files along with it. So basically the next one is the CSS and the third one is the GS file, and that again contain what type of requests have been sent. So it have been sent a file protocol. File protocol is basically a local protocol that is being used. HTTP is over the internet. We have a bunch of protocol also. So basically it has used file protocol, and where the files are present, so that are present. So you can compare this to an endpoint. So file protocol basically take argument as the endpoint, and again that return the main HTML file. And again we have linked the main HTML file, the CSS and JS file to it. So basically the next request is this is the main request URL. So again the browser requested this URL, and our CSS file is what we get in response. So header contain all the information of what type of request and what that request contain, all the data, and response contain what we get from the server. And in the preview tab, again the same, we can beautify all the stuff, and we have a bunch of option over here. And you can basically like where it has been initiated, all the requests, where it has been sent, and what was the timing, how much time it has been taken, where when it was started. Again, as you can see above this tab, so this is how our request would be looking like. So if you can also check that when our HTML file and the JS file have been taken care of, when our CSS file have been taken care of. So basically we can see each and every step over here, at which instance of point we can our data is being available. So this is basically the whole timeline. And again we have the headers containing all the requests, type of request, and the data that the requests have been contained. And again this is fetch XHR. So this is the main XHR stand for XML HTTP request. So this is the main tab that we are using. So basically when I click on click me, so it has sent an XHR request. How much time have it been taken? So basically, if I refresh this page and again go back to the network tab, and yeah, in the item dot, it have been sent a request of URL as well as endpoint as this that we have defined. It was a of get method. So basically we have a bunch of method available. So we have get, post, put, and delete. So these are the four common method that we will be using. Get method used for retrieval of the data. Post method is transferring the data from client to server, like transformation of the data, basically the term itself. But and again the update method is used for updating something, or update is also used as a put method. So basically a put method is used for like transferring the data, or updating the data at the server, and the delete method is used to delete any of the data from the server. So basically these are the four methods. We can obviously use these four methods comparing from one another, we can use get as post method, we can use post as get method. We have bunch of stuff, but again the data transfer is again being changed. So post method is bit secured than get method. So then what is the status code? Status code basically whether the request is successful or not. So basically 200 means successful. So we have a bunch of status code like the most common one is 404. So basically representing not found when any of the stuff is not found from the server. And again we have a 500 denoting to an internal server error when the server goes wrong. So at the time of YouTube, when the YouTube was not working at prior some months, so basically that was 500 error. So their server was not responding well. So basically there was some authentication issue going back, and what type of data and headers it have been taken. So you can neglect these type of stuff. So basically these headers are meant for authentication as well as cross-site scriptings. So what type of data that we get in response is a simple textual or the JSON data, and how we can see it. It in the preview tab, it basically visualize or beautify all the stuff that are visible over there. So we can display it, and again the initiator as well as the timing, how much time it have been taken to like the duration of the API of the queue, and again all the duration that have been taken into consideration and how much time the request have been taken from client to server, and after processing then returning back to the client. So again this is a simple developer tool, and the most important is the postman. So postman is a bit new concept, not for testing for the APIs. So we have a bunch of methods over here. So these are the common method: get, post, put, and delete. And we have a bunch of other methods too to be utilized when we are using or playing with APIs. So we will be neglecting all these methods, but we will be focusing on these four methods: get, post, put, and delete. And here is, so basically you can download the postman from the Google Chrome or the postman official website. So how we can test our APIs, like before integrating the APIs are tested, like whether the APIs is working properly, what type of response it is being like giving. So basically I would be copying this endpoint and pasting it in enter request URL. So if I, yeah, so if I just click on this enter request URL input and paste the URL over here, and when I click on send, so basically a simple get request have been sent for the data retrieval. And what type of data have been uh, given by the server is this product data containing the whole object that is being over here, along with an object containing array and again object. So again, I can also retrieve simple google.com from here. So what it return is a standard HTML document. So if I go to the preview, so basically I can preview the page, how the code, how the page would be looking like. So basically, what is a backend? So we have basically studied around what is a front end, like everything that is that a user visualize and they can see. So that all come under front end part, and now the backend part all include the data accessibility. So how data can be accessed as well as displayed upon the screen, and how which type of function is being performed. So that all being done by a backend. So basically, a backend is a data access layer. So data access layer mean that comprises of all the data. Again, have all the operations, functions, and all the part that it receive all the data from the front end through a request. So basically, the structure that we have explained earlier in the previous modules, like the request response system. So backend handles all the requests coming from and then process it, and after that gives the data back, send the data back to the main front end part where the user can display it. So basically, backend handle all the requests that are coming to it. And again, why we need a backend. So basically to hide our all data, or that to provide some a sense of security from the outside world. If a user just ping a particular front end, they should not be display all data around that we have. That definitely will be having some privacy issues. So to prevent all this, so we have a backend to handle all that, so that our data should be secured. And the backend is the main part of our computer communication system that will be having, again, that comprises of 80% of all the data that all the modules and the bundle that we make, as well as the front end part that we are seeing, is just only the 20% of the whole project. So basically that again vary from project to project. If we are more focused on the front end type of project, or we are having a UI major perspective project, so basically the front end would be more. But in most of the cases, so basically we have a minimalistic UI front ends, as well as we have a bunch of and a whole huge modules of backend at our servers. So again, how we can connect our front end and the back end is through APIs. So API are the one or the medium through which front end and the back end communicate with each other. So that's why we have initially made the session for the API in module 4, and then we have proceeded with the backend, so that we would be easily communicating with the backend through front end, along with like using APIs. So again, API stand for Application Programming Interface, used to connect front end and the back end. So in this module, so we will be creating servers, and how we will be handling requests coming from an API from the front end, and again how we will be generating some response and getting back to the front end itself. So now coming towards we are currently, this module is more focused on web technologies. So basically web technology mainly comprises of JavaScript. So JavaScript is the base language through which we can do a full stack development, and we can become a full stack developer. So basically they have some type of some stacks through which we can develop in full stack. So basically there are mon stack as well as mean stack. Initially, let understand the term what full stack mean. Full stack is nothing but we can create a backend as well as front end. Along with, we if a developer know how to deploy the application, where to deploy, and how to generate request response system, along with minimalistic UI through which user can display the data and all the operations, so that application can be made that can be visible to the user, that is capable to handle all the data and operations. So that's basically a full stack development, and a person that comprises of all this skill set, that have all the skill set and expertise. So basically that person is known as full stack developer. But now the term monstack and meanstack mean, as I stated, monstack mean MongoDB using the monstack is basically comprises of which tech stack, basically technology stack that we use to create an application, full stack application, like that comprises of front end as well as back end. So we have a MongoDB, that's a database. Again, we can have a different set of database like MySQL or Redis or something. So this is MongoDB using Express.js. Express is a framework, again using React.js as a front end library, along with Node.js as a backend language, or the server-sided language. And again, for the mean stack, it's nothing but we just replace the front-end technology to AngularJS. So basically, learning about what is the difference between library and a framework. So library is loosely comprises of all the functions. So basically, we have a set of functions earlier defined, and we just call that function, and we can call these function anywhere in our project. But using a framework has a proper defined set of rules, so we have to use those particular protocols while working in a framework. So basically, uh, y- Also, like a framework comprises of all the component that is required to create an application, and the library is a single instance that just solve a particular problem. For example, in the form of React, so basically we have a component mode of system. So basically we create component for a particular like button and something. So for linking to other document, for like having a router something, so we have to create another set of we have to download another set of library to work in the in monstack environment. But in meanstack, so basically Angular is a whole set of framework. So we have all the function that are required to make the front end application. So this is a basic difference between how monstack and meanstack can be differ from each other. And also these tech stack that we are using is based on JavaScript, totally based on JavaScript. So if you know JavaScript, so you can do a full stack, you can make a full stack application by using these stacks. So again, you should have a prior knowledge of these technologies. And yeah, so coming back to the next slide. So basically, we would be more focusing towards Node.js. So we have this module dedicated towards the backend side. So we will be having the initial. So basically, we have done JavaScript till now, and we know how we write the JavaScript syntax, as well as we how to perform some basic operations in JavaScript. And now, this is a Node.js is a clever technology, like how we can use JavaScript outside the browser. So basically, it Chrome has the V8 engine. So basically, developer has just picked that V8 engine and make it in a module and written in C++. So basically, we can through this Node.js environment. So basically, we can run our JavaScript code in our servers, or for example, in our local PC without being in a browser. So that's how Node.js is so powerful. And again, that is compared to other languages, for example, uh, C++, Java, and Go, and many more. So basically, what is the speciality of Node.js? So why we will be using Node.js, and why it is so much popular nowadays? So again, we have the same language is being used on the front end. So if you have the prior knowledge of front end and you have worked with JavaScript, so you can easily navigate to the Node.js and also start working with the backend stuff. So that's why if a developer is familiar with UI technology, web technology, so definitely they can switch from one technology to another. So that's why Node.js is being constantly increasing its popularity. So again, it's a cross platform. So it is available on Windows, Linux, Mac, and every platform that we have. And again, it's open source. We can definitely contribute to the code base, and also we can change the code as per we want. And again, this is the same, the JavaScript, running JavaScript outside the browser and run on V8 engine. So basically, now coming toward the package managers. So this is a main concept. So what a package manager is nothing but, as the term suggests, so a package manager just manages packages. So a package comprises of libraries that can be like solving for solving a particular problem. If like if I want to route from one place to another, so I have a library. If I want to component type of system, so I have another library, for example React. And again, for requesting from a API, so I have different bunch of library like Axios or something. So basically, package manager is nothing but that manages all the package and bundle them together in a single platform.
Yeah.
So in each and every language, so we have different package managers. For example, in Python we have pip, and again in Node.js we have npm. Npm is nothing but the node package manager, and Python have pip. So basically they have a particular platform through which they handle all the packages. So we have a version kind of system through which they all the packages have version, and we can download that particular version from the database. And again, for PHP we have composer, and again we have a bunch of package manager for each and every language
Yeah,
through
and
which
just
we
to
can
give
manage.
context about that, for example, if you have come up with C++, you might be familiarized with, header files. So the context is that each and every language that we have, it can only have just limited amount of things that you will, use when you just use it from scratch. Otherwise, if you expect like these pre-built functions to be there included with the language, it will make the size of the package of that file very large. So these languages, for example, within Java, you have packages that you can install, right? And again, for specific purposes like mathematical functions, like in Python, we have like dedicated packages for like showing graphs. So that's what is the main essence of all of these packages. Now these come in different forms for every language. For example, for Rust, we have cargo, right? We have so basically these are different ways in which you can add external additional functionality to your programming language by installing these relevant packages.
So basically, coming toward the next slide. So, like, we would be having some knowledge around what is a database, how we will be using that, and why we use database. So basically, database is nothing but a platform over which we store our data. So basically, database, if you go on the base scale or the foundation, so database is nothing but a simple file storages. So we create a simple file or module and over which we store our data. So that's nothing but a database. But again, having specific functions through which we can get the database and perform that special operation like get, post, put, delete, and many more. So that comes under the database operation, and that comprises of the whole database. So a database have like it stored the data, and along with we can perform some specific operation in minimum amount of time span in order to get our data back. After, if I want to get a particular name from the database, so basically we can fetch the name from the database, and that would be provided us with a list or something. And if we have a particular ID, so we can get a single instance from the database. And again, the database comprises of uh, that have two type of database that we use generally. So basically having a SQL as well as NoSQL. So basically, the common difference between SQL and NoSQL is basically SQL is a structured query language and NoSQL is no structured query language. So in SQL, we have to write a particular language in order to execute the database data, and again to extract the data from the database. But in NoSQL, we have a set of functions in order to get our data or perform some special operations. And again, like talking generally in the computer architecture, so basically SQL is more towards uh, like scaling it, like if the data is increased in the SQL server, so basically the load on the RAM as well as the storage increases. But in NoSQL database, basically we have the concept of sharding. So in sharding we have we just create a new server to store the same instance of data, and that data is again linked with each other through a common ID. So basically we have a vertical scaling in SQL as well as we have the horizontal scaling in NoSQL. And again, so the term that we will be focusing on is the MongoDB, the database that is most popular nowadays for having performing operations on the data and storing it using some special functions that they have. And again, we would be more revolving around the MongoDB as well as the Node.js. So how we will be connecting Node.js server to the MongoDB, and again how we can fetch the data from the MongoDB and again transfer back to the server. Oh, the front end side. So currently we have completed 4 modules, and now we would be proceeding with our next module, module 5. So quickly I will be creating a new folder with the name module 5. And now, yeah. So like I am changing my main or terminal directory to the module 5 so that I can make all the operations within this particular folder. Or let me open this particular folder. Yeah, cool. So we are in the module 5 folder, and now I will be having, like, I will be creating a simple Node.js file. So JS file with the name of index.js. So basically I will be creating the new server in this index.js file, and we will be executing all the queries as well as the function within this. So if my screen size is a bit low, or is it correct, please have a response. And yeah, so let me increase the size by 1.
Yeah, I think it should be
And
fine.
great. So I would be opening a terminal. So we will be mostly revolving around with the terminal as well as the initial code base. As we are working with the backend stuff, so we should be familiar with the basic terminal command as well as how we will be working within this particular module. So basically, in order to open a terminal, so what you will do is just uh, go to this terminal tab and the upper title bar, and again you can click on this new terminal to open it, or you can just press Control backtick on uh, Windows as well as Control backtick on Mac. Again, yeah. So let me check the directory. So we have successfully created a simple index.js file. So again, how we can run the JavaScript within our PC. So basically before that, so you have to install Node. So basically where you can find that is simple Node.js on the official website. So basically click on this download link and just uh, preferably you should download the LTS version. LTS stand for the simple latest stable version. And again, just download for either Mac, Windows, or Linux, and just download from that, and again get back to our terminal. So what you will find is, just if you write node hyphen hyphen version, so that you will be given the latest version that is being installed in your PC. And again, along with this node that you have installed, so basically there is a package manager that is automatically being downloaded to your local PC. So that's nothing but the npm. So you can also check the version for the npm. So basically that's 6.14.11, and again for the node it's 14.616.0. So yeah, now getting back to the index.js file. So how I can execute JavaScript code in the local terminal? So with the help of Node only. So having simple commands like console.log for printing a particular statement. So this is a basic command that in every language, so printing a particular statement over the console. So basically how I can execute is, just you have to type the node, that is the node run environment, JavaScript environment, and again followed by a space along with the file name. Along you have to give the whole directory, or if you are already in the current directory. So I have already index.js in this current directory, so I would be writing node space index.js, having the total whole file name executed. So basically that calls hello world on the console. So yeah, but If you do remember, so we have another function alert in our front end, but in this alert method, so basically uh, alert is a function of window object. So window is nothing but all the function that comprises of a browser. So basically alert gives us a pop-up uh, in that browser, but we does not have the DOM within the Node.js. So basically we don't have this particular function alert in this. If we try to run this function in this, so basically it give us an error like alert is not defined. So basically, alert is meant for browsers only. So we cannot execute DOM objects here. DOM means document object model again, and that's only meant for the browser sided. So we cannot use window object like this. So again, getting back toward the main. So we have the Express server over here. So the term that we have just learned about, let me increase screen size by one more. So again, we have now learned about the term MERN stack. So MERN again mean the MongoDB. So we would be focusing on MongoDB, Express.js, then we have React.js and Node.js. So, like neglecting this React.js, so we would be focusing on these three technologies like Node.js, Express.js, as well as MongoDB. So basically, the main JavaScript file that is being written, so that would be compiled within the Node.js environment, and we should know how Node.js works. That's the simple. Uh, if you have the foundation of JavaScript, so basically you know Node.js. And again, Express.js is nothing but having special. Express.js is a whole framework through which we design our API system, as well as having a request response system set up within our Node.js server. And again, we would be focusing toward NoSQL database, that's MongoDB, and we would be connecting the front backend server sided to our database, and then we would be having some data transmission from here to there. So basically, initially I would be creating a simple Express server. So how I can create it? So basically, you will be using now the npm module or npm package manager. So how? So basically, I would be deleting this. So getting back to this. Yeah. So initially, Node.js do not have any library or framework pre-installed. They do have some particular functions that is already available in the Node.js environment. But as I've stated, like Express is a framework. So basically, I have to download a framework code from somewhere. So basically that why npm comes in place. So I would be writing this npm install Express. Express stand for Express.js, and again creating API request response system. So we'll be focusing toward that. And again, when I will be having in npm install, so I have written npm I express. So that means npm, we are setting npm node package manager to install this particular library given with library name. So you can just go to npm and you can just click on the first link. So you can find thousand and lakhs of packages already pre-installed, and you can download this from this npm package manager. So basically, I would be writing Express and again going to the first response that is there. So npm install Express. So that's nothing but used for creating simple server. And again, so I would be in. So priorly for installing, so I would be just writing npm init. So what it do is uh, take a look over the Explorer side on the left hand side. So when I just initiate like this command like npm init, so what it do is it asks for particular references like what should be the package name, what should be the command, and again just by clicking on enter. So basically it have some particular function going on, and again that creates a new file package.json. So this package.json is the main file through which all the information as well as command can be executed within the server. So we have the package.json file that is being generated from npm init command written in the terminal. So what we have is we have this name. So we have the name of the module that we have. Like it can be changed to any of the name. Like I would be writing express server or like scalar express server. And again, the package name should be in lowercase, so scalar express server. So this name indicates the name that is there. I can also create my own library, and again if I want to upload my code to this npm, so this is the main name that everyone can see. So basically if anyone want to install a new library, so they just have to write npm install then this name scalar express server. So by just hitting enter, so they can download. After I deploy my code to the main npm servers. So basically next is the version. So we have a version kind of system over here. So if you see in this, so the current version for the express is 4.17.2. so basically for this particular package that we are making, so its initial version is 1.0.0, and again that can be incremented by 1. And that should be manually incremented if we update any code base and deploy it to server. So basically writing description what this library do or this code base do. And again this is the main where this index.js is a main file to execute. And again we have bunch of scripts over here. So I would be getting back to this. So we have the author along with we have the license. So author, you can write your name to define who has made this particular contribution and made this library. And again for license, which type of license have you used? So we have MIT ISC license and bunch of more license. So through which we can declare this particular module to our npm. And again, now coming back to this script, uh, so basically if you see over here, so we have this json is nothing but that we have studied earlier in the previous module. So how we just create uh, a json from simple objects. So basically if you see over here, so we have this an object, so we have a key as well as we have a value over here. And again that denotes but the only difference between the simple js object and the json is the key is again here bounded by these double inverted commas. So again now coming back to the script, so this script is nothing but for easily handling our servers. So basically I don't want to type each and every time when I run this index.js server. So I have to write like node index.js and hit enter. So it would be executing the main all the function that is contained within this index.js file. But I don't want to like separately type index.js again and again. Instead of that, I would be sharing a particular script. So what I do is, so I just create a new script, name as start. So this, whenever I call this command start, so the server should be or index.js file should be automatically run within the Node.js environment. So what I will do is instead of writing node space index.js within the terminal, I will be writing this within this start command. So I have written node space index.js. So this is the main terminal command that would be executing. And how I can use this start command is again going back to the terminal and again writing instead of node index.js, this time I would be using this package manager npm. So I would be writing npm space I would be just simply copy and pasting this start command. So I would be writing npm start, so that would be executing this command. So just by hitting enter. So again, it has initiated a particular server. Node has defined like what is the name of the what is the name of the package that we are using. Again, taken from this particular name, Scalar Express server, and again at the rate sign denoting the particular version. So basically, we have the version 1.0.0, and again, what we have run is a start script, and where the module has been taken, the whole folder name, and again, which command we have run. So we have run node index.js. Again, that would npm comprises of all this structure as well as all the data that is being contained within the package.json file. So instead of again and again writing node index.js, I would be just writing npm start. And again, this is a common terminology where I have just defined the file name as index.js. It can be termed as big as uh, any file name like MongoDB Express server.js or something. So again, if the file name changes in this particular module, so I don't have to use that particular file name, and I don't have to remember that particular file name and type that within the terminal to execute that file. Instead, I would be just copy and pasting that file name within this start command, and I just have to remember a single command npm start to initiate the server or initiate this index.js file or this any intended file that is being written within this start command. And again, that can have our various steps of command, and we can also use our customized command, and we can execute that uh, through npm. Again, getting back to index.js, so I would be initiating with installing the express. So npm install, I stand for install, or I can write install again uh, express. Again, when I hit enter, so it would be downloading all the code base. And now let's get back to the explorer. So two new files have been created over here. So again, if you see over here, so we, instead of these two files that already been created, index.js and package.json, again I have just created a single file, index.js, and I have written a command npm init to initialize this package.json. So this package.json file has automatically been created by npm init command. And again, when I install these two modules like npm install express, so I have just installed a single library module. So that have created two new files. So initially the node modules. So this is the main dependency, all the module as well as all the code base and the library that we have installed within our server. So that is contained within the node underscore modules folder. So if you delete this folder, so all the dependency as well as all the library or framework that you have downloaded would be removed. So all the code base is contained within this node module folder, and again this package.json package log.json contain uh, rather all the information along with the library and the previous library that we have used within this. And for now, you can neglect this particular package log.json file. Instead of focus on package.json, so you would be working with the package.json file for initiating your project. So if you see over here, so we do not have this dependency key before prior of installing. So this dependency contain the all the library that is being installed within this node module folder, and along with this particular version name. So we have the library name express along with the version name 4.17.2. So the package JSON automatically gets updated when we install the new library. And again, now coming back to our index.js, so creating a simple express server. So I would be just turning off this explorer. So again, just for test. So I would be writing npm start, so it should show nothing. Cool. So nothing is shown. And again, this two line would be shown at every instance when we hit npm start. That denotes again the configuration that we have already done within package JSON. Now we would be creating a simple express server. So for that, so I would be declaring a simple variable name as express. So for this, I have to import that particular library that is installed via npm install express. So I have to import the library within this index.js file. So how can I import that is by using a require keyword. So we have a function name as require. So require, what it do is it basically take a particular module. If I want to have express, so basically express is pre-installed within the node module. So what it has done is I have just written the npm package name, and require function has automatically taken into consideration that I have to go in the node module folder and take I have to search for this express library. So here it's, so it will be executing all the express code, and that would be imported within this particular file. So again, if you have studied in Java as well as C++, so we have some import commands or define commands. So to basically to import other library components within, or importing other modules in that file. So we have uh, just imported this express code base into our index.js file. So again, I would be executing this by creating a instance. So basically express, you can denote it as a simple function, or you can uh, refer it to as an object. So I would be creating a new application with the help of express. So by for that I have to call this express function. So what it has done is it has created a new instance of express. So basically, if, again getting back toward the basics, so you can compare this express variable to a class. So basically, class is a whole bunch of a whole bunch of data methods and properties. So we have made a particular object or instance from that class and imported all the functionality that the express function contain within this particular app variable. So this app would be executing all the server, as well as that would be handling all the requests coming from the server. And again, if we go back to the Chrome, if you don't remember how to initialize a particular server, so again, going back to the npm gs.com slash packages along with that package name. So we definitely have the boilerplate code that is again available within this particular module. So either you can copy or paste that instance from the server, or from npm.js website, or you can create your own. So basically creating your own gives you an idea how things work in real life. And again, you will be knowing how what that particular function do in order to get all the things done. So that we should not be having an iterative or non-used code already written within our main servers. So that would obviously increase our server size. We try to minimize the size as well as the time complexity in like having some performance on our data. And now for this, so I would be initializing my server by just writing app dot listen, and over listen, so I would be defining a particular port. So if you have worked with any of the servers, so basically, or simple uh, local PC server. So basically what we have is, or like I can give you an example of live server. So basically we have this particular port ready. particular domain ready, like 127.0.0.1, denoting this particular current local PC, creating this into a server. And again, uh, this particular IP address denotes to this local PC, and again in this local PC, so we have a bunch of applications running at the background. So how those applications are separated from each other so that the data is not being shared among those applications. So that is done by the port system. So this port basically separate all the. So basically the port can be from 0 to 65,500 something. So basically we can define any of the port from in that range. But this port basically separate each and every application from each other. And again, this particular IP address denote this local PC. And again, if you think of a bigger level, so basically this have been replaced by the domains. So that we write https google.com, that denotes a particular IP address, uh, that denotes to a IP address that can be 192.168 point something, that can be any address along with the port number. Again, every server has their own configuration. We can configure all the server according to our needs. And again, we are creating a server over here that would be listened over a 3000 port. So basically, instead of 3000, so for an example, so I can go to any of the port like 4400. If you want to start your server at this particular instance, so how can we test is like just by writing npm start. So what it do is it simply start a server, but starting a server, it does not give us anything. So basically at this point of time, so it is listening for a request that is coming towards it. So if I type 127.0.0.1 a colon basically separate the IP address with the port colon. So I would be just copy and pasting it at there. So entering that, so it gives me error like cannot get, as we have not defined this particular endpoint where it should go. I would be defining all that in this, but at this point of time, uh, if you just like close the server by pressing Control C. So Control C basically kill the server that have been started, and if you hit refresh over here, so you can see this site cannot be reached. And again, starting again the server and hitting refresh. So again, you will be seeing this cannot get slash. So slash means nothing but simply we are using a slash after this port number. So when I hit enter, so basically it go to this particular string or endpoint. So prior to that, so basically if you are using Express server, so that's why you are able to view this particular string visible over the screen. But if you are not using the Express server, or if you are creating the simple server with the HTTP module, so internally, Express also uses a HTTP module for defining all the stuff. But if you are using a simple or other services, so basically the page can be different from each other, or you have to handle your at your own. So basically, that's why Express give us a sense of complex simplicity in term of error handling as well as displaying of stuff. And again, how can I get a response within this particular URL? If, for example, if you go to google.com, again, go to this three dots and more tools, and then click on developer tools. And I have stated a thing over here. I just go to the network tab. So I can increase the size of the network tab. Now, if I hit refresh, so basically, in the alt tab, so when I hit refresh, so the first file that is being executed is www.google.com. So when we have requested this particular URL, so what it has given us is a particular response of the whole HTML document. So the first step of a server is returning something to the user so that they should not they cannot see this particular any of the stuff that are basically having doing operation at the backend. So basically to use this, so I would be writing just app dot get. So again, this get, if you do remember the term when we have used postman, so we have a bunch of method over there like get, put, post, delete. So this is where we are using our simple get request. So basically, when you are at google.com at the browser, so anything you type within the URL bar, so that is what a get request means. A get request is visible to everyone, and again a response is publicly available, and that can be again restricted by some means. And but for at generally all the request that is being given from the browser, that's the get request, and that's why we are using a get function over here. We are just declared a simple variable that that have taken an instance of the express server, and again we are simply creating a simple get request so that anyone, if they just view this particular URL, so they should see something, at least some hello world or type of thing. So for that, what I would be doing is, so it have a simple get request, and in our like the express.js Node.js packages. So if you see over here, so we have two arguments that is being given in this function. So get function intake two argument. Again, if you hover over this, so you can see a simple bunch of operations that we can do within this particular get function, and we can pass any number of argument within it. So the first argument that it takes is the endpoint. So basically the endpoint that you see over here. So if I write slash Raghav, so I can make an endpoint of my own. So slash Raghav. So it can throw an error responding like cannot get slash Raghav. So the first argument that the get function take is the endpoint. Basically, this particular string represent uh, us an endpoint. So where the request should be thrown. If so, basically, I would be just typing slash. Slash stand for simply this first screen that you will be seeing. So I want to throw something. So initially, so I would be having a simple callback function. So the first argument is the endpoint or denoting a particular string when I have hit this particular URL or path. So this function should be executed. So that's why I've just written a simple endpoint over here. And again, I would be passing a callback function. So callback function have two arguments in it. So basically request as well as response. Request mean every data that is coming from the front end to us, that is all the data is being contained within the request. Either it will be a body query or something. And the and response mean what we want to send from the server, what type of data that we want to send. So basically, we can handle that with the response keyword over here. So initially, we don't want to request something. Either we just want to respond with a simple HTML file. So what I will be doing is I will be creating a simple HTML file over here, and again, okay, so by mistake my VS Code have been turned down. As I pressed command key over here, so we have a bunch of shortcut keys through which we can perform some operations. So yeah, again it's opened. Cool. So yeah, so I would be just writing leave this error. So I would be just opening the terminal, and again I would be creating a simple HTML document by simply writing HTML, and again I would be writing a simple body in it with a term denoting a simple hello world. Okay, so if I try to run this particular HTML file, so what I will get is a simple hello world written over here with a special uh, URL given over the browser. But I want to return this hello world when we reach this particular URL. So what I'll do is I will send back a response from that server. So how I can do is just by writing response. So this keyword should be same as that of the same keyword that I've written over here. So this keyword can be changed to any of the form. Either you can also write your own name, ABC or XYZ or something, Raghav. So you can again use this same function, but for relevant keyword. So basically, I have written rest and for response. Again, this particular uh, function should return something. So again, it return send file, and again by send I would be sending a particular HTML file within it. So for sending file, so I have a bunch of operation that I want to do. So basically I initially have to target the index.html file to this document. So how I can do is that is just by typing creating a new module. So in Node.js environment, so we have a new, we already have a bunch of functions pre-installed. So that's nothing but a path. So you just have to use the path function just by requiring this path. So you just have to write path dot join. So join basically I want to target that index.html file. So initially I have to track that index.html file where it is present. So I would be writing this uh, dir name. Dir name initially stand for the current directory that the index.js is present. So again, if we go back to the Explorer, the index.js file and the index.html file is already in the same folder. So what I would be writing is nothing but I would be referencing, I would be just typing that index.html file like it is present in this current directory. And again, just by clicking semicolon, and again starting my server and hitting enter. So my server has been started. Again, going back to that. And when I hit refresh, so again it has thrown me a simple HTML document. If you see over here, so a request have been taken to the server. So a request have been sent to this particular URL running on 4400 port. So it has given me a response of an HTML document that is further being displayed over the screen. So this is how simple servers work for requesting a particular file or something. Either instead of HTML document, that can be a CSS, JavaScript document, or that can be a file, image, document, font, or something else. That can be any of the file that is being returned from the server. But for this instance, I want to separate front end from my backend. Don't want to display the front end from the backend. So that's why here when API or simple REST API comes in place. So again, in the previous module, I have explained you about how REST API works. and what they contain within their response. So instead of this send file function, so what I would be using is simple JSON function. So this JSON function, in this I can return any object. So object can be as, like, I would be creating a simple object denoting name Raghav and email abc.abc@gmail.com. And again, I can return this particular object from this response.json function, and that again being visible on the screen. But now you have to understand a single point. Each time when I just save the index.js file, so I have to restart my server. So basically restarting mean I have updated my code. So this particular file execute within the RAM. So the RAM is being loaded with this index.js function and the file is being executed. But every time you make changes, so you have to delete the initial memory that is already present in the RAM, and you have to reinitialize your whole function with a new one, updated function, and that should be executed within the RAM. So that's why you have to rerun the command npm start in order to execute the new changes. So for example, so initially I have run this command. So when I hit refresh, so it has provided me a JSON. So JSON with simple name and email. Again, that I have been thrown from this response function. But now, if I change my if I change the name to Shivay and I hit refresh, again Raghav is visible over the screen. How? As I'm not restarted my server after doing the changes. The already this object is being created and stored within the RAM. So that would obviously pick from the RAM instead of executing the whole index.js file. So now when I have restarted the server, so when I hit refresh, so it will give Shivay. And again, going to any other URL, so that would again throw a error of like cannot get slash abc. So instead of simply writing slash, so I will be writing just simply slash abc and again restarting my server. When I hit refresh over here, so again at this point of time abc thrown me a particular json file instead of this simple slash. As I have deleted this, I've converted this simple slash to slash abc. So this is whole case sensitive as well as the keywords sensitive. So I have to declare each and every endpoint separately in order to get it through. So basically, if now I have changed this index.js to again back to the simple slash so that our code would be visible over the screen when we hit that particular endpoint with slash. Now, when I started my server, so it should give me that I have started my server or something like that. So how can I do is this app.listen function takes two arguments. Again, the first one is the port at which port it should be running. Again, when I change this port to 4300 and again restart my server. So again when I hit refresh, so it will give this site cannot be reached. But if I change my port number from 4400 to 4300, hit enter. So again my data is visible over the screen. And now, so the first argument is the port. The second argument is again a call web function. So this listen again takes two arguments. First one, initial one is the port number at which port I should be running my server. And again, this port basically separate each application running on the local PC from each other, separate each application. So basically having a call web function. So call web function is when the server starts. So what it should do? So when the server starts, it should log us like server started. At least we should get a response like something is being declared or the server is ready to get the request. So basically that's why we have done a response. So as soon as I hit npm start, so you can see over here, like the server started, response have been given to us, like the server has started, and now we can make our own request. Yeah, and now like getting back to the Postman. So you have earlier, I have earlier also explained about Postman, how it is being used. So basically, at this point of time, it is mainly used for testing APIs. So how our APIs will be working, how it can be visualized, and all of the stuff. So basically, we have a bunch of methods over here. So we can definitely have a get, post, put, delete, and other method. We can directly test from the Postman. But if you go back to the Chrome, and again when you test, uh, just a second, so I have to make this available on my screen. Cool. So if I go back to the Chrome, and if I have changed this get function to post function, now now I will be restarting my server. So server has been started, my endpoint remain the same, that is slash, but I have just changed my method. So when I hit refresh, so the method that the browser intakes is only the get request. Rather, each and every request will be done by either by code or by doing some special operations over it. We cannot have a post or any other method request from this URL bar. Instead, for testing this post API out, so basically what we do is we just change this method from get to post, and I would be pasting this same URL over there. And when I click on send, so basically that return me the data. But if I change again my method to get, so that return me nothing but a simple HTML document stating cannot get slash. Again, the method should be same. So that's why representing each method and differentiating each method from each other. So explaining that get method is an exposed method. Like we can obviously restrict this by at the for the security purposes, but in general, get request is an exposed method. Everyone can see what is there in the get request and the data that is being returned from this request. Post request do have a sense of encryption within it, and again as similar as the put request. Again, why we have a bunch of requests over a bunch of methods over here. So in order, create we cannot get, create, delete, or update a particular data in the through the API through a single endpoint as well as a single method. That's why we need a bunch of method to perform some special operations for separating get, post, put, delete, simple CRUD operations. And again, like simply by creating app.get. So now how I can get a particular variables from the front end to the backend. Like if I want to transfer a data from front end to backend, so what I can do is, so using again the post method. So again, post method contain a particular body element. So body contain all the data parameters that are being given from the server, or from the front end to the server. So just go to the body part and click on the row. So here what we will be defining our own JSON. So I would be creating a simple JSON over here, and I would be having simple uh, name. Again, text can be converted to JSON name, Raghav. Again, so when I click on send, so till now I have not received my particular response from here. But if you check out this request element here, where our request keyword will come in use. So basically I don't want to have this. Instead, I want to check what have been come from the request. So I would be taking body out of it. Body is equal to request dot body. So I would be consoling this, printing that within the console. So I would be restarting my server. When I hit send, okay, object is not defined here. Again, we have to parse that particular JSON operation from this. So till that time, it will be having the result as undefined. And again, but instead of that, we have some special parameter which we can use. So basically, for using this particular JSON, so we have to define the JSON within our own Express module. But before that, so you can test out this parameter function. So instead of getting back to the simple value, so we can write like this particular endpoint along with question mark. Question mark represent all the query parameter that we are sending from the server. So we have the name as well as the value. This is a simple key value pair, and that can be like email ID, email as abc@gmail.com. Again, all each and every key value pair separated by a single ampersand symbol. And again, how can I get this data is simply by corresponding to this query. So again, restarting the whole server. Again, I would be changing the request back to get, and again I would be changing this post to get simple npm start. Now when I just click on hit send, so this is what I get, a whole bunch of object that is being available to us through our server, through our request that is being made from our front end side. So you can compare this, the front end request have been given. So basically Postman is for testing. So you can compare this like a front end have given us a request, and here what we have done, simply we have consoled our the object that is being returned and the data that have been returned from our server. So now I want to store it somewhere. So how can I do is by using a kind of database. So that can be a simple MongoDB database. So again, you have to perform some operation in order to get our MongoDB installed as well as used along with this Node.js application. So for that, I have to restart this VS Code as it is displaying me unsupported. So I would be restarting that, and again going back to my module 5. Awesome. So when I hit okay, let me reinstall it. Yeah, now it should work fine. Great. So yeah, for getting my MongoDB connected to the main file and along with having some basic simple operation to be performed. So what I'll do is simply I would be writing, uh, I would be installing the new module name as Mongoose. So basically, MongoDB is the name of the database, and it has the npm package through which we perform our functions in order to get our data to the database and get it back and have some operations over that database data stored in the MongoDB. So it have the package name named as Mongoose. So I would be installing that Mongoose npm install Mongoose, and again when I hit that, so it would be installing. So till it installed. So I would be having a simple reference to the Mongoose package. So Mongoose. So Mongoose represent the simple ORM system. So how it can be used. So each and every documentation is already given here. So you can directly use this simple Mongoose document implemented within your server, or you can test it out from here. So basically getting back to the main code base. So we have successfully installed our Mongoose package in our node modules. And again, if you get back to this package.json file, you can see a new dependency have been installed with the name of Mongoose along with the version. And now, so initially we have to import our Mongoose over here. So instead of uh, creating all the file to be bunched up and contained within this index.js file, so what I will do is I would be creating modules. I would be having a modular type of functions. So what I will do is I would be going back to this explorer and I will be creating a new file named as connect to database.js. Okay, so it will be contains a simple function. So name is connect to database. Again, the file name can be same as that of the function or can be different based on your approach. And again, which this function do is simply connects to the MongoDB database, and I would be writing the code. And initially, I have to export this particular function to so that I can import from this file. So what I can do is like I can write this module dot exports. So what this command do is it automatically by default export this function so that I export this function from this file and we can import it anywhere within our project. And again, module.export, I have to define which module I want to export. So I want to export this particular function. So I can directly go back to this. I can give a reference to, so initially return res dot send file. So in order to have a reference to it, and again, their name along with slash index.html. So let me turn off this. So having a proper reference. So I would be commenting out this for the future references. So if you want to check the code out, you can go to the Scalar Academy GitHub and you can go to the module 5 folder in that. And again, you can check all the source code in future. So I would be uploading this code block to that. And now, so getting back to what it, so I would be importing that particular connect to database module over here. So I would be writing connect is equal to require. Again, the function can be as you want. So require and where the function is being present. So I would be referencing to that file, particular file where the function is being present and where from where it is being imported. So again, I have to give whole path for that particular file which is being used. But if our function or library is already being installed within the Node module, so I don't have to give that specific path. Instead, I can just type that particular module name here. So what I will do is after when my app starts, so I would be calling this particular function over here, and that would uh, that can have me displayed like connected to the database. In to test that, so I would be just writing npm start in order to test the current implementation. Like yeah, successfully connected to the database. So now we will be connecting to the database in real. So I would be just declaring the module that we have currently installed. So I would be requiring that from our node modules. So I have declared that. And now what I will do is I would be just writing mongoose dot connect. So it have a function connect that connects to a particular database that we have. Now it take a simple URI or a simple string where our database is present. Now it is a bit complex part, not much complex, but rather it can be generalized. You just have to go. Either you can create your own URI from the online server, or you can download it locally by just writing Mongo Compass. So just click on the first URL, MongoDB Compass, and again you can download this. So this is basically the GUI part, that is graphic user interface, that provide us an interface to work with MongoDB. So you also have to install simple MongoDB. Install simple by installing your MongoDB. So MongoDB will be installed within your local PC, and you can connection to the database. So we have this particular function in order to connect, and we have to give a particular URL string in order to connect to the Mongo database. So you have to download the MongoDB Compass from here, and it will look like something like this. So it will be initiating, and then from here this is your local string that you will be working in. So basically it have their own protocol. So basically we have bunch of protocol like TCP IP or simple HTTP HTTPS protocol or WSS protocol, as we have discussed earlier. So it have their own protocol named as MongoDB, and again have their own IP address along with the different port number over which that MongoDB server would be running. And we have successfully connected at this time. We have successfully connected to the database, but now we have to define the name of the database. So the name would can be simple scalar. Okay, so as soon as we have done this, and now I don't want to start this command at this particular instance. Instead, again, this connect function and take the second argument as a callback function. So if you can see over here, the first argument is the URI string that contains the main location of the Mongo database, at which port or at which server it is being running. And the second argument is the callback function. So as soon as MongoDB is successfully connected to the node server, so this function would be executed. So I want to display it as console.log connected to database. So at this point of time, as soon as we will be connecting to our database, so our I can see this response as connected to the database. So now let's test this implementation. So at this point of time, we have successfully connected our node server to our Mongo database, and now what and also we have created some a modular type of approach, like we have created a connection to database in another file, and we have imported that module from that file, and again uh, run that particular command after initialization of our server. So that's how things in real life approach toward a particular project creation. So now we have successfully created to our Mongo database, and now what we can do is we can have some operation, like we can take the data and let it get it stored within our database. But uh, prior to that, we have to define our schema. Schema is nothing but like defining a particular object, what that object would be containing. Like for example, if I want to create a simple uh, field that consists of name as well as email, that should be stored. So that definitely should store these two fields. None other than, no other field can be stored within that database. So I would be initially having a new schema named as schema.js. I would be creating a simple user schema. So prior to that, so again I have to import the main Mongo module, and again so that would be required, and again so I would be referencing to the main Mongoose uh, module, and now I would be creating a new instance of this. So Mongoose package contains a new class name as schema. So what I would be writing as mongoose.schema. And again, while declaring classes, so previous was one was function when I have declared this express and called it. So basically it have made the instance, but again it do have some prior prototype object already contained. So uh, in this schema, so schema is a class. So to initialize this schema class in a new instance, so I would be writing a new keyword or before that, and again so that would be initiated having the initial value. So what this schema would contain, so this schema would contain a special type of entries, like what type of object it would be containing. So initially it would be a simple, for example, first name. uh, just like neglect the value part, so we would be coming towards the value part. So initially we will be declaring, we would be creating a object. So it would be containing the first name as well as the last name along with email ID. Okay. So now let's come toward the value part. So what its value should be? So its value should be what type of data this first name should contain. So again, it would be object. Again, we would be defining the type. If you can see, it already have the type keyword. So it would be containing a type of like a string. And again, we can also give a default value to it. It can have a default value of simple, rather it simple empty string. Let it be. Now again for other two value also. So we have this same type string and default empty. And again we can also give a new field name as phone number to it, like phone number, and we can give it as type number, and we can default it to 0 value. And again now we have to export this particular schema to our Mongo database. So how can I do is like declaring a particular data set to it. Like I can just type as I've written it earlier, like module dot exports is equal to, we would be calling this function from the Mongoose. So as we have created this particular new schema, so we have to create a model for it. So Mongoose have a new function, has already have a function named as model. So we would be creating a new model with the name of user, and again we would be declaring what user model should contain. User model should contain this particular schema. So I would be just referencing to it as user schema. So at this point of time, we have successfully created our schema, what type of data that this user model would be containing, and we can have some special operation perform on this user schema. So now, uh, getting back to our original server. So at this point of time, we have created our server, and yeah, we have successfully connected to the database. Now getting back to this local host. So by default, port number of MongoDB is 27017, and we will be connecting to this. So it have a bunch of module already present. So but if you see over here, so I have connected to this uh, database name as scaler, but there is no entry named as scaler. So till now, our database have not been created till any operation have been performed. So now we would be performing our first operation in order to get our values. So what it should have is, so initially getting back to the postman, so we have to value name and email. So I would be just getting this name and email from our request dot query. So what this do is basically destructure this. It can be returned as like cause name is equal to request dot query dot name, and again for email it can be written as email like this. I have prevented these two lines to be formed as request dot query is an object dot query is an object containing two variables, name as well as email. So instead of writing dot name dot email, so I have destructured these two property and stored it within this particular constant, preventing these two lines to be formed. So this is a common syntax that we use in our day-to-day life while having writing objects. So basically, if we want to console this, so basically I would be getting the two values, the name as well as the email. So I would be writing the console.log name, comma email. So again, restarting my whole server. So connected to the database. So when I hit send, so I can see my name, Raghav, as well as my email ID. So I want to store this. I can also add a new field name as number, representing my number 987654321. Cool. So when I again send, so again I have to declare this as number. Restart my server, and again let's check the implementation out. And I hit send. Okay, so I have to console.log number. Cool. So when I check the implementation, so again my number have been successfully been taken. And now, so what I will be doing is, so I would be importing this schema from this module. So what I will be doing is above this, so I would be importing the whole schema within this user model, and again along with the require function that have this schema. And again now this is the main database model that I can use within this module. So what I can do with this is I can just declare. So basically, the term that I have declared over here is a class. So schema is a class that created an instance. Again, that contain a new class through which we can create a smaller instances. So I would be writing, declaring a variable name as new user. I would be creating a class, new class with it, new user. And what this user class would be containing is total 4 entries. That is first name, last name, email ID, and phone number. Again, we don't have the first name and as well as the last name, so I would be writing from here first name along with last name, Dhingra. And yeah, so again I would be writing here as first name along with last name. And let's last time test the implementation along with email. Commenting this out. npm start, and yeah, when I click on send, so yeah, definitely I would be getting the first name, last name, email ID, as well as the phone number. So what I can do is I would be creating a new instance of the user class that I have created, and I would be passing the whole object that is already that I already have. So initially, I would be copying these four items from the schema. Again, neglect the values. So again, the next is email ID, and the next is the phone number. Now we would be having a new values. So basically copying this, pasting directly to the value field. If you see over here, so again we have created an object with the key value pairs, denoting first name as first key and the value as the upper value. So this first name denotes the schema key, and this first name denotes the value that is being taken from the query parameters. Again, when I have created a new instance. Now I want to save this particular instance in my database. Now what I will do is simply write user dot save. So it will basically save the whole object in the database. But now obviously our save function take will take some time as our database is online. For example, if our database is online, so it will have some latency as well as the request sent to that particular Mongo database, and that would be saving that, and again we will be getting back the response. So there would be a delay in which all the operations have been performed. So basically we will be using the async await functions in order to wait for this save command to get executed, and then we would be sending the response. But if we just by default we go with this particular scenario, so basically it will not wait for the data to saved in the database. Rather, it will throw back a response. We want our data won't be saved within the local data or the Mongo database. So basically, instead of user, so we have to declare this new user variable over here. So it's my mistake. So I have created an instance over here. So new user dot save. So that's basically take this particular whole bunch of user object and would be saving this to our MongoDB database. And now, so I would be converting this simple synchronous function to asynchronous function, and I would be waiting till the time this new user saved to the database, and then we would be returning a response. So what we can return in the response is again the same, or we can just type true. So now let me execute it again. Now getting back to the Mongo compass, if I hit refresh, so again a new collection have been made along with a new schema that we have already created. So as soon as we have connected to the database, Mongo itself connect to the database again. It will generate a new schema to it as we have declared it here, mongoose.model. So it will create a new schema within our database, and now it does not have any entry. But again, when we get back to the Postman, now when I hit send, now it has given me a response of true. Now let's check our database. So when I hit refresh, so a new entry have been there within our database. So again, when I change the name to Shivay Lamba and xyz@gmail.com and 0123456789. Let's send it and test the implementation. So when I hit refresh, again, yeah, Shivai name is also there within the database. So this is the initial thing that we have done. And now what if I want to get the data from the database? So now I would be creating a new implementation as app.get having get data. So it a name of a new endpoint, so that I would be using. So again, that would be an asynchronous function. So as I want to wait for the response to fetch, and then that would be returned to the screen. Return response.json, and again that would be containing that object. So initially I want to retrieve uh, all the list of user that are available in that module. So what I will be doing is declaring a variable user list equal to user. So at this point of time, I will be performing some operation user dot find. So this is the find operation. If you see over here, so we have a bunch of operation over here. So the first one is the find. So basically finding a particular instance from our database. If I simply write find and with along with parenthesis, so basically it give all the result within that all the data list that is available within the database. Find one means simply finding a particular one instance. Find by ID means this one. If we have this ID over here, so basically that object will be returned. And again we have a bunch of other operations too which we can perform. So we would be having the find operation to get all the user lists that are available within the database. So I have used this, but at this point of time it will not return any data, as user.find will take some time to fetch all the result and give it back. So instead of that, so I would be writing await over here. So waiting for the MongoDB to fetch all the data and then returning to it. And again, now I would be having user list uh, displayed over here. Again, yeah, sorry, yeah. So we have already given response.json. So I have basically take all the data from this user object and return within the response of this particular function. So I would be again reinitializing the whole server. And yeah, so now getting back to the Postman, now we would be testing our new implementation. So again, copying this copying this particular port number as well as IP address. So yeah, and now I would be getting this particular endpoint get data, and when I hit send, okay, it took a particular instance, but let's see what's the error. So basically if something goes wrong, so we can use our try catch block in order to so that our main API would keep on working. So what can be the possible error? And again npm start. Okay, console.error is not a function because console.error is a function. So let it, let's check it out. Okay, rest is not defined. Oh, we have not declared the request and response over here. That's why it was throwing error. So there was no problem with our code base, just we have not passed the argument over here. So now when I hit send, so we successfully get all the data from the database that is available within the database. But again, when we test out the implementation again, so we have the new name ABC over here, XYZ, and again we have the phone number over here. When I hit send, so initially we have two entries, the first entry and the second entry. When I again send over here, so we have the third entry that we have made just now with this simple API request. So this is how we can use our own, we can create our own server, as well as we can connect to the Mongo database, and we can do some operations over the data, how we can get the data, as well as how we can throw the data to a particular API response. So in the previous module, so we have connected some of the API through the front end, and as same as that, so you can basically connect these API to the front end.
We'll be learning a lot of things, including how to structure your entire project, and we'll be also building it as a full stack application where we'll have a front end where you can create new nodes, and whenever you create any new node, it gets automatically saved to a MongoDB. So for that, we'll be also initializing a Node.js based Express server, and also creating some collections in our MongoDB for the same purpose of creation of new new nodes. So that's what we're going to be covering in today's session, this full stack applications.
Yeah, definitely, as Shivay told. So today our main focus would be building a real-time project on and deploying it on real server so that everyone can view our project. And also, so our project would be dedicated to a note-taking application in which we can see a list of note over the screen, as well as we can make a new notes, as well as we can edit it like the already present note, or we can delete it. So basically our main goal for is to make a full-fledged note-taking application where we can have a whole screen dedicated to our notes. So that also would be useful for our end too. And yeah, now proceeding with the main code. Yeah, today there is no theory, so we will be proceeding with the main code. Okay, so starting with the again module 6. So I would be creating a front end as well as backend. So initially in this module 6 folder, so again I will be creating a front end. So like expressing how we have reached this far is like we have already done HTML, CSS, and GS that would be covered within this front end application, and the other two parts that's the API integration as well as the backend server, along with connecting with the database and handling all the data. So that would be covered within the backend session. So again, I have created these two folders, front end as well as the backend. And the front end would be mainly focused on our UI of the application, what the user will be showed, and the backend would be having all the all the server configuration as well as the data handling, along with configuration with the MongoDB, so that our data from the front end could reach the server, as well as that data would be stored within our backend or the database that we will be using. So yeah, so starting with the minimalistic UI that we would be designing through our front-end application. So initially I would be creating a simple HTML file for the structure purposes. So, and again giving two more files, namely CSS and GS for the design and the functionality. So I have given main.css for the styling, and the functionality would be main.js. So this whole process would be uh, like collectively using all our previous knowledge and applying it in this module that we will be covering on. So initially, as I have already told you that I have created this boilerplate by using a code extension within the VS Code. And again, so just by hitting exclamation mark and clicking and hitting enter, so I would be getting a boiler template code for the HTML, over which I can define any of the tag. So again, hello, but that would be notes. So let's test this out. So again, I have told you another extension about live server. So definitely we would be using that by right clicking over it in the pop-up menu. So we can see open with live server. So just by clicking over it, so let me open this within my main desktop. Yeah, cool. So basically, this application would be opened within our live server. So what it will be containing is the front end, that is our main folder name, along with the index.html file in which we are running. Awesome. So I believe it would be taking a little more time, so we can shift to the our normal basic approach. Like I would be just opening the front end HTML file with normal file opener. So again, you can see over here, like I have used, you can see the index.html file over there, and you can see h1 tag over here. And again, by clicking on our developer tool, so we can also check what uh, what are all the elements that are present within the index.html file. So by clicking on the selection tool and by hovering over the element that we would be hovering over it, and again we can see the h1 tag already contain our nodes text. And yeah, so our index.html is ready. So now we will be making a minimalistic UI to show to our users. So that would be containing a simple heading that have the navigation bar along with the whole list of nodes, along with some button, for example, through which I can add my nodes, along with I can do some functionality. So that would we would be doing by JS. So let's create a navigation bar. So we have for the navigation bar, so we have already have a tag named as nav. So nav is dedicated towards representing a navigation bar. So again, that would be containing a list of items, like a list through which we can navigate over each other. So the initial one, it would be containing a simple uh, heading. So that would be notes. So I would be representing it as a simple span tag notes. And again, I would be giving us some class for some designing, and then representing a list of navigation through which we can go over. So that would be represented by a simple UL tag. UL represent for unordered list. So I will be creating a list of all the items that will be present within the navigation bar, and all the list item would be containing anchor tag. Anchor tag represent linking of the file. So basically, I can link a particular index.html file to another file, or I can reference it within the page, like having an internal linking as well as external linking. So I would be representing that also. And again, by going over, like, so I definitely do have a button to add. So create note, and again, so that would be a home page, and we definitely should have view notes page. Awesome. So that again should be contained within the anchor tag, and created a boilerplate and added a navigation bar over here, and again added a span for displaying a heading. Or instead of span, we can also use the heading tag, header tag, that represented by h1 to h6. So I would be using h2 tag that represent me a more detailed text over the screen. And again, let me check over the Chrome browser. So here it what I get. So but I don't want to define my navigation bar like this. So I would be adding some CSS, and again for that I would be linking my main.css file to the HTML document through the link tag. Again, I would be giving the reference to it, like where my file is present. So again, it's within the main current folder named as main.css. And again, I would be giving a reference, like what this file would be containing. So by giving a relevance tag, so this file contain a style sheet, the whole style sheet. And again, so successfully linking my CSS file to the main index.html file. And now I can start my styling over here. And now by defining a class name to this navigation tag, So I would be giving a class name, for example, notes navigation bar. So again, using a relevant class name according to the tags that we are using. So that would be again these texts are again self-descriptive, like why we are using this particular uh, at which component and for which tag the all the CSS properties are being defined. So again, by having a view over this particular text, so we can see like for the note taking application, so we have a navigation bar. So the we are defining a style for our navigation bar. So again, the name should be descriptive that we are defining. So again, by saving this, so definitely we have our class. So the property that we have focused over in our module 2, in our HTML and CSS module. So again, we have studied about display flex. So I don't want my text to be displayed vertically. Rather, that would be horizontally aligned, like side by side from left to right. So what I can do is by declaring simply display flex. So how it will be reacting to our main in HTML tags are, it would be separate all the tag and all the child element that are already available within this nav tag. So that would be taking a flexible width. So again, this nav tag has two child. So initially the h1 and the ul, and other like these tags, the li and the anchor tag are the sub child of nav tag. Rather, they are the child of direct child of ul tag. So these li won't be affected by the flex that have been given within this nav tag. So again, when I click on save and hit refresh, again these are aligned side by side. But again, I also want to align these side by side. So what I will be doing is I would be assigning a new class name to it and giving notes navigation link list. So we what it denotes is we have a note we have a navigation bar that contain list of links. Again, we have whole list of links. So what I will be doing, just copy and pasting within the this, and I will be declaring display flex again. So again, hitting refresh. So it has given us side by side view of all the stuff. So again, we don't want these dots as these dots are overlapping with each other. So what I will do is again, I have another view over it. So that's again called list item list child type. So I defined it none. So by hitting refresh, so all the dots would be disappeared. So again, it's another property list child type. So there are many other properties too, like if I want to display desk or square or simple circle, so again that can be defined over here. And either we can also define by giving it in the attributes in the UL tag. But again, with the concerning aspect, and as the time went on, so we have already changed our workflow from the old attribute styling to the main CSS styling, so that a user can well define and all the text would be customizable according to the user need. So that's why we have different a bunch of properties that can be defined, that can be triggered through the HTML file. So getting back toward this, so we have this list child type for removing all the circles beside these list items. So we have successfully defined this. So I will need some margin, like these are all stick towards each other. So what I will do is just create some margin over it. And again, before that, so what I will be doing is I want to change the font family or the font style of it. That I can do it by giving the body tag. So it represent the body tag, main body tag. So I would be just giving font family that would be defining what type of font I want to give. Like it can be Arial, Roboto, or simple Georgia Times New Roman or something else. So I would be giving a simple simple roboto system like this is sans serif font family. So if I go back to my original browser, so if I hit refresh, so again you can see all the font have been changed, all the font style have been changed. So basically I have done changed it to the simple sans serif font family. And again, so now, if you go to any of the like website, so basically we in the navigation bar we have the main title displayed on the left hand side, and we have link on the right hand side. So how I can do is by separating these two. If again you click on the selection tool, let me increase the size for this, and if I click on this selection tool and hover over the main nav element and again click over it, so you can see like the nav element again itself represent both the ul tag, let me represent it to you. The h2 tag take a width of 66 pixel, and ul element take a width of 253 pixel, and the rest of the space is empty, represented by the slashes over here. So these space is empty. So what I want to do is I want to define like my first element should be on the left hand side and the second would be right hand side, and there should be space in between these two elements. So again, as I represented, there should be space in between these two elements. So again we have another property like we have justify content, and again as I have represented, I want space between them. So again space between these two elements. So when I go back and hit refresh, again you can see over here my both element are separated from each other. The initial heading is toward left and my other thing is toward right, all the links. So again now uh, I would be declaring, I would be having a margin. So these again are stuck with each other. So I want to create some margin over it. So how can I do it? This again by using the class node navigation links link item that represent the particular list item. And again, I would be giving the same class name to all of this. As I don't want to write repetitive style CSS for each and every element, so I would be giving the same class name to all these three link list items, and I would be defining a single CSS over the main.css file. So I would be writing like I need a margin of left hand side. So left mean that a margin would be given over the left hand side over I need it at least of 15 pixel. Again when I hit refresh, so again spaces are there over here, and again if you click on this selection tool and hover over this list items, so you can see this orange color box appeared. So that's nothing but margin is given. So again blue box defined the content of the main tag, li tag, and the orange represent the margin that have been given. And again if you go below this in the style tab and scroll down over this, so you can see a box model appeared over the screen. So that again the main box model defining what uh, what length and what height and width this content take, what's the padding, what's the border, and again what is the margin. Again you can see over here 15 is written over the left hand side and rest are these only minus symbol or hyphen symbol. So again that represent only left have been given a margin of 15 pixels, the rest all are null or zero, you can say. And then we have successfully created our initial navigation, but again that required some kind of styling. So again I would be giving a particular background color to it, so that would be a simple blue. So it's a blue color background, but again you can see over here a why I don't want this white uh, patches to be appeared over the screen. So my navigation bars should be stuck at toward the end of the screen. So how can I do this is by So again, if you go to the element tag, I have defined that a body already do have a default margin over it with a margin of 8 pixel all over its sides. So I would be removing this. So I would be just typing as margin 0. So what it will do is it will just remove all the margin that are bounded by the body, default body, and again I need some spacing from this edge to nodes. So what I will be doing is I would again go back to this navigation element, and again I would be giving padding, not margin, again representing the box model, the all the background color that you see over here. So background color is given to the padding as well as content. And if you see below this, again padding, the border color is given to the padding as well as the content. So content would be shifted toward that. If I give margin, so margin does not have the background color. So that's why again my empty white space would be again visible over the screen if you want to test it out. So you can again write your own css while you are within the browser. So how can you do this? By just click on the element and go to this style tab, again within the element dot style attribute, this element. So you can write your own margin by just writing margin, I need 10 pixel. So again you can see like white space have been appeared over the navigation bar, and below in the box model again we have the margin of 10 pixel all around the sides. So instead of margin, if I give padding, so you can see now like the padding have been given a total size of 10 pixel all around the content, and again padding have also been colored with the background color space. So that's why it's necessary to use padding if we want to have some spacing between the main tag as well as the side of the tag. So that's why. So again, if you see over here, so again these elements are not in the middle. So how can I just uh, make this all the elements that are visible over the left side of the screen in the middle? So that can be done by using a simple another property. So I would be writing simply align item center. So what it does is all the elements that are present within this flex link list, so basically that would be aligned center. And again, this align item center property do work with only display flex as well as grid system. None other than if you are using simply block. So again, this align item attribute won't work. So again, when I click on save and hit refresh, so again you can see like these elements are all aligned center at the center. And again, if you want to test it out, how it changed is its property. So you can just untick this checkbox that you can see over here, and by unchecking this, so you can see what type of changes have been done. So basically, it has mathematically derived centered. And again, yeah, so you can so I must have to give some padding over here. So I need to give a padding of 10 pixel over here. So yeah, just by hitting refresh. So again, yeah, my padding have been given, but I don't want to give padding from top to bottom. So again, while giving a simple value, so many of the key property that are defined within the css, so they have, if for example padding margin, so we can give four value that represent my top, right, bottom, left, like the upper side, the right side, the bottom side, and the left side moving clockwise. So we are giving padding clockwise direction. So what I want is I don't want to give padding top and the bottom. So I would be writing just top and bottom as 0, and I want to just give padding right and left. So I would be defining 10 pixel to the right and 10 pixel to the left. So what it do is, if you see now, it is having a padding of 10 pixels up and below. When I hit refresh, again the size reduce as my padding have gone and only the padding have been applied over the left and the right hand side. So I would be increasing the size by 10 to 20 pixels. So again, yeah, it look more clear. So now I would be just moving back toward this, and again I would be giving a simple navigation heading, and again I would be changing the color of the font that's being used, and again that can be done achieved by simple color tag. Again, there is a difference between the simple background color as well as color. Background color define the color at the background, and the color define the color of the text that is that's away, being visible over the screen. So I want it a simple white color. And if you hover over this, if you are in the VS Code, so you can see the RGB color code of this, or you can select by moving this color picker tool along with, if you click over here, so this is a hexa code along with HSL code, that's hue, saturation and illumination code. And again there are three type of code that can be defined over from here. So I would be using a simple hex code over here. So again my color of the heading have been changed to white. So now again our we are moving toward the completion of our navigation bar. So again I need the color white here too. So what I will be doing is again representing my color to white. Yeah, cool. So at last, I don't want a background color of this button. So what I will be doing is I would be explicitly giving a new tag named as navigation add notes button. Again copy and pasting within the main.css file, and again defining I don't need the background color. So I would be giving it as a transparent. So again hitting refresh. So again the color have been disappeared, but again we have to change the color of the text, as well as we have to disable this border that is visible over the screen. So again when I want to disable border, so I would be writing just border attribute with along with I don't need a border, so I would be writing just none. So again hitting refresh, so our border is none. And again when I hover over these elements, so my cursor should be changed to a pointer, like a hand type tool should be appear over there, so that our like it should look like it the button is have like the button has a click element over it. So what we can do is by defining the cursor property over here with the value of pointer, and again hitting refresh. So my pointer have been changed to from default cursor to the pointer cursor, pointing the button can be clicked. And again same as I want to change the color of the text, and again to white. Yeah, cool. So it look more clearer. So again I need to give my font, I can increase or decrease the font size by using the font size uh, property, and again that could be as much as many pixels. So you can see over here like this size have been increased, but by default the color the font size is 16 pixels. So basically when you hit refresh, so you can see the size have been changed from the default, the button default font size is 13 pixels, so I have changed from 13 to 16 by the default text size that is appeared on the screen. So yeah, we have successfully created our navigation bar, but now we would be creating other elements, like we do have our we do have to display our node in the new node tab, as well as we have to create a new node. So how can I do this as, so at the home, so I can again declare a simple division that represent a there. Again, that would be visible over here. So again, I would be giving it a class. So again, that can be represented by h3. So it's a small designing element that I'm proceeding with. So that would be, I would be representing it as a simple notes home div. So again, I would be aligning the text at center by using the text align center property. So again, my text have been aligned at the center, and again, uh, I want to increase the size of this height there. So what I will be doing is I would be writing font size as, for example, 40 pixels. Like that would be enough to display the text. Yeah, cool. So again, I would be writing another element as h1 take notes, representing by a simple class name. So this is our main text that would be appeared within our home page. So that would be containing nothing but a simple uh, title that would be displayed over the home screen. So again, going to the index.html file, and again notes header. So I need to define this note headers as font size of 60 pixels. So that would be appeared a little bit larger than the previous one. And again, the color should be changed to like red or of red if you want. Again, yeah, cool. So again, I would be increasing the size of it. And yeah, so this is, you can display it as a small home page over which it represent us to take the notes, and by clicking on this home screen, so we should come back to our index.html page. So now we would be linking different HTML pages from each other. So what I will be writing is index.html, and by clicking over this particular, it should be href. So anchor tag should contain an attribute named as href, again same as this, representing hyper link reference. So what this home, if I click on this home button, so where it should be taken. So again, writing another href represented by us, again take notes.html page. So again, that would be contained within this folder. And again, when I hit a new file name, so the file name should be same as that of this index.html, this node.html file. So that I have mentioned within this anchor reference. So if I hit refresh, so you can see the color have been changed. So I don't want to change the color of this hyper anchor text. So what I will be doing is simply copy and pasting this particular class name over here, and I would be defining a CSS as a simple color of white that I want to define. And now I have already declared a color as white, so I don't want to redeclare it. So what I can do is I can use a comma separator and represent another class name. So that represent these two class name would be having same type of properties that they have. So again, hitting refresh, so the color have been changed to white. And again, I don't want to display this underline. So what I will be doing is, so again, heading again does not have any property that have an underline. So we just want to change this particular link at value. So I would be redeclaring it, and I would be writing text decoration as null. So basically, underline represent a simple text decoration. And again, when I hit refresh, so a line have been disappeared. So yeah, again, when I click on this home page, so it redirect me to index.html. You can see over here, my whole page refresh itself. When I click on view notes page, so again, it is showing me an empty page. Again, that define like this index node take HTML does not contain anything. But if I again write this boilerplate code, you can see over here like the nodes take nodes.html file, and when I hit refresh, so that have been changed to document as I've declared the document title over here. So again, that would be take notes. The title should be take notes. So again, my title have been changed to take notes, and yeah, so here, or it should be view notes, as we have declared the main text as view notes. So again, that was the mistake. So we have to redeclare this. We have to change the file name from view notes or take notes to view notes. Again, that would be view notes. And this view note file again should share the same uh, CSS file as we have declared earlier in the index.html file. So what I will be doing is I would be just simply copy and pasting this particular link tag reference over here. And again, in the body tag, I again want to define the whole navigation bar over here. So I would be copying this navigation bar and pasting within the view notes section. So again, when I hit refresh, so the take note have been changed to view notes. So when I hit refresh and again go back to the view notes, again, this is a view note file. If you want to test it out, so you can write a simple division representing view notes. So again, hitting refresh. So you can see over here view notes. When I again go back to home page, so that is take notes. So this is a simple link, external linking of documents. So how we can link one document to another. So I can simply go to view notes as well as return back to the home page. So again, the third page would be the create node page, and I would be creating that too. So create node.html. So again, that would be containing the same procedure that we have so instead of redeclaring file and copy and pasting each and every element, so what I will be doing is I would be just copy and pasting this view HTML node and renaming it as create nodes.html. So again, my already the code is present over here. So I would be just changing the title over here, and again the links over here. So representing again that this will not be a button, rather than it will be a simple link. And yeah, so I would be doing the same type of changes over here, and I would be removing the CSS of the button too. Cool. So I would be having a reference to it, defining the main create nodes.html page, and again giving the same reference, so that each and every reference, if I go to any page, so the link should point to only a single file that I want to make changes. So again, the code must be same, and this title represent note taking application demo scaler. So if I hit refresh, so again you can see over here like the title have been changed to note taking application. And if I want to go to any of the page, so what I will be doing, so initially we are at index.html page, and now we are at view notes page, and now we are at create node page. If I go back to create node and move this create nodes and hit refresh, yeah, we are at create node, then view nodes, then home page. Yeah, cool. So we have successfully done our initial step. So again, when I go to any of the page, so again, I should represent at which page I am. So I would be changing the color of the link that are given over here. How can I do this is by, like, I can choose this by and write it is an active link. So I have declared a new class with the name of node navigation link active. So what it will do is this class at any of the tag, when I give this particular class name, so the color would be changed to, for example, red color. So representing, and along with it will be displaying a underline text. So that would be again the text decoration as underline. Again, when I am home page, so the file name is index.html. So I would be going to index.html file again. So I would be giving the class name to it. Again, I am at index.html homepage. So I would be giving a class to this anchor tag, giving node navigation link active. So when I hit refresh, so again, it represent me a red color text representing home along with the underline. And when I go to view notes, though, so the file name is view-notes.html, going back to that. And again, that represent me, again, I would be changing the class of this particular element, representing it as node navigation link active. And again, going to the third file, create nodes. So again, I have a new element over here. So again, create node element. When I change the class name of this, so basically I would be handling all these linked together. So when I click on home, so the color have been changed. When I go to view notes, so the color have been changed, and hence same as that of create notes. So we know at which page we are for now. So what I want to do is, when I go to view notes, so a list of notes should be visible over here. And when I go to create notes, so I should be displayed a text box over which I can write a particular, uh, you can say note. And when I click on submit, so a note should be given to our backend, and that should be stored within our main Mongo database. So now I would be completing this view node section. So in this view node section, so again, instead of this main.css file, so I would be writing a new file named as view nodes.css, so that our code base for the style sheet should be separated from each other, so that no, if by mistake I have used a class name again in any of the file, so that should not affect the previous code that I have written. So again, for that I would be declaring a new css file, and I would be giving this new css file reference to this view nodes html, none other than that, so that my main index.html file and other the create nodes.html file should not be affected from this css file. So again, when I just, how can I do that? Again, by clicking, pasting the same link over it, and just changing the name from, we have the main.css file already present over here. And again, I would be redeclaring this a new CSS file named as view nodes. So again, all the structure that I would be defining over here, so that would be total style sheet would be contained within this view node section. So again, the step that I've performed over here. So basically, I have modularized my whole functionality. For example, I have not basically written my whole code within a single page. What is the benefit of writing these type of modular code is, when I need this particular type of file, so at that instance of point, so the file would be downloaded, rather the file won't be affecting our main source code that we have already written, or the user is viewing that page. So this type of approach, modularizing all the stuff, definitely give us a power to write an efficient and effective code. And again, so yeah, we are at the view nodes page. So it should initially, or this is the main division. So that would be containing the main heading of the tag and view nodes header. So that would be containing a simple view node text over here. And again, that have a font size of, let's suppose, 30 pixel. And I want to have, give a weight. Font weight mean whether I want to make it bold or light. You can see over here, if I give a font weight of 700 pixels, no, 700, so it would be darker, somewhat darker. And if I give it as 100 pixels, so it would be lighter. So basically, it weight have a value of 100, 200, 300 till 900. So we have 100 till 900 value. I cannot define it as 109 or something. It has 100, 200, 300, all the multiples of 100 basically. So I would be making it as a 900 font weight, and again that represent the highest bold value that can be given, or I can write 700 a lit bolder value, but it represent a bold value. And again I want to display the text in the center of the screen. So again I have property text align center, and again I want to give some space from top and bottom. So again, either I can use padding or margin, but at this point I don't have a background color or something. So again I would be using margin at this place, as I want to separate two tags from each other. So again, at this point of time, the margin would be our best approach. So again, that I would be giving 20 pixel. Awesome. So we are at the view node page, and now I would be creating this header. So again, I was explaining about why we are using margins for separating two tags from each other. And again, when I hit refresh, so some spacing have been given from the top as well as the bottom. And now, yeah. So basically, I would be increasing font size. Yeah. So basically, going back to the view node page. So again, I must have to display some type of list. Like we have a list of nodes that are gathered within our database. So I have to gather that and display it over the screen. So how can I do that? Is by using a simply again the list tag, UL tag, and again giving the li item. So I would be having a block like of structure that is displayed over the screen. And again, uh, hey one, so representing that as a list. So I would be rather representing it as a simple common text, visual text. I would be having all the list of the text within displayed within the block. So how can I do that? Is by view note block, and giving a CSS to it. So I would be giving the same class name to all of the blocks that are represented over here, so that they must be sharing the same type of CSS that is being defined over here now. So that should uh, have an infinite amount of height, but they should have a particular width. So they must have a maximum width of 300 pixels. So the content must not exceed the 300 pixel capacity that we have. Again, that should that should have a background color of somewhat like of uh, a faded uh, black color. So representing by, you can toggle over the opacity of the background that can be set with the third parameter. That is, I have used RGBA and A attribute that represent RGB value that represents 000, defining by a simple black color. And again, the 02 represent the opacity of the black color that I want to give to the block that is being represented. And again, when I hit refresh, so you can see over here, the width 300 pixels have been given. And again, if uh, if you can see over here, so I want to have some margin along with it, so a margin of 10 pixels. So you can definitely see what type of block are being made. So basically they have a width of 300 pixels, but they do have a definite height of the content that are contained within this block. So again, by using the list style type property, so I don't want to display this particular circle, so I have used this property and again hit refresh, so that is again gone. So now for this instance, so I want to display 3 block on a single row. So how can I declare that? By using again the next property, our grid. So we have let's, so again I would be declaring a simple grid to the parent element of all these 3 containers, and again I would be declaring that as display grid. And now we have a property, we can display grid by a property as grid template columns. So again, what type of what width I want to give to these 3 containers? So I want to give an equal width, so I can write one fr, one fr, one fr. Fr represent a one fragment of each, so that these whole height that are visible from here to here, that whole height would be, whole width would be divided into 3 equal parts. So when I hit refresh, when I again save and hit refresh, so again these 3 have been divided into 3 equal parts. And again these block, if you see over here in the element tag, and if you see over here, so these block again have to be centralized from each other. So again that can be done by using a simple auto property. So again, as I have defined, so we have I want to just define, I just want to define a single or equal margin from left hand side border over here. So if you can see over here, so we don't have a margin, and also the content is not at the center by using the auto property over here. So basically we can define equal margin from the left and the right hand side. So we have declared over here. So yeah, for now, and again giving some type of padding to the to this block. So we want to have some type of uh, spacing between the content and the border. And yeah, so I would be declaring a padding of 10 pixels. So yeah, the block is, and the item content is visible more clear. So instead of background color, what if I give a shadow? So again, a shadow have another property. So we have a box shadow. So that again represent our x, y, the offset as well as the width that I want to give to the shadow. And again, which type of color that I want to give to the shadow. So basically you can, I can display over the screen. So by giving a simple black shadow over here, so it look more clearer and more type of hovered container over the screen, so that the UI is more minimalistic now. And again, if I want to give some type of border radius over it, so our container must be circular in shape, not much circular, rather small, having border radius at the edges. So they should not be sharpened. So I would be just blunting all the borders. So by using which type of border I want to give, if I used 30 pixel border, so the again it is clearly visible that my borders are rounded, but I just want to have a light blunt over the edges. So again I have given a 4 pixel radius over the border, and again my sides are blunt. And now, so it looks cool, like if I display it as a simple lorem text, and if I want to contain my notes within it, so again it's looking nice as previous. So again, I would be giving somewhat more padding to it. And now it should do have again, we have a simple text over it, and we also do have an author over here. So I would be defining as author by simply writing it. And again, that should be separated from each other. And view note author. So again, each note have been created by a particular person, so representing by author. So I would be giving a color of created white color, or you can say a gray color, gray, or yeah, it look more, or I can change the color to some but green in color. It's not visible much, but awesome. So giving some margin to it from the top and giving it as a normal 10 pixel. So again, my these two containers are separated from each other. Who has made this? And again, who is the author? And again, uh, so we have successfully created a particular component from where we can view our nodes. And again, now it's I would be deleting these all three containers. So I don't want these containers to be visible over the screen. So that would be containing a single node. And now, so I would be creating. So now it's the turn for creating new nodes. So again, we have the create node HTML, and we have to create a new CSS file, create node.css, and again by hitting enter, so we have created the file, and again we have to link that file to the document, so don't forget that also. And now, so we have to give the particular relevance to it, what type of data that the CSS file contain. So it contains a style sheet. So now, so we have, again, I would be giving the same create node header to it, and again with a margin of 20 pixel and font size of 40 pixel, and again text align center. So again, my text or the heading would be visible over the screen with all the property. Correct. So here I would be creating a simple text box, as well as I would be giving a simple input box along with a submit button. So I would be creating creating that document. So I would be creating a simple div with uh, create not form class. So again, I would be creating a form. So in this form, so what it will be containing is it have a it do it basically have a flexible margin. So but beside that, so basically that would have width of maximum content. So whatever content it contains, so basically the division should be as big as the maximum content that it have. So basically if I write here and hit enter, so basically the width of this particular container is as much as the content it have. So again, if I use margin, simple margin 0, that represent my top and bottom values, and auto, that represent my left and right values. When I hit refresh, so basically that is center aligned. My whole div is center aligned. And again, going back to this, so I would be creating a simple text area. So in the text area, so I can resize this, and again I can write stuff within the text area, and I can copy and paste the value from it, and again send it back to my server. And again, yeah, so I would be giving initial class name of create node form text area, and defining the particular default property to it. So I would be defining a height of, for example, 500 pixel, and again the width of 800 pixel, let's suppose, and so it is quite big. So we can reduce the size, and now it's much cleaner. And again, I would be I can display a single placeholder over it, so that represent me a particular value that I can enter. So write notes over here. And again, I can write notes over here. And again, it can contain a second input box that can contain a simple write your name. Simply write your name that is contained within the placeholder attribute. And again, I can give the type as a simple text box. So it will contain all the textual value. And again, I can write my name over here and I can write notes over here. And again, the width must be 100%. So again, my width is maximum content. So according to the content that it have, so defining this particular division element, and if I give the width 100% to it, and again, yeah, the width is 100% again. So but my initial width have been given to 500 pixels. So again, I would be giving the same width to it, when representing it as a text box. I have given the class name to it, and again, I would be defining the CSS for it. And again, for the CSS, I will be giving a width of 500 pixels. Again, the width is same, and again, defining the font size of a bit bigger so that it can be bit visible over the screen. And I can write my name over here, and this is a new note. Okay, so I have successfully created a particular text area and as along with the author field. And again, I need to create a button through which after click over it, so that can send a request to the server and our data would be visible over the view notes window. So I would be writing save, I would be creating a save note button and defining a particular CSS to it. So again, I would be creating a new class name to it and giving form button simple. So again, I would be creating a uh, simple looking button, giving some padding to it, like 10 pixels, and again enlarging the font size of it to 20 pixels, let's suppose, and giving a background color of simply that's the again the blue color that gets used within the main navigation bar. Again, I would be declaring a color as white and giving border to none, displaying no border, and giving some kind of border radius to blunting all the sides. Awesome. So I would be declaring it as margin 0 auto again for centering out this particular division. So what I will be doing is I will be creating this and writing a small group of inline CSS or just text align center. So that would be just a second. Again, by clicking over here, so my button is visible over the, okay, it's a div. Okay, so that's already centered aligned. So basically I would be creating a new class name, button wrap. So this is a class of a division. So I would be maintaining a new class, giving all the property that we have written inline over here, and I would be writing a margin top of 20 pixel, let's suppose. So that margin would be some kind of spacing would be there for the screen. So yeah, now our whole module have been completed, and I just last is declaring a cursor pointer to it, so that whenever I hover over here, so a pointer would be appeared. So now if like I want to create some animation, if I hover over the button as well as if I click over it should have some animation. So how can I do that? Is by using some pseudo properties that we have. So by using the hover property, pseudo property, so basically used by colon along with the keyword, like I want to hover over the button and it should have some change visible. So it should, the background color should change to somewhat like darker blue when I hit refresh. So when I go back to the screen and hover over it, so my background color have been changed somewhat darker. So again, but it is abruptly changing, but I want some type of animation visible over the screen. So I would be using another property known as transition. So again, the transition property is again same as that of animation, but it have a bunch of difference. Like I don't have to define any keyword, but this transition works whenever these pseudo selectors are like available. So I want to give a transition of 0.5 second. So when I hit refresh, so again when I hover over it, so it does not change the color abruptly, rather it transition the color from the initial position to the final position. So again, when I click over the button, so again we have another attribute named as active. When our button is active, when my mouse is being clicked over the screen, over the button, so it should be somewhat shortened down. So I would be using a transform property and that have a value of scale. So I would be giving a scale of how much it should be scaled down. So the initial value is 1. So I would be writing zero point 0.9 to scale down the value. Again hitting refresh. Now when I click over the button, so it somewhat a bit scaled down. And when I just release the button press, so again it expand to its original position. So now we have successfully created the main UI of the component. Again, that have a home page. Again, we have a view node page, and the third one we have the create nodes page. So now we would be now working with the main JS file. So what I would be writing is initially we have the main.js file again at the view node. So how our nodes would be visible? So again, when our page refreshes, so basically whenever a function should be there, so I would be creating a simple function by arrow notation. So again, that represent me of fetch nodes from the server. So simply fetch nodes. So whenever I call this particular function over the over my HTML file, so what it does is it basically return me all the values, as well as it represent all the value that are present from the backend and displayed on the front end. So for now, for example, I have a bunch of value. I have an array of all the value. So basically representing by a simple array of objects. So basically contain nots, not contain a simple, this is new not, and defining another property as author. So author is ABC, and again I have a second value over here. So again representing by, if I go back to the view nodes, and I would be just copy and pasting this value over here, and this is a new node that I would be seeing. Okay, yeah, cool. So it is a new node, and again the author is Raghav. And again, when I have to fetch this array, for example, that you can represent this array is coming from the backend. So backend is throwing a array of objects. So I have gathered this object within the particular variable array, and I want to display this array to our view nodes page. So what I can do is I would be simply writing, I would be fetching like I would be creating a new li element. I would be appending this to the main UL tag. So I would be declaring an ID over here and represented as view nodes list. So again, I have given the ID to it, and again I would be referencing this ID to this main fetch nodes constant. So node list tag. So again, we would be having a reference to document, the main DOM element, document.get element by ID. So again, I would be referencing to with the same ID that are being declared over the HTML file. So I have referenced this particular file, and I would be having a simple for loop as we have the array within it. So I would be declaring a simple for loop. So I have to fetch all the object. I have to map it over the ally tag, and then I have to append that ally tag to this note list tag. So how can I do this? I would be declaring a simple loop over, and I can iterate over this array that are visible over the screen. So we can see this note list, simple notes list. So simple array that I is equal to 0, and I should be less than note array dot length, and I should be plus plus, like it should be iterated over each and every element. So what if it will be doing it is it will be creating a new tag representing by const tag is equal to. So again, I would be using template strings as I've earlier mentioned within the module 3 when we are working with JavaScript. So I would be using this template literals or template strings. So I would be creating a new li element. So again, I would be copy and pasting this particular li element tag from over here. And I would be declaring it like this, and basically using the same format that are declared over here. So the first division represent us all the nodes, and again the second division represent us with the author name. So basically having a class of this. Okay, so how can I insert this particular uh, element to this object is by using dollar sign along with this curly braces, and inside this I can use this notes array note list of element of I. Like it would be taking this particular first element, and that would be mapped within this module, and then I would be taking notes. So I, how can I, what it return is basically it return me simple an object containing notes as well as author. So it send me an object. So how can I use this object is by using dot notation, dot author, oh dot not, and again in the second iteration, so I have to give the author name. So I would be writing notes list of ith element dot author. So that represent me the note and the author visible over the within the li element, and I need to append it to this note list tag. So how can I do that is by inside this for loop only. So I would be writing note list tag dot append child, and I would be writing simply passing this tag over this function. So again, when I go back to this view note, so I would be commenting this out. I would be commenting this li tag. Again, hit refresh, so that would be displayed nothing as I am not called this function yet. And now initially I have to link this main.js file to this view node.html. So what I can do is again by writing a simple script tag, by passing a simple source element into it, and again by passing the main.js file to it, referencing to it. And again, now we have successfully connected to our main.js file. And at this instance of time, I can call this fetch not function. And now when I call this fetch not function, so I can see all the errors that are coming up from the console. So we can demonstrate this in the live environment. So where I am lagging. So basically I am lagging at append child function, fail to execute append child on node. So basically here is the error that I am lagging with. So basically it have direct pushed this particular node list tag, and I just will represent this. So that surely gives me a simple UL tag. So I have created a simple tag over here. Okay, so I have to append this to the HTML. Note, I have to append the child. So this is not a child. It's a simple string that we have made. So what I can do is simply node tag list dot inner HTML, and I want to append. If I use this, so it just what it basically does, it just it take all the text, it remove all the text within this particular tag and add this to it. But we want to append all the text. We does not want to remove the previous text. So I need to use this plus equal to operator. That means I am appending this particular string to the existing inner.html that is available within this node list tag. So when I again hit refresh, so we have successfully get these two nodes that are visible over the screen. And again, if I made any changes to it, this is a new node. And hi everyone. Again, that is updating from the object that we have created. And now we have successfully get our node, but now we want to take this node list from our API. Now at our server time. So we get back to, we just close the server and we get back to our backend folder, and now we would be creating our backend server. So defining our main server.js file, and again I would be initializing this folder as I would be just initially go to this backend folder. So I have changed my directory to the backend folder, and I would be writing npm init. Again, that would be initializing a whole npm string over here. So the utility package walkthrough. Okay, so again, I am going to initialize the whole repository. Again, it is asking me for package name along with a bunch of operation. So again, I would be hitting an enter, and at last, a simple package.json file would be created. And again, in this package.json file, so I would be having a start script already available over here. So again, I have already declared the server.js file, and hence a start script is available over here. So again, in this server file, so again I would be installing some of the modules that I will be using, or rather than this, so I would be using all the modules that are available in our previous module. So again, I would be going back to my previous module. So in module 5, in which we have declared all the server and the schemas. Again, I would be opening my schema and copy and pasting within our current code base. So I would be declaring a schema.js. So for this reference, so you can view the previous module. But for now, so I would be just removing all the stuff from here. And rather than this, I would be writing these two things like author as well as notes. Again, this Mongo schema do contain these two fields, that is author and notes, and that contain a new user model within our Mongo database, and that would be saved within our Mongo. And now we have successfully created our Mongo, and again now we have to connect to our database. So what I'll do is simply again going back to our module 5, and I would be just simply and pasting my connect to DB database, connect mongo.js. Again we have to pre-install our requirement. Again, npm install mongoose. Okay, npm install mongoose. So it will install all the requirement for the mongoose. And again, so we will be writing we would be installing a second module, that is express. So our main express server, so through which, and now I would be copying and pasting the code for the main r server.js file. So basically this is index.js. So yeah, this is the main code. So I would be just pasting my main code server.js in the server.js. So now what this code contains is explaining that again. So I have created a simple express server by using the Express module that we have installed it. And again, I want to connect that particular server to the database. So here I have used this connect mongo.js module, and I would be connecting to the Mongo module by using this function. I have declared the function earlier in the module 5, and now I would be using this function in this server. So basically I have to redeclare the path as I've changed the file name. So basically it's connect Mongo. So basically I will be using this connect function, and that is used within this particular line number 37 when I initiate my server at port number 4300. And again, I have used this Express server and made a new instance. And now I have declared, I have used the schema, or it's basically a Mongo schema that have been earlier made. And now I would be removing all these elements from here. And again, awesome. So basically in this file, so just we have declared our Express server, and that is again initialized at port number 4300, and that should return me a response of, so to test it out, return a response of simply true. Again, for testing our server out, so initially I would be just declaring it as npm start, as in the package.json I have written a start script as node server.js, so we don't have to redeclare where we have to start our server. So again, we have successfully connected to the database, and our server have been started. Again, for testing all the functionality out, so I would be using Postman, and again I have this particular uh, host present over the get URL request URL screen or the input. And again, let me increase the size. Yeah. So basically, let me reduce the size by 1. And now I would be using the URL as 127.0.0.1 that represent the local host that we are using, and my main port is 4300. That should be same as that of that we have declared it at the time of execution. So basically app.listen at the port 4300. So basically we have written this, and again add a simple get request. So basically get is a method, so we have declared a method over here, and by making a simple get request over it, so it will return me true over the response screen over here. When I click on send, so it return me a simple true. So basically I need to make a post request, so that through this create notes screen, so I can declare my note and I can submit it to the server. So how can I do this is just by checking this out, app.post. So I have simply made a post request. Again, when I restart my server and again hit the simple get request, so this time it won't be working. So again it give me error with an HTML page cannot get a simple slash. And now when I change this method from get to post, so basically I would be having a response of, when I click on send, so basically I would be getting a response of true. And again, now getting back to the main app.post screen, so basically I can take all the values coming from that particular screen over my server. So how can I do that is by going back to the body, and I would be using a simple raw data along with this JSON type of data string that we are getting to, and what type of data I want to pass. So basically we have two type of data. The initial one is not, and the second one is the author. So again I would be declaring it as notes. So I would be passing notes to it. So this is a new note, and again I would be passing a author as, again I have already explained about the JSON. So basically the key and with the value pair that I am getting through over here, so basically that should be enclosed between the double quotes. So that's why, so basically proceeding by the colon, along with I would be giving a author of ABC. So again, when I hit send, so I have to get the particular data over here. So how can I do that is by simply writing like notes is equal to request dot body dot notes. So basically this notes that I've declared over here. So basically request dot body gives me this particular JSON object. So we have this JSON object and already parsed. So basically parse mean this JSON object have been converted to a simple JavaScript object without using this double quotes over here. So basically I would be just simply writing dot notes over here, and again when I hit console.log, and again at this point too it would be giving me a simple undefined method. So till now I won't be getting any response. So why is that? Again, I would be having a representation for that. Again, when I not simply request dot body, let it be, and again by going back to the postman, when I hit send, again it throw me an undefined error. It's not an error, rather it's a value of request dot body. So basically, till now, I have not get this request dot body from my JSON contract. So here we are missing something. So that's nothing but we have not configured our server to accept JSON. So how can I do that is by simply using app dot use. So basically app.use is a function. So basically we are declaring the server should use some special configuration that we want to give. So basically I want to give like it should also accept JSON type of data responses. So basically how can I define that is it already have a JSON data response already available. So just we have to declare and redefine the configuration. So just by writing express.json along with this parenthesis. So basically express represent this express module. So it have a JSON function. So basically our app server would use this JSON configuration that are declared over here. Again by writing hitting save and hitting like re-initializing my server. Now this time when I hit on send, now we successfully got our body from the body that we have sent, raw data that we have sent over from the postman. So now we have node as well as author available on the server. At this instance of point, so what I will be doing is I would be creating a new database entry. So now again going back to the Mongo compass that we have covered in the earlier session in the module 5, again going back to the local host 27017, that is the default port of MongoDB. Again, I would be checking for whether we have the scalar entry. So I would be deleting all this scalar database, and I would be checking whether uh, I have used the same scalar database that is being declared over the MongoDB compass. And again, yeah. So basically, when I again restart the server, so what it will do is it will reinitialize our main MongoDB and it will create a server by itself. So you can see over here, a simple scalar have been defined and a user model have been created itself as we have declared here within the user schema. And now I want to post some entry over here. So again, we will be using the same function. So basically using the user model that is being declared over here, user dot, or not user dot, rather we can create a new entry from here. So basically new notes. So basically I would be creating a new instance for the user object. So basically declaring new user, and I would be passing the two note that I have got from the body. So basically request body, I would be redeclaring this variable at it represent what type of data it contains. So basically it's a request body, and the request body contain two parameters, that is not an author, and again the user database contain two type of schema, that is simply the author as well as notes. So what I will be doing is I will be declaring this author and notes from here. So basically it represent the key that it contains, and the value is have been come by this request body. So basically request body, so I would be going back to the notes, so postman, so request body dot uh, author author and request body dot notes. Cool. So we have successfully created a data entry in the Mongoose, but we yet have to store it at our database. So how can I do that? Is by using the save function. So basically user dot save, again by using this, but again saving consumes some time. So again I would be writing await over here to wait for the data to be saved within our MongoDB server, and then the response have been sent. Now, when I hit refresh and again restart my server, and again when you do any changes to your server, so you have to restart your server so that changes must be reflected over the server. And again, when I hit send at this time, so basically we have an error over here. So we try to resolve this error, and for this error, so we can see at which line our error have came. So basically user.save is not a function. So basically, okay, user is not a function, rather it's new nodes.save. As we have made an instance, and instance contain all the function that is available. So again, I will be hitting refreshing the server, and again when I click on send from here, again this time we got true. And now getting back to the Mongo and hitting refresh, so we can see our first entry within our MongoDB server, MongoDB database. So basically, now I need to integrate this endpoint to our main front end. So how can I do that? Is by going back to the again to the front end, and I will go back to the create node.html, and I would be redeclaring again a script to it, and again that script would be containing again the source that represent create node.js. Again it would be a JS file through which we will be sending all the requests. So again fetch create node.js. At this time we won't be using fetch. That's somewhat traditional. So basically we would be using another approach that is known as Axios. So basically you have to go to Axios CDN. So basically so Axios is a library. So for using a library within an HTML document, so you have to link this library to the main HTML document. So I would be copying this URL, and I would be pasting a URL within this create nodes.html file within the script tag. So basically I would be writing a script tag with a source of this particular URL. If you go to this URL, so you can check out particular code base is available within the URL that is visible over the screen. And again, this code base is nothing but a library that we will be using. And again, we have successfully used the successfully integrated the library with our main HTML document for the creating the nodes. And again going back to the create node, and I would be using the simple Axios request. So I would be creating a function named as uh, create nodes. So what this will do is it would simply take two elements from the main HTML page. So basically I would be declaring two IDs separately, giving to input as well as text area. So basically ID to not text, and I would be creating text area and giving it as document, simply document dot get element by ID. And yeah, I would be redeclaring another variable. So basically it represent me notes text and main author text, and again so that would be author text. So I would be declaring this same ID that I've used within the JS module to this particular HTML tag, so giving the same ID to it. And again when I want to use this particular create node element when we click on save button. So basically on clicking on save button, so this particular function should execute. So uh, like I want to give the value to it, simply value, not value, as it does not have an inner HTML type, rather it contain all the value within the value field. So basically the initial thing is I want to console these two node text, as well as I want to use author text. Yeah. So getting back to our create notes, and whatever I type within this particular two fields. So when I click on save notes, so basically I have to refresh the page. So whatever I type within this particular two fields, so that's visible over the console. So we have successfully got the data, and now I have to send the data to the server. So how can I do that? Is by using simply, I will be creating again the async function. So again, I would be awaiting for the process to happen. So basically, again, that would be containing Axios. We would be using Axios for this. So again, Axios request would take some time to declare and again go back to the server and fetch some response. So again, we would be using the Axios function. So that will be taking some uh, that would be taking an object within it. So that contain a URL. So at which URL or the endpoint we want to hit, which method we will be using, and again, what type of data we want to send. And again, the URL would be same as that of we have declared within the postman. And now here would come a error. Now we would be using the simple post method. So I want to show you what type of error can come. So basically we would be using note taking application. So we would be declaring notes as well as author over here. So removing this. So basically notes contain the note text and author contain the author text. So now I would be taking the response from here, and I would be simply consoling the response that it got. Simply console the response. Now when we get back to our Chrome and when I hit refresh, so basically hi there, and my name is Raghav. When I click on save note, so it has given me an error, like the access have been blocked by quotes. So quotes is nothing but cross origin request. Like I am available on a particular server. A server cannot uh, throw a request to any other server. That would throw an error, as it will be a security issue if you want to send some data to Google anonymously. So basically, Google does not want your anonymous data or script to run on their server, and that can be too dangerous, and that can also corrupt their system. So basically, we cannot access cross-site scripting basically. So that's basically more towards the cyber security. And to resolve these type of errors, so what we will do is we just return back to our main server file, and again we just close our server. We would just install on a new library known as cores. So basically npm install cores, cors, simply represent cross origin request security. And then when it have been installed, so I would be just representing it as cores. I would be just declaring it, and again the server should use codes configuration. So again the same configuration app.use codes. So codes is a function. So when I declare it, and again when I start the server, hit refresh, and the server has started. And now at this time when I hit refresh over here, and this is a new note, and my name is Raghav. When I click on save note, okay, till now the origin have been null. Okay, till okay, so it should be HTTP. So the request must be same. And now let it be ABC. Now this time our data have been transferred to the server. So it should be it should have a particular protocol to send to the server. So we have used the HTTP protocol. So I forget to use this. So basically it has responded me with the data of true. So basically response contain a whole bunch of object with the status, with a request, with header and with configuration. But the main one that we have to focus is the data. What type of data we have get in response. So if the data is true, so basically we have to check if uh, response dot data is equal to true. So basically we have to get an alert of uh, note successfully saved. But if uh, the data, we didn't get any data, so we have to show an alert, something wrong happened, something wrong happened. So basically I have just written whether we get a response or not. If we get a response of true, so basically we get an alert. So when I hit again refresh, so basically ABC, and I would be giving a name of Raghav. When I hit on save note, so note successfully saved. At this point of time, if I go back to the Mongoose and hit refresh, so our entry have been successfully saved to the server. So basically we have successfully integrated our create node page to the server. And now this is the if by any chance if I just close my server, so basically at this time what happened is I cannot send any data. So basically it has given me a post request connection refused. So basically the server must be available in order to send the data. And yeah, if something happened when the server is running, but it does not throw any response. So basically it will definitely throw us something happened wrong if the response or data is not true. So the true must be same as that of the response that we have provided over here. This is true. Okay, so at this time we have successfully saved the data and add the view node page. So this is a last step. So basically what type of node that we have saved over here. So we have to successfully get it through from the server. And how this can happen is by creating a simple get request. As we want to retrieve the data, so we can make a simple get request over here. So basically that would be again an async function having a simple request and a response system. So that will be containing a that would return me a response of simple JSON of whole array that we would be getting. So what type of array that we can get is const note list. We can have the whole bunch of note lists. So I can get it by simply user dot find function. So again, we use user dot find function to get all the data that is being present within the user module. So basically we have the user, so it will give me all the data that is present over here. So before sending back to the response, so I would be testing whether what type of data we would be getting. So again, restarting the server. So again, hitting a simple get request towards it. So I would be copy and pasting this same URL, and either I would be having a get request. So basically getting back to our main terminal. So basically I have console.log. So basically we get 3 elements that the nodes are saved over here. And again, I would be sending this response back to our JSON. So basically by hitting, starting the server again and hitting send over here. So at this time we get 3 responses over here. And now we will be integrating this to our main view nodes page. Okay, so basically view nodes.html and main.css. So instead of this node list, so I would be fetching my data from here. So basically how I can do that is I would be getting like const not is equal to response. So basically I would be getting a response over here. So that would be an asynchronous request. So again, writing await, and again we would be using Axios over here, and the URL will be same as that of the previous one. Again, the method would be get. Now at this time, the Axios won't work, as we have not declared within the view node HTML file. We have just declared within create node.html file. So what we can do is we just simply copy and paste this particular script, and we can use over within the head tag, so that it readily download all the JS code to this particular view node.html file. And again, now this time, if I just, as I have previously told that our response would be containing within it, response would give the whole object, and we just have to take the data from there. So I would be taking the data from here, and again when I go back to the main server and hit refresh, so this time these nodes are available from the MongoDB database. To test it out, so I would be going back to the create node section. I would be writing simply, this is a new note by Raghav. When I click on save note, I have got the message, note successfully saved. Click on OK, go back to the view note, and again I got a new note with the name of, this is a new note, author as Raghav. And again, last, to test it out, and hi Shivay, we have successfully integrated the note taking application, and here the author is Shivay, and click on save note, not successfully saved. And again going back to the view note, so we have again taken another note with the author of Shivay. So this is how we can integrate the whole front-end and application, and how we can use them to create many applications. So this is just an example. So definitely possibilities are unlimited.
Endless.
So
Yeah.
endless possibilities are there, and you can make your own application.
We are going to be covering all about deployment, and that is essentially the project deployment. Learn about various tools that are used for deployment, such as Netlify, Heroku, MongoDB Atlas, and of course, finally, we'll be taking up some question answers.
Basically, we would be covering about how our backend server would be like contributing to the front end server, and then so basically we would be using two main tool for this module. So basically, the first one is the Netlify, as well as the second one is the Heroku. So basically, coming toward the Netlify part. So basically, it's a tool for easily deployment of front end application. So we would be talking about how we can connect to our front-end application through Netlify, and how we can deploy it over a particular URL or screen, so that you can share that particular URL to other friends or in your circle, so that they can just click on the link and they can see your application within the browser. So again, why we are using Netlify, as it's an easy, uncomplicated tool to host your front-end application. Along with it, provides some of the functionality and that are usable most of the time, like CI/CD. So basically, CI/CD mean continuous integration as well as continuous deployment. So what this term specify is, as soon as we do a change in a particular front-end application. So we have previously covered Git and GitHub in module 1. So again, by using that approach, and as soon as we just make some changes in our front end application, and we just push it to GitHub. So basically, Netlify is directly connected to the GitHub repository. So we will be showing you a demo. And as soon as we push some information to our GitHub repository, so Netlify again itself detects what type of changes have been done, and again it detects the changes, and it do deploy the new application for the changes that have been done to the main Netlify cloud deployment, so that the changes can be as soon as reflected on the URL, that on the same URL that is being provided. And again, so the second tool that we would be using is Heroku. And knowing about Heroku, so basically it's a deployment platform. So we would be deploying our server and backend application to Heroku itself. So either there are many more server application cloud platforms like AWS, GCP, DigitalOcean, and much more. But what Heroku provides some like advantages over them is it's easy to use. We can use any language, for example, Python, Go, Rust, or simple Node.js servers, and we can deploy it to Heroku by doing just simple step as we do as we are deploying it our code to Git. And again, both of the process are so easy and so uncomplicated to understand, and anyone can just learn these two tools on tips of their hands. So again, talking about the advantages of Heroku. So basically, while deployment, we does not need any prior knowledge of cloud computing, how we will be like scaling up our server or how we can configure our server. As Heroku provide us a pre-configured server, so we just have to use a normal git command, and we have to specify what type of application we are deploying upon. Like if I'm deploying a node application, so just I have to specify this is a node application. So you Heroku would definitely do their stuff by itself. So we does not have to do again and again, or we have to configure it at our own. Rather, we can configure, but by default, Heroku provides a pre-configuration. So basically, no configuration is needed while deploying a backend application. And again, as I've told, it can be done by simply using it. So what Heroku uses while deploying the application is a common term known as dyno. So you can compare Diner to a building block, like while creating while leading to a foundation of a building. So we have a small brick like kind of structure. So each and every application that you deploy upon, so basically Heroku creates a server and they have a small instances known as Dino. So your application run on that particular Dino that have a common port, and again that Dino run for a particular time. So each time it run upon, so it's called Dino art. So basically, if Heroku is a free platform for new user, but again, it the servers can be expanded by you by giving some pay or something. So basically, Heroku how it decided is its pricing is by calculating the Dino art. How many time, how much time did the art Dino serves for? So basically, calculating the Dino art, so they just serve our pricing. So basically this is a common functionality how Heroku work upon the dynos, the smallest instance of on which our application work upon. And we would be proceeding to our main deployment time. So yeah, theory obviously get bored, but again it's some it uh, action time to how to deploy our front end as well as back end application.
All right. First, we'll go to the GitHub and we'll go to the repository, right? So again, welcome everyone. The first thing that we're going to be doing today is actually deploying our front end of the application. So today, first we'll understand how to go about deploying the front end and what are some of the tools that you can actually use to deploy your front end. Now, in case you have a very simple HTML file and you don't have like a dedicated React application or an Angular application, you can actually use something known as the GitHub pages, right? So what you have to do is that for whatever repository that you are owning, you just need to go to the settings page, and over here within the settings page, under the options settings, you just have to scroll down and you have to go to this GitHub pages. So there is like a dedicated page for the GitHub pages, and what it allows you to do is, I will just probably I had already tried it out, but what you'll have to do is that over here, in case you have a very simple application like just a simple front end application, over here you will be asked that, okay, for your source, what particular branch do you want to use? For example, for us right now we only have like one single branch, so I'll select main. And then you can also actually give it like, okay, which particular folder do you want to choose? So by default it will choose the root folder, And then you can also give it like a custom domain. For example, like a lot of times people deploy their personal portfolio website on GitHub, and then you can actually connect this with your custom domain as well. You'll be asked to put up a few things such as your DNS records and all, and then what will happen is that by going to that particular website, you will be able to then redirect that domain name to your GitHub hosted or GitHub pages hosted repository. So over here, as you will connect this and you will save it, it will basically get published as your organization or your personal GitHub account .github.io. So for example, for me, it would be shivaylamba.github.io, and then the name of the repository. So if I go and visit this, you can see that over here, this is my deployed website. And over here, for example, if I want to scroll to any particular module, so I can, like, let's say go to module 1. So like, let's say go to module 1. And if I go to module 1, you can see that it automatically redirected it to the index.html page. So by default, whenever you go to any specific route, for example, in this case, I went to module 1 folder, it will always open up the index.html page as default. So the one that we are going to be deploying is basically this module 6. So within module 6, we have front end. So if I go to, like, let's say module 6, and if I go to front end, you can see this page over here. Now, of course, this is like, because our application was just built in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I could have used GitHub pages. But sometimes, if you have a site built with React, Angular, Vue, Gatsby, these are various different types of frameworks, front end dev frameworks, and some of them cannot be deployed using GitHub pages. And for that, the tool that Raghav also mentioned was Netlify. So we'll go to netlify.com. We'll also be sharing the link for netlify.com as well. Now you just need to log in or like sign up to Netlify. You can sign up using either your Google account, or also, like, for example, I'll just sign out for now. So you can either log in with a GitHub account, GitLab, Bitbucket, or with the email as well. So in this case, I'll be logging into Netlify with my GitHub account. And as soon as you log in, so as soon as you log in, basically, it will ask you to connect this Netlify with your GitHub account, and it will gain access to all your repositories, and whichever repository that you want to deploy, right, for in which you have your front end code, you can do that. For example, as you can see, like, I have a few sites that I have already deployed from various repositories, and you can see. So just to give a very quick sort of overview about this particular Netlify tool itself. So over here, this is the main part, that is the sites that you can use slides. Either you can import an existing project from GitHub or from somewhere else. You can start with a template that is provided by Netlify itself, or, like, let's say if you have like a file that is locally, and you don't want to actually necessarily like put it on GitHub, and you have created a project locally, you can also use this deploy manually to use like a build folder. So for example, like, let's say if you're creating some kind of a React application, Next.js application, you create a build of that project, and then you can directly use that build and put it over here and deploy manually. So over here, you can see all my builds. Basically, this is showing all the different logs of my deployments that I've tried to make, whether they were, whether they were actually, like, let's say, real links, or they were for that matter, some other. So you'll basically see all the builds from different projects that you are building, and you can see like whether they are completed or they were not successful. So in our case, what we'll do is that we'll basically click on import an existing project under the add new site. And over here, as you can see, again, we can connect with either GitHub, GitLab, or Bitbucket. All of these are tools where you can host your projects. In this case, I'll take GitHub. So as soon as I do that, it will basically allow me to pick up a repository from my GitHub. And in this case, what I'll do is I will basically take, because since the project is not under my personal account, it is under Scalar Academy account. Or whichever whichever organizations that you are part of, these organizations will land up over here, and you can select one of them. So in this case, I will select Scalar Academy, and as you can see that this is the one that we are supposed to be deploying, which is the December Web Dev Bootcamp. All right. Now what you can see is that over here you have certain settings that you have to basically put up. Now these settings will be related to, okay, if there is like a specific folder that you want to deploy where you might have your code, or sometimes in case like you're build like creating a deployment for a Next application or a React application, then over here you might see these basic build settings, right? So for example, in our case, the base directory, by default it will assume the base directory to be this directory, like just the repository, project repository itself. So I have the ability to basically provide to it if I want to go specifically into one specific directory. So in this case, like I don't want to deploy my entire like module 1, module 2, module 3, module 4, module 5, module 6. I only want to deploy the module 6, and within module 6 I just want to deploy my front end, because that is the note taking application. So I can mention over here module 6, right? So I can take module 6, and over here I can put front end. So what it will do is that it will take only this specific path in the entire repository and only deploy that part. If you don't provide anything in the base directory, it will take the base repository as it is. Now over here in this case, since it's a simple HTML document, we don't need to provide any build command, but usually we'll provide something like next build, npm run build, ng serve. So these are like various commands for different, again, Gatsby build. So depending on your front end framework, you'll be asked to use that build command over here. In our case, we are going to be keeping it empty for now. We also do have some other things, such as adding your environment variables. Variables are useful. For example, like let's say in case you have some passwords, you have some API keys that you don't want to showcase to everyone, those can be actually put over here in this variable section. In our case, we are not putting anything, so we can just go ahead and click on deploy site. So as soon as I click on deploy site, it starts my deployment, and I can actually look at the logs as well. So because as Raghav also mentioned, that basically these CI/CD tools, they have their own containers and they take your code base. They have their own set of containers in which they start the deployment process, and they'll run a certain set of commands, and they will help to deploy your website. So as you can see, like it didn't even take 1 or 2 seconds, and my site is already live, and I can actually go ahead and look at this preview deployment. So if I click on this preview deployment, as you can see that the name of my application is practicaljonathan.netlify.app, and as you can see, like this is my application itself. I have my 3 different views, which is create, note, view notes, and homepage. Additional things that you can actually do with this is like you can go to your deployment settings and actually change things such as like the site name. And for that, what you have to go do is you can go to the site settings under the site overview. Over here, you can go to site settings. You can, like, let's say, change the application. In this case, like, let's say we can take Scalar note taking application. So you can give it a name, custom name. You can also actually, similar to how we had with the GitHub pages, you can actually transfer the site and also sort of connect it with like a custom domain. So you can for that you'll have to go through the settings for the custom domain if you want to set up a custom domain. For now, like I have given it a custom name of Scalar note taking application, but since it is being hosted on Netlify, it is using the .netlify.app name. So I can go over here now, and you can see like this is the name of my application, Scalar note taking application.netlify.app. Now the great thing is that whenever you make any changes to your to your repository, it will automatically start a new build for the application, because since this is continuous integration, continuous deployment, whenever you make any change to your application, it will automatically start creating a new build, and it will get automatically deployed to this new website, right? So it will say that, yeah, your new website is deployed. So automatically that thing will take place. So yeah, with that, that's pretty much it with respect to this simple, deployment on Netlify. We also have some other tools. We have something called as Vercel. Vercel is also equally good as Netlify. So you can use GitHub Pages, you can use Vercel. We also have something called as AWS Amplify. Now, if you're like using specifically AWS services, AWS Amplify is also one of them that you can actually use. So there are a lot of different deployment services. Again, you can use it based on your preference. Netlify is also a great one that you can use. With that, I will hand it over back to Raghav.
Thanks, Shivay, for having a great session upon deploying the front-end application and now heading toward the deployment of the back-end application. So I would be continue taking that. Talking about we are on the module 6 right now. So what we have created here, so the front-end application that display how many nodes that we have taken. So basically we have three pages. The initial page, so basically we have scalar hyphen note taking application dot netlify dot app. Okay, so here is the main application. So we have three pages over here. So we have the home page that represents a common text. So to represent, we can take notes over here. So we have three pages over here. So the first one is the view note. So view note represent how many nodes do we have at our backend, and at the create node, so how we can create our node. But again, when we are working on the cloud side, so again we do have to host our backend application over the cloud. If I try to create a node like hi there with the name of Raghav. So when I click on save note, and again the note will won't be saved. So again by going back to these three dot and more tools, then developer tools. So over to the console. So you can see that there is an error that have been caught up. So that's nothing but like our server was not responding as we have created server on our local PC. So the server should be on the cloud or on the cloud application in order to fetch or upon the URL, so that this note taking application deployed on the Netlify server, so they can also fetch all the information from the second server. So we would be deploying that backend server upon Heroku. So how can we deploy that is, so again going back to my code base, so we have these two application front end as well as the backend. So initially I would be closing these three, and now yeah, so I would be changing my terminal directory. So just I would be increasing the size. Awesome. So basically I am on the module 6 folder and I would be changing my directory to the backend. So basically, in order to deploy upon Heroku by using terminal, so there are various ways to deploy on Heroku. Either we can connect to the GitHub, or the easiest way is to deploy through Git commands as stated. So again, for that, so initially you have to download Heroku into your local PC. So how you can do that is just go to Heroku and just click download, and just by hitting enter, so the first link that you can see over here, Heroku CLI. So basically you have to download this Heroku CLI to access all the Heroku command in from your terminal itself, terminal or your command prompt that you have. So basically we have a bunch of commands over here. So we can use we use an installer when you are in Windows, or you can use this command, or this is a Linux command. And again there are some other methods from which you can download upon, and just by downloading from these commands or installer, so what interface you will get is, so basically you would be writing Heroku to test it out. So Heroku version, so basically it return your version of 7.59.2. So basically running on Darwin x64 architecture, along with it is using Node version 12. So now, so basically we have successfully installed the Heroku CLI on a terminal, and now we would be using the simple Heroku command. So it's nothing much difficult to get it through. It's basically a basic command if you want to create. So you have to just type Heroku create, and again, so initially, so what you have to do is by using, I have told you by using simple git command, so how we can deploy it to the Heroku server. So you can compare Heroku to a simple repository. So basically, as we are upon GitHub, so GitHub is a whole bunch of remote repository that is already upon the cloud. As Shivay told you, like he has connected Netlify to GitHub and connected to a GitHub repository. So basically, what we have to do is we have to connect, we have to push this whole code base to Heroku cloud repository. Again, same as that of GitHub. Again, for that, so basically we again have to use those simple git commands only. So basically I have to initialize this repository as git repository. So before that I would be typing ls command to list all the directories and files within the particular folder. So basically we have these 3 6 files, and also I want to get my hidden files within this folder. So what I will do is ls minus a to get all the hidden file and folder within this particular folder that I have specified. So basically, previously we have 6 files and folder, and now we have 1 2 3 4 5 and 6. So we also have get ignored. So basically, this is nothing but all those files that you does not want your Git to push to your local repo, the online repository or the cloud repository. So basically, you put all the files and folder within this Git ignore file. So I would be displaying you a structure. So basically, dot git ignore. So dot git ignore is an extension. So you don't have to type any name in front of that. So basically, I have just simply typed node module slash. So it represented me a particular folder name. And now this node module folder would be neglected and won't be pushed over the cloud server or the cloud repository. So now, getting back to the terminal. So basically, I would be initializing this repository, this folder as a Git repository. So basically, I would be typing the simple command git init. So what it has done is it has initialized an empty Git repository. So in order to see what type of changes have been done, so again ls simple ls. So again we have this 6 file, but as I have told you earlier in the for module 1, so basically git initialized its current folder in a hidden folder. So basically name as dot git. So what we have to type ls hyphen a to list this dot git folder. So by checking and verifying whether we have dot git folder already installed, so basically we can verify our git is installed within our this backend folder. So now what I will be doing is, so again the simple other commands like git add. So basically I am making a checkpoint, creating a checkpoint above this, and again I will be committing the all the files that have been covered within the particular checkpoint, and I would be taking that checkpoint files and making a particular commit. So basically commit would be acting as a uh, main folder, along with it would be given a particular id. So if I do any changes and I want to revert my changes back to the previous code, so I would be just typing the id and I would be checking out that current code to the previous one, so that my code won't be changed and my previous entries would be there. So basically I would be committing the files. So again this is the second command. So we basically have to learn 3 commands: git add, git commit, git push. But for initializing a particular repository, so we have a bunch of commands like git init to initialize, and then git add, or adding all the files, then committing all the files within a particular id. So I would be committing with a message hyphen m denotes a message flag. So I would be giving a message as uh, deploying it on Heroku. So again, by committing that, so we have successfully committed it. And again, now I would be adding that remote repository. So if you remember a command from the previous module, so we have a command git remote add origin. So basically Git, we are telling Git to add a particular remote origin on the cloud. So in that origin, we basically specify a Git repository URL. But now we have a Heroku URL instead. So what we will do is, so basically we have installed Heroku on our local PC. So I would be going to again to Chrome, and I would be just writing Heroku over here. So again, going to the first link that is visible over the screen. So we can close this tab. So again, this that I have already logged in with in the Heroku. So basically, you can sign it out. And again, I would be showing you the exact process. So what we have to do. So basically, I would be directed towards simpleheroku.com, and there I have to sign up over there. But I have already signed up. So you can also sign up from the main Heroku website. And now I would be again going back to login as I've already created an account. So basically my email address is as admin@raghavdhingra.com, and again filling up the password by clicking on login. So you will be redirected to the main dashboard.heroku.com. So basically it will contain all list of your application that have been deployed upon. And again, each and every application is running upon their own dyno. As I've stated, dyno is nothing but having their particular port numbers and separate server over a single cloud server. If you have a single, for example, I am taking an example of this local PC that I have. So basically, there we have a numerous number of applications running upon it. So what separate each and every application from each other is nothing but they have a well-defined port number. So basically, if my application is running on a port number one, so no other application can run on port number one. Rather, they have to define their own port number. So basically, you can compare this to that. So basically, what I would be doing is getting back to my VS Code and writing Heroku login. So if you are just new to it and again you just sign up, so basically you have to use the Heroku login command. So basically you have to initially log in from your browser, and now Heroku will automatically detect what uh, in which account you are in, and you will be automatically logged in by using just simple Heroku login command. So again, the commands are so simple to use and so understanding, like by using this login command, like I am writing this Heroku login and hitting enter. So again, it would be redirected to a page, and I would be hitting just login button to log in into the current account. And now it is stating me press any key to open up the browser, and just by hitting enter, so a browser page would be open that would be having a particular authentication key and everything. So you can see over here, we are using this auth CLI, and a browser page have been open, and this is our particular key through which we will be signed in into our terminal. So just by clicking on this button, and it will be stating like we are successfully logged in, and you can close this page and return to your CLI. So I would be just closing this page, and I would be returning to my CLI, and I can see like I am being logged in as my main email account that I have already logged in within the Heroku app. So now I can use my Heroku command and I can create my application within this Heroku account. So basically what I will be doing is I have not decided what type of remote URL I would be giving in. So now it again, as I've stated, so we just have to type Heroku create command in order to create the application, as well as the origin will itself get clubbed to the main Git repository. So before creating the application, so I would be writing, so what type of remote repository I'm already in. So I would be typing git remote -v that define in which URL or at which URL I would be pushing my code. So currently it's blank. So basically no remote have been set prior to it. So basically now I would be typing Heroku create. So basically you can give any application name, for example, SCALER December Bootcamp. So this SCALER December Bootcamp will be your main application name, and upon this, your whole URL would be defined upon. So just by clicking enter, so basically it would be creating a new application, and again, so our application have been created, and now it will give the main URL upon which our server would be deployed upon. And now just by again clicking on get remote -v and by hitting enter, so now Heroku have already added a get remote URL. So basically at which repository our code will be pushed upon. And now getting back to the browser, so just by hitting refresh, so what I will be able to see within the app list is one more application have been created by the name of Scalar December Bootcamp, and again that we have done already over here. So just by clicking over it, so we can see all the configuration pre-applied to it. And now what we have to do is just go to the settings, and again we have to add a build pack. So basically build pack is which type of application or language that we are using while creating our server. So basically we are using a Node.js application. So I would be clicking Node.js. So basically it already have a well-defined build pack already contained within the Heroku, but we can also make our own build pack. Like what type of configuration would be done in order to create and post our URL upon the cloud server. So basically, I would be selecting this Node.js build pack, and my configuration will be pre-applied. So just by clicking on Save Changes, and now it state me like your new build pack configure will be used when this app is next deployed. So now I have to deploy my app. So what I will be doing is I would be just specifying uh, I will be pushing my code to the remote repository. So now I would be writing git push. So this is the initial command to that I want to push my repository and at which origin. So now I would be writing -u denote like I have to permanently push all the code base that is already being there within the particular module to this remote origin that I am specifying here. So where I want to uh, deploy all the code is permanently is Heroku master. So this is the basic command that you have to learn. So basically prior to that, if I am using Git or GitHub to deploy upon GitHub, so what I would be writing is git push origin master. But here is a small change. So basically instead of writing origin, so I would be just writing Heroku. So basically when you click on git remote -v, here is the command. So basically here defined Heroku that represent at from which URL the fetch would be take place, and at which URL push would be taking place. So again that would be on Heroku, and master mean the main master branch in which our code will be present. And again I would be changing this origin to Heroku, and just by hitting enter, so now my code will be deployed within the main repository, and again my code will be built based upon the package JSON that we have defined upon. So again, in order to get your app deployed, so be sure that package JSON files must be there within the particular server in order to deploy your code. So basically again this how can you create this package JSON? Just by clicking npm init command. So this npm init, so there is a special type of configuration that we have to define upon, and just by hitting enter, so a package JSON file would be created by itself. And then in the scripts, so we have to define this start script. So this is the main script that we have to define in order to have our pre-built configuration upon Heroku. So basically defining this, like we have to run our server from this node server.js file. So basically we have to run this command within the terminal, and we have to start this script. So basically what it will do is it on the Heroku server, so it would be just writing npm start, and our server would be started according to the server.js file. So now, so if you go back to server.js, so now Here we have specified our application to listen at this particular port. And here comes the main point. Now, when I go to the main application, like my application have been deployed upon scalar this hyphen this dec hyphen bootcamp.herokuapp.com. When I click on the server, and now it gives us an application error. So why it is happening? So basically, we can also log all the application error upon here. So basically, when I go back to my terminal, so basically, again by writing Heroku log stale command, so again it do have all the direct link to the repository, and again it would be directly automatic to what type of error it has been thrown. So basically, it has thrown us an error like our application won't be started due to some configuration changes. So basically, what type of changes that we have done, and that's giving an error. So basically, you can see dino is equal to empty and connect is equal to empty. So if you just scroll up above, so basically our port is not defined. So basically, what type of error it's giving is basically we cannot define a particular instance of port to the server. So initially, as I specified, like you can compare Dino to ports. So basically, on upon Heroku, so they do have their own port numbers to run upon. We cannot specify a simple port number from our end to run. So what change we can do is just by using again a special variable name known as process. So basically, we have a process. So basically what we are doing is we are taking a particular port number from the environment variables. So environment variables are hidden variables that are not visible upon to a simple user. Only we can define these special type of variable to the servers. So basically they can fetch those variables from their configuration file. So basically what I am writing is I would be writing the process.env.port. So port is the main variable name, and where it is present, that's present in the environment variable file. So basically we do have an .env file over here. So basically anyone can define a .env file, and we can define port to a specific number. So basically port is equal to a specific number. So basically if I write process.env.port, so basically this process, what it will do is it's a basically a, a library or a function, and it will go through to the .env file. So basically over here, and it would fetch the port number from here. So basically it denote a port number of 4600. So a 4600 port is, it will be assigned to this constant variable, and we can assign this to over here. But what if our port is not present in the environment variable? So basically at this time, so I would be defining a simple port number over here. So what this or command do is, or command you can compare it to the common, you can formulate this by the common De Morgan's law. So what it states is or represent union. So basically if you union false or true, it will always give true. If you union false or false, it will give always false. But if either of the one is true, so basically it will give true value. So basically what it specify is, if I don't have the particular port number, so basically it transfer my condition to the other instance that we have on the right hand side of the this or command. So basically we have this 46 port number. If we have the port number, so again this initial port number that is being defined from the environment variable, so that will be defined in the port variable. Else if we don't have any port from the environment variable, so by default a port number of 4600 will be defined to this variable, and this variable would be transferred over here. So just by clicking save, and again getting back to main again deployment. So what I would be writing this time, I would be writing just three simple command. So again, I have already configured this particular repository to my Heroku. So I don't have to again configure all the repository, and I don't want to specify which type of application I'm deploying again and again. So again, as simple as git. So again, just git add dot. So I would be adding all the files in the git folder. Again, I would be removing this env file as this env file is not required. And again, so every time I make some changes, so I have to create a new checkpoint. So just by clicking git add dot, and again just by hitting commit, so again an id would be assigned. So changed port number, and now git push. Now I don't have to specify over where I have to push my code, as I have already specified by this -u flag that I want to permanently reside and push my code to the Heroku repository. So just by hitting git push and hitting enter, so again my server would be pushed and my code would be pushed, and that would be again installed on the Heroku repository. And again, yeah. So basically our code have been deployed upon this repository. But again now, so in this application, what we have done is, so we have declared two endpoints by two methods, post and get. This get method retrieve all the data from the database, Mongo database that we have defined, and again this post method will post all the data entry coming from the front end to the backend, and from the backend, and that would be saved to the MongoDB database. But now, getting back and remembering our earlier method that we have used, so basically getting to the connect MongoDB. So you do remember, like we have used this local MongoDB server. So again, our front end is upon the cloud, our backend server is upon the cloud, but yet our MongoDB is not upon the cloud. So how we can shift our MongoDB to the cloud? So again, here comes another great tool that we can use. So basically, that's nothing but MongoDB Atlas. So again, before that, testing our main implementation that we have. So basically, just by clicking on this, on Windows, you can just command and click upon this URL, or in uh, Mac, you can directly just press command plus click. And again, getting back to the main Heroku application URL, and then again, it would be taking a huge amount of time to load. Basically, it have a timeout of 60 seconds. If the server does not respond within the 60 seconds, so the whole task itself get terminated. So basically, we won't be requiring a 60-second to wait. Rather, we can see this infinite loading that is going upon over here. So that's what, again, it gave us application error above 60 seconds. So again, what it denote is nothing but our MongoDB database have not been connected successfully. As we have stated over here, like our MongoDB database should be connected in order to like have our all entries work upon. So basically, where it give error is upon while connecting to the Mongo database. So again, getting back toward the latest tool that we would be requiring in order to set up our MongoDB database. So I would be writing just MongoDB Atlas and getting toward it. So basically, you have to register over here.
So now, as we have described to you that, for example, like let's say if you want to set up your MongoDB online, we have the provision, or MongoDB allows you to have the provision to deploy your MongoDB collections and your entire database online itself. Now, essentially, just think of it as in this way: that's similar to how we had our backend that was deployed to Heroku, and I mean, ultimately, Heroku or any other such kind of service, it uses servers where your production code is hosted, and you get like a URL from which you're able to access that code. Similarly, these online databases, they are also getting hosted on these servers only, and you'll get a URL ultimately with, or we also call it as the Mongo URL, that will be then used to connect with our backend to have our remotely hosted database. Now, MongoDB comes with both shared as well as dedicated hosts. So what does that mean is that these shared databases are using shared resources, where there might be, like, let's say, other people also having their own databases on that single server. Then you can also have like dedicated servers. Now, dedicated servers will cost more because they are putting up dedicated resources for you. And but again, in return, what will happen is that you will have much more faster bandwidth, because now there's not a lot of requests coming into like to that server. Because if you are like working in a shared server, there can be multiple, there can be multiple people or multiple requests coming in. So if you want to try out MongoDB, you can again just try it for free. We'll be showing you the free example. You just have to create an account. In my case, since I already have an account, I will just quickly go ahead and log in with my Google account. But you just have to fill all these basic details. Now, as soon as you log in, over here you'll find certain different things, right? So first, a few of these that you'll see over here is basically, and I'll just quickly give you an overview insight. But what you have to go ahead and do is you have to basically click on like view all organizations. So basically, just consider it in this way, that the org at an org level structure, like you have organizations, then within the organization you will have projects, and then within projects you'll have your databases. So we'll just create a new organization right now, and I'll create the name of the organization as, like, let's say, Scaler Web Dev Project. And over here, as you can see, like, the one that we'll be using is the MongoDB Atlas. So MongoDB Atlas is the online version of MongoDB, where you can find your hosted databases, right? So we'll select MongoDB Atlas, then we'll click on next. And for now, I'll not add any new members, but, like, let's say, since if you're building a team-based project, or if you're having some other members, you can add their email addresses over here. So over here, I will just click on create this organization. Now, within this organization, which I've named as Scaler Web Dev Project, I can create a new project. So, for example, in this case, the project name that I can give is, let's say, the note taking application, right? So I can give my name of this project. Again, I can add people to this project. So it will take just a few seconds to create that. Now, as you can see, that we can create a database. Now, there will be certain configurations that we'll see. And again, as we discussed, that you have basically three different ways, to go about it. The first one, that is free of cost, that we'll be using, is the shared database. Shared, again, as I told, is basically that a single resource is being used by multiple projects, right? And then dedicated one, you'll get like a dedicated set of resources where you can set up your project, and this will be much more faster because you'll not have a lot of traffic coming in. And then we also have like serverless. Today, serverless applications are becoming very popular, so we also have that. For our case, we'll take the free and the shared one. Now, basically, there are various different type of clusters. So we can again select these clusters. Essentially, these clusters are based on where exactly they are hosted, then how much amount of RAM size and size of the actual database itself do you actually want. So, for example, like, let's say for us, we'll take the cloud provider as AWS, and since like all of us are mostly in India, I will take the cloud provider, like the actual server where like these data centers are there. So Mumbai, I'll take Mumbai as the data center. Now, for example, over here in the cluster size, you can see that the one that we have free is the M0 sandbox. So these M0 clusters are again shared, and we get only 500 megabyte of storage. And again, even the CPU is shared, because as I've just discussed, that these are in a shared cluster. Now, if you were to go if you wanted more storage in your database, you wanted like dedicated resources, then of course the cost will increase. For example, M2 is $9 per month. So I'll be selecting the M0 sandbox. They can, if you want like some other additional settings, like you want to take regular backup, This is something that again comes with paid solutions. You can add backups, so it will regularly take backups of your database. Like let's say in case of some failure happens in your database, you'll have a backup ready for you. And we can give it cluster name. So like let's say the cluster name I give it is note taking app. So like let's say we can give this. Now we'll create the cluster, and it will take roughly 2 to 3 minutes for this to be provisioned. Till then, we can create a database username for this. So for example, in this case, I'll just give, like, let's say username Raghav. So this will be used to actually validate and access this particular database. So I've just given the username and the password as Raghav. And again, you have a few other additional points that you can consider. One is, where do you actually want to sort of connect, or you want to access this particular server, or I mean this particular database from. And then you can also add like IP addresses. So for example, you can either add things such as, like, if you only want this database to be accessed by a certain set of IP addresses, or you want it to be accessed by anyone. So depending on that, we can basically add over here either custom IP addresses, or we can also add like IP address such as 127.0.0.2/1, which essentially means that you will be giving access to this particular this particular database to everyone. And yeah, I mean, that is what we have now. Of course, if we go back to our databases section, right, you can see that over here, my database cluster, which is named as node taking app, it is being created. We have officially created our MongoDB app, and as you can see, like, it has created this database. And you can see, like, we have some read write operations and how many number of connections that have been made. So I can now click on this connect button to connect to this database. And as you can see, like, you have the option to either add your current IP address, or for now what we'll do is we'll allow access for everyone, right? And for that, it is 0.0.0/0, and we'll add this IP address. That means that we'll be able to connect to this database from anywhere, right? And now what I can do is I can basically, like, let's say choose and I can add Raghav over here, and I also choose password as Raghav. All right, and I'll create this database user, and then we'll choose a connection method. So over here, we basically have like these three different type of connection methods. The one that we'll be using specifically is this one that is the MongoDB Compass. So MongoDB Compass is a GUI, which is graphical user interface, from which you're able to connect to your cluster and to your database. So in this case, this is the MongoDB URI that we want. So I'll copy this and I'll give it to Raghav so that he can carry it forward from here. So just to again, like, finally just talk about this, that you can download MongoDB URI. Like, you can download MongoDB Compass and copy this MongoDB URI. You just have to replace this password with the actual password for the user that you had created. And this is the URI that will be used for your database connectivity.
Yeah, getting back to the main code that I'm using and getting back to the main module, connect mongo.js. So basically what I will be doing is I would be like just deleting this particular Mongo URI that I was using prior, as it was a local MongoDB URI. I would be pasting this long online database that I will be using now. And here you can see over, like, it's using MongoDB plus SRV. So SRV is basically the next level of encryption that is being provided to the MongoDB. So basically MongoDB is a protocol, and an encryption have been made to the MongoDB protocol. Like we have an HTTP along with HTTPS. So having a secured keyword that would be encrypted all the data while transferring from one end to other. So basically, and then we have this username that Shivay have given us. So basically we have the username and we have to give a password over it. So again, the password is same Raghav, and then this is the note taking application, and where it is our database is deployed, and again separated by the name of the database that we are using. So by default, the database name is test over MongoDB, but again we have to make a change, Like I want to deploy all my uh, data to a database name as Scalar. So again, as prior to this, so basically we do have the database name as Scalar. So again, this database is same as that of the MongoDB URI that I'm using upon. So I have created this Scalar database over here, and now I have done the configuration within the local module. So I would be pushing these latest changes over the Get Heroku online repository. So changes to connect Mongo module. So as soon as I push my code, so again the whole code will be redeployed and reconfigured based upon the build pack that we have used. So we will be wait for the time till it succeeds. So basically, it usually take 10 to 15 seconds to deploy all the application. And now our application have been successfully deployed on upon the scalar dcbootcamp.herokuapp.com just by hitting this URI. And this time, now we have successfully initialized our backend server. So now it is showing me a formatter as I'm using an extension. So basically it is giving me nothing but an empty array. So basically we can neglect this type of text that that is being visible over here. So basically again by specifying it as, so just by clicking on this extension tab, so basically I am using this JSON formatter. So this JSON formatter is displaying this kind of formatting stuff. So basically, I would be getting back to my online front-end server, and I would be make that particular changes to my online server. So what I will be doing is I would be simply copying this URL from the browser that I have uh, opened and getting back to the front-end module, and we have these two JS files. So basically main.js represent this view node.html file. So that is directly connected to the main JS file. So basically I would be writing the main URL over here. So basically https scalar.dcbootcamp.herokuapp.com. So this is the main URL, and we would be having a get method request over here to get all the data from the Mongo database through this API, and that would be visible over the screen. And again, so by changing the file name that we have, so basically it's for the view notes.js. So basically again I would be changing this file name in the script tag over the view node.html file. So again changing this to view node.js file, and again I have done the changes in new node.js. And again now this is the second part, like I have created the same instance in this. So again I would be having the same changes within the create node module. So basically I would be defining the same URL that I'm using within the create nodes module, and I have just changed the previous prior local URL with the new one, with the online one. So basically now this time I would be deploying my whole code to the GitHub repository, and further Shivay have already connected that repository along with that code to Netlify, and our Netlify code have been already deployed upon the server. So what I will be doing is I would be just simply pushing all the code that we have. So again I would be getting back to it toward it, and now git add git commit. So updated front end code, and now when I just hit git push, so basically it already push all my code base to the online repository that we have. And now we will wait for few seconds so that our main code will be deployed upon, and just by going toward the main create nodes. So we can see over here. So when I go to view nodes, so I can see in the node network tab like what at which endpoint the request have been given. So basically again our request is being given to scalar-dc-bootcamp.herokuapp.com. So our front end application that I have just made the changes, so that have been successfully deployed, and Netlify have changed all the prior changes to the new one. So now, when I just click on create notes and go back to the console, so I would be writing a create note. Hi Shivay, we have deployed the application on the cloud. So with the name of Raghav. So when I hit save notes, so this time my note have been successfully saved in the database. And now when I get back to view note section, so again this time this note have been successfully fetched. And now when I get back to this Heroku bootcamp, so it is a simple get request. So what I get is just by hitting refresh. So I get this particular JSON over here, like representing. So author is Raghav, and this is the particular node that we are looking upon. And when we get back to the database, so we can see this particular data that is already been there within the MongoDB database. So how we can view all the data? So again, I would be opening this MongoDB compass, and again, so this compass would be open. Until that time, I would be go back to this connect MongoDB or Mongo.js, and I would be copying this URI that we have pasted. So I would be hitting copy, and I would be pasting this particular service string over here. So this is the main Mongo URI that we will be looking upon. So just by hitting connect, so our online Mongo database would be connected soon. So basically, yeah, it is being connected to node taking application, node taking dot. So basically, the server where the our node taking MongoDB database have been deployed. So basically, we have the database name named as Scaler, and by looking over it, so we have user entry over here. So I can see my name over in the author and my notes over here. So basically, we have deployed our MongoDB to the cloud server along with our database and the front end. And whenever we need to create some changes, so we just have to do the changes in our local database, and we just have to use the common git command that we have learned in the module 1. So that in order to deploy our application, so we have simply created and deployed application by using git itself. So we does not have to learn any other command, rather the simple git command, git add, git commit and push. And again, by using the three simple tools, that is the initial one is the Netlify for deployment of the front-end application. The second is the Heroku for deployment of the backend application, along with creating a MongoDB database online by using MongoDB Atlas. So basically, just by configuring these three steps, so we can directly host and host our whole three things, that front end, back end, the database, to online world, so that other people can also view our stuff. So basically, what I want to do is now I just will be getting back to home page, and we can neglect this index.html, so it would be having serving the same page as index.html would won't be counted. So I would be sharing this particular URL to any person all around the world, so that they can view my application, along with they can also create a new node. And again, we there are a bunch of functions that we can apply upon, like we can add filters, we can add a delete APIs, we can configure it, we can edit our own node, we can edit authors, we can apply sortable entities, we can also filter it based on what type at what point the nodes have been created, by date or by author name. We can There are endless possibilities that we can use upon to create our own application in the online world. So that's upon your thinking and your procedural step that you will be following. So again, having a total recap, so what we have covered is, so basically we have learned about Netlify and how we can deploy our application, our front-end application basically, to Netlify, and again how by connecting it through GitHub, how we can deploy it, our code base to GitHub, and then how we can deploy our backend application, how we can configure about our language-based backend application, and again learning about the foundational structure, how Heroku works, and again by you how we can create our online databases and URLs, and how we can connect them from each other by using this Axios request, and by creating this simple REST API through Express server. And again, so this is how we conclude our session.
The next question is by Pooja. Should we place the MongoDB URI in the code itself or other environment variables? That's actually a really good question. And ideally, we would recommend you to put it in an environment variable. Raghav, probably we can just give them a very quick demonstration of doing that.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's a very good question. Like it's a privacy type of thing. Like we
Yeah.
does not want to show this particular URI to each and every user or each and every contributor. For example, if I'm working in the live environment, like I am in a big MNC company, and I don't want my developers to view this particular URI. So what I do is I would be creating a different bunch of environments. So initially, many steps can be taken upon. Like either I can create a development database over there, or I can use environment variables. So basically, how can I do that is by creating this simple .env file. I have, as I've said it earlier. So basically, this .env file is the main environment variable file over which we define our variable. That is again not visible to any of the user or any of the developer that are working upon this project. And again, how we can prevent this env file to deployed or to pushed to the main GitHub repository. So basically we have this git ignore file. So we just simply write down the file name as .env. So you can see over here that .env file is green in color. So basically we can add this file to our main git repository. But I don't want to do that. As soon as I save within this git ignore file, so basically you can see over here this the green color have been changed to a dimmed gray color. So basically that denotes like .env file won't be pushed within the online database. So we can prevent the online env variables to be pushed to the online database that upon the main repository. And again, uh, defining this MongoDB URI. So basically just by copying that, and I can define this as Mongo URI. So the variable name can be differ from each other. Either it can be ABC or something else, but so it must be relevant. So basically I would be defining the variable name as MongoDB Mongo URI, and I would be again getting this particular URI upon this. And how can I use this environment variables just by getting back to the connect mongo.js file. So I would be creating a new variable named as mongo UI. And again, as similar as that we have done within the server.js, while we are having the port fetching from the environment variable. So what I will be doing is we have a simple object known as process. So this is the main node object. So at the runtime, so this process object have been made. So basically we are telling process to get into the env folder file and fetch the particular MongoDB URI from there. So basically we would be just pasting this MongoDB URI over here. And if I try to just connect, if I try to console this particular MongoDB URI from the terminal, so I will be writing just npm start. So basically, so we have a bunch of error over there. So we can check that out. And again we are at, okay, we are at the base folder. So I have to go to module 6 folder, and then I have to go to the backend folder in order to have my package.json accessible. So if I again have all the directories visible over the screen, so now I have the package.json file in hand. So I would be writing just npm start. So at this time my server have been up. And again, uh, again there is some misconfiguration over there. So I would be again having the stuff. So Mongo URI, and then okay. Okay, it must be an open parameter. So basically we have to define by it by any other mean. So we have either we can use that server.js file in order to fetch all the stuff. So we can check also this out. So by creating a new port number over here. So just by typing the particular port number from here by simply writing port is equal to like 4670, and we can check this port number out console.log. So again by writing npm start. Yeah, so definitely there's some misconfiguration happened in the MongoDB.js file. So basically we can access all the environment variable name by using this particular process.env.port, and we can declare all the environment variables over here. And on Heroku, how we can define all the environment variables is just by going back to the Heroku and by selecting the particular application name. So just by going into the settings, so you can see configure where. So this configure where is nothing but the main environment variable. So again, it's basically a key value pair over which we can define our environment variables. So basically, instead writing this Mongo URI over here, we can write this particular key name over here, and we can paste this particular particular MongoDB URI. We will be just pressing copy, and we can paste this value over here, and now this value would be directly accessible only to this particular app. So no one else can access this uh, environment variable from their application, or unless and until they have this particular string. So I have to click add, and when I hit save, and again I would be deleting this environment variable as it's not being used, and again it's being ignored by Git. So that's why it was not giving me a particular instance of variables. So what I will be doing is I would be just again on I would be consoling this particular MongoDB URI, and again I would be removing this console. So basically I would be pushing all the code to the server. So changed MongoDB URI to fetch URI from environment variables. So again, when I hit git push, so at this instance of time, I would be having another set of terminal open side by side. So you can see all the logs over here. So I would be writing a simple command Heroku log hyphen tail to get all the log that is being available over the uh, main Heroku page. So basically, okay, it's representing my app is missing. So basically I have to be in the current folder in which I have deployed the application. So again, I will be writing Heroku log over here, Heroku log hyphen tail. So now the command would be running as I am already in the backend folder. So at the new terminal, I was not in the backend folder. So now you can see that the port number is 15820 and my MongoDB URI is over here. So again, if you search this particular MongoDB URI in this whole project, so basically you can see I have not pasted the URL in this application. So no one can check this particular MongoDB URI from my code base. Rather than they just have to go to the main Heroku application, and they have to search through the environment variable configuration. So there they can find this particular MongoDB application, and there's how we can use this environment variables, and while we can secure our private strings as well as password from other users site. So yeah, so this is a small demo, so how we can use the environment variable in order to have some privacy.
All right. Yeah. So with that, that's the official conclusion for this entire bootcamp. I hope that with this session, with this entire bootcamp, you were able to learn a lot more things about what exactly is web development and the entire end-to-end journey of creating a full stack application. This will be beneficial for in case you want to, like, go ahead and actually start building full stack applications